the most powerful and mystical place on earth, Kaijiang Sect, the most celebrated sword technique called 10,000 Tibetan swords, and the most influential swordsman is the third prince of Shen. The 10,000 Tibetan swords is a technique that was fundamental in the hidden sword sect, and the third prince Shen is the head of this hidden ball sect. When the third prince Shen was 4 years and 2 months old, he began developing his sword technique at the age of 7. He learned the technique of 10,000 Tibetan swords. At the age of 11, he fought the Taoist Yu of Shangqin Palace. In an instant, the prince landed 185 blows with his sword, and this made him the fastest swordsman in the world of martial arts. Finding no moment to counterattack, Taoist Yu conceded defeat. Everyone was amazed by the talent of the prince and proclaimed him an incomparable genius. At the age of 14, the third prince Shen relied on the magnificent sixth move of the irresistible ancient sword, and was able to win a battle against one of the top 10 swordsmen, Zhuo Tianqin, after which the third prince Shen was given the title First Swordsman of the Abyss. Being an extremely talented young swordsman, in less than 10 years, the prince was able to ascend to the realm of martial arts when no one else could. The prince could even reach the so-called legendary martial realm by breaking through to the immortal realm. The uncle told the students listening to all these stories. One youth asked what he meant by this, and asked his uncle to tell him quickly. However, his uncle said that, if so, expressed, he could only regret, because 9 months later, the third prince of Shen and the #1 expert in the world, Mino and the demon sects, had a duel in the Kairai Islands. Did the guys hear anything about this? The uncle asked the children. The children answered that they knew that on this day, the third master Shen pierced the throat of the demonic genius with 100 strokes of the sword and became the #1 expert in the world. Then the uncle replied that the children should have known that the third master Shen was injured by demonic chi, which destroyed the 19 meridians in his body, and to this day, it is considered the greatest loss in the world of martial arts. After that, the prince did not lose his life, but as a master martial arts, he lost all his skills. Opening every 10 years, the Qijiang sect recruits disciples. The gates opened before people and everyone could go to the palace to learn the art. Many remembered the third prince and thought about what a nuisance it was for everyone. How could this happen to the third prince Shen? Many were led to the sect precisely because of the prince who was a genius. Night, a big moon, and a young man who sat in his chair, and sadly looked at this moon. His eyes were full of calmness, and in his hand he had a book that he had previously read, but then it fell and lay on the ground, and its pages were quietly leafing through wind. The next moment, the kettle boiled and the young man decided to drink the drink that was in this kettle. Bringing his bowl to his mouth, the guy realized that his peace had been violated and he was no longer alone. Therefore, the young man asked the one who was hiding in the trees to come out, because the intention of the one who came to kill could no longer be hidden. The young man continued to look in front of him holding a bowl. But then he began to say that since September, the assassin has been constantly appearing near the whitehead behind the mountain every month near the same tree. Were they tired of this? The young man asked the stranger who was hiding behind tree, hiding his face under a mask, and holding a sword in his hand. If you look at the intent of the stranger's sword, it can be said that the young man was at the 3rd level of the compassionate blade. Even Lu Ryu cannot reach the 7th level of both levels before the stranger. Our hero said, as long as the young man did not change his way, the hero said it was necessary to practice for 10 years, and then the stranger would be able to fully compete with others in the world of martial arts. At that moment, the guy was still hiding behind a tree and carefully listening to the young man who was talking about his strength. The prince, looking at his bowl where the petals fell from the tree, said that it would be a loss if the young man died here at the age of 30. If now the young man turned around and left, the prince would pretend that nothing had happened. As soon as the prince said this, the youth behind the trees disappeared and appeared right in front of our hero. Sighing and putting his bowl on the table, our hero realized that an attack was being prepared for him. The guy who was hiding before that in the foliage jumped out and was ready to attack the young man. To which he, sitting in his chair, said that he had already given the young man a chance, but he still had no desire to give up. Did the head of the prince attract people so much? He thought our hero to himself and asked this of the stranger who stood before him. The boy thought to himself that the young man was a liar and did not want him to be able to fool him with his speeches. So he rushed at the prince. The stranger who attacked the prince didn't care how strong this guy was in front of him. It was all in the past. A person with broken meridians can't use Kai no matter how high the skill of swordsmanship is. It was all useless if you couldn't use it, the youth thought to himself, and he thought that if he killed now, he would be able to prove to everyone that he was strong. The prince only closed his eyes for a moment, and then the stranger's sword was broken and crumbled to smithereens, to which he did not expect such a turn of events. The youth sitting in the chair said that the boy's intent to kill was too strong and needed to be remembered. The art of the compassionate killing blade meant concealing that intent. The guy said that it was not bad. This sword was quite good, but it still lacked spirit. The young man said that his opponent had to hide this despite the killing of people. Looking at the swordsman in front of him, the opponent thought that the meridians of the young men were destroyed. Then how could he be a martial practitioner sitting in a chair with destroyed meridians? The young man could not believe his eyes how strong this guy was. But then the prince, struck the young man with his strength, with just one attack, splitting him into small pieces right in front of him. Continuing to sit in the chair and again, pouring his drink into the bowl, the young man only thought that he was very sorry, because everything smelled of blood and he had to leave this place. As he rode away in his chair, the prince spoke aloud that it would be great if the young man came a day later. Dawn in the mountains. The sun slowly rose from behind these very mountains, illuminating the sword that was stuck in the stone at the very top of the hill. The prince sat in his carriage and looked at this sword in front of him in his hand. He again held a bowl with a drink, and pouring out the contents, thought about his own. Suddenly, someone disturbed his peace, and the prince heard someone's steps. This is the backyard of the White Tower, the forbidden area of the Chi Jian sect. The violator will be punished and will be closed to meditate for 3 months, the prince said, but then added that Miss Chu knows these rules, but our hero still breaks them. Then the girl leaves behind the tree where she was hiding. She asked how the prince knew that she was here, because it really was the third prince. The smiling girl, scratching her head and looking at the young man with a smile, went straight to him. The young man said that, on her part, he would not hide in such an unfortunate place, because it was also possible that someone had already died here. To which the girl waved her hand in front of her and said that the third prince was joking with her more than usual. Here, the girl opening the box showed the third prince cupcakes with pine nuts, which she asked him to eat as soon as possible. Accepting the box from the girl, the young man thought that her dessert looked good, and it definitely had to be delicious, so he took one piece and decided to try it. The girl standing next to the prince said that she spent a lot of time on these cupcakes and watched intently as the prince began to eat them. While the prince was chewing a piece, the girl turned to him and said that her older sister had already arrived at the Kai Giant sect, and the young man asked if they had already fought with her, to which the girl replied that, as the prince expected last night, her older sister arrived at the sect Kai Jian and found her little sister to test her skills. She even changed 5 different sword skills, but she smashed Miss Chu in one move called Flaming Tai Chi. The Leong sect is known for its divine flaming art, classified as the Great Dark technique in Flaming Tai Chi, the strongest defensive skill in the divine flaming art. This technique is able to channel Qi Yang energy from heaven and earth to form a protective barrier around the body. The girl stood and listened to the prince who said that Chu 11 and the younger sister were the heirs of the Shenhua sect, but in practicing the sect's martial skills, the girl greatly surpassed her younger sister. The most important thing was that Miss Chu was incompetent in her 5 sword skills. Even if Miss Chu found her older sister's weak point, she would definitely not be able to win, because the girl still lacked practice. As the prince said all these words hurt the girl very much. She was ashamed that it was the prince who was telling her this, and therefore she asked with tears in her eyes if the prince could teach her a couple of moves to confront her sister, and begged the guy, very tearfully. The prince said that despite the fact that Miss Chu's martial arts had not advanced much in these 3 months, the girl began to cook better. In fact, if a girl puts her whole soul into learning the techniques, she will advance faster. Why did she have to care about something else? Her prince asked, chewing on the cookies that Miss Chu gave him. At that time, Miss Chu did not understand the connection between cooking and martial arts. The prince said that he could no longer teach Miss Chu. If the girl could not master the skills, then her movements would not be so smooth compared to Chu Zai, Miss Chu's older sister, who focuses on practicing one technique. Miss Chu would be defeated faster. The girl standing and listening to the prince did not understand how this was possible. Then the girl said that, how about the fact that the prince will teach her 10,000 Tibetan swords if she learns this technique? Then she will not lose to her elder sister. The girl also said that she would not fight for the hereditary seat of the Shenhua sect, as long as she could protect her life, and told the third prince that he clearly had to understand the rules of the Shenhua sect. Was that so? Then the young man, I thought to myself about this sect. The heirs of the Shenhua sect are 2 sisters. When they both reach the age of 16, they will have to fight for the place of the head to the death, and the winner will be appointed heiress, and the loser will be an outcast. Such rules were in this sect where both sisters consisted, one of which stood right in front of the third prince. Miss Chu did not understand at all why the sect had such rules. Her martial development is too slow, and if she stays in the sect, then the elder sister will definitely harm Miss Chu. So girl used the token in the Chi Jin sect to train here. It cannot be that she loses. The prince, listening to the girl and eating her cookies, said that 10,000 Tibetan balls were not a problem. It is not impossible to teach a girl this technique. When Miss Chu heard this, her joy knew no bounds, but the prince continued his speech. However, the prince continued, this is the heritage of the sect. In order to learn this technique, a girl must join the Kai Jian sect. But the prince did not take students. Also, 10,000 Tibetan swords, a soul-exhausting technique. There will come a time when a person will simply go crazy if he overdoses. The girl listened to this and thought that it really is. Zhang Yufi's sword skill, Miss Chu said, already without enthusiasm. The prince said that, quoting Zhang Yu, "It Fei, in this world where, if you practice martial arts to the limit, you won't be able to break through to the immortal realm." Hearing this, the girl was surprised. Then the prince continued that her sect mastered the divine flaming art, demonic sect, spirit teaching, teacher, Luru Zen, bodhicitta, mad celestials, dream transformation technique. The prince could easily mention 7 to 8 techniques. Listening to him, Miss Chu thought that the divine flaming art could be practiced at a level beyond people's comprehension. If memory serves, then in their Shenhua section, there are not many ancestors who could reach the 9th level of divine practicing art. But what the prince said, did he really think he could bring her just because she was still young? The prince thought to himself that there was no one who could reach that level in this area. The path of martial arts is a path of constant development. Without developing, how people could be better than their ancestors? The martial arts that the prince mentioned earlier are theoretically capable of reaching the immortal realm, but not in their current state. The essence of theory's hope, but someone will have to raise it, take the next step. If a person can break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, then he can see the light of day. This was a Chinese proverb that the prince used to say. Listening to him carefully, the girl said that she could not understand all this and that her head would burst now. Then the prince decided to explain to her briefly. To reach the realm of immortals, one must break through the abyss of martial arts using a large amount of energy. And breaking through the moon eye, one can reach a realm that stands above it. The girl asked again, what breaking through the moon eye meant, because was it really possible? If you think like that, then the moon eye is the source of Kai, who is able to train martial arts if the moon eye is destroyed. Miss Chu asked the prince to himself. The prince thought that in ancient times, martial practitioners with higher perception and wisdom meditated under the open moon. Inhaling the air, they converted it into chi. The accumulation of chi in the body strengthens it, protecting it, rejuvenating the organs and prolonging life. In addition, the accumulation of Kai in one point of the body greatly increases the destructive power in the ancient era of martial arts. This method of strengthening Kai was fundamental with all this. The prince wanted to say that martial arts are due to the mysterious and beautiful moon eye. And this was not an exaggeration. The prince thought to himself that although this is what he wanted to say, but if he says this out loud, this girl, there will be another headache. At that moment, Miss Chu stood and tried to understand who she was and where she was. After that, the girl said that the prince should forget everything. She said she no longer wanted to think about it. He should have just taught her a couple of tricks that could save her life. The prince, looking at the girl, realized that she did not understand anything and missed all his conversations. Here, the prince said that someone had come and interrupted their conversation. The young man understood that someone had come, and Miss Chu, turning her head from side to side, tried to understand who it was and were these people from the SEC. Then the young man said that it was not quite so. This person has the same goal as the girl. So the prince thought it was Miss Chu's elder sister. Hearing about her older sister, Miss Chu was completely confused. She did not understand how the girl knew where she went. Then the prince pointed her finger to the side and asked the girl to look around. Although she did not know, but she was substituted. There was a silver rope behind the girl that followed right behind her. As the prince said earlier, the girl became better than her sister, not only in the level of development. At this moment, the sister, who was watching the prince's conversation with Miss Chu, was standing under the tree and saying that, as expected, her sister was learning ball techniques here. Then Miss Chu saw her older sister come right up to them. The girl said that she was worried over trifles, and the older sister, heading towards the younger one, began to say that using the token to the Chi Giant sect in order to diligently practice martial arts. The girl did nothing, according to her sister, except to run away and play on the Forbidden Mountain. These were actions justified on her part. The elder asked sister the younger one and told her to follow her back until it was too late. The younger sister said that she would not dare to come here just like that, and said that she came to this mountain in order to ask the third prince to teach her the skill of the sword. Hearing about the mastery of the sword, the sister asked the younger one again and said if these flimsy, useless sword movements that she showed her last night were really trained in this. Then she turned her attention to the prince, who was sitting nearby in his chair and was watching their conversation. The girl said that the prince could not personally demonstrate the techniques, but simply by looking at the movements. Like her sister, she should be able to understand the essence of the movement of energy in these movements. Just with one movement, the girl could destroy everything around. Did the youngest really not understand it? It turned out that the girl really planned to give up. Did her younger sister really not want to live so much? Watching their conversation, the prince thought that the girl was indeed the heiress of the Yang sect. From the first step, her speech had already affected the mind of her younger sister, and if Chu Huali believed the words of her older sister, then her self-esteem would drop significantly. The next time they fight, the girl will definitely lose. At that moment, the younger sister rebuffed the elder sister and said that the third prince's sword techniques were great. Once she learned those awesome sword techniques, it would be hard to tell which sister would win. Chuli told her sister, slightly embarrassed and looking away, that she could only blame herself for her incompetence if she lost. The sister told her that when the younger sister rushed to the Kaijin sect, the older sister thought it was strange. She always thought that the girl had some special way to defeat her older sister, but she only relied on this useless person. Looking, the elder sister spoke to the prince in the carriage. The prince just sat silently and listened to their conversation. Standing next to the young man, the sister said that during his heyday, the young man was the best swordsman. But now, even if he wants to get up, he can't. Is this really the trump card of the younger sister? She needed to go down to the ground, the elder thought. Saying all this and looking at the prince, looking at her sister, Chuli asked how she could be rude to the third prince. Then the sister said that, for the sake of this man, the youngest abandoned her free character. If it had been a year ago, she would not even have dared to speak to the prince. However, times are changing, and the girl asked why she couldn't be rude, she could even touch the prince. At that moment, there was a cliff in front of them, and the younger sister did not understand what the older sister was up to. The sister pushed the chair of the third prince, and the girl was terrified. Miss Chuli rushed to the third prince to be able to hold his chair, and asked her sister not to dare to approach the prince. Using her energy, she was ready to repel her sister's attacks. Seeing this, the elder sister said that last night, her sword techniques were broken by her, and now she used the techniques of their sect, but with her superficial skills. Did the younger sister dare to resist her? And then they started their fight. The girl understood that the power of this sister's palm was unimaginable, but decided that she would use her flame Tai Chi to counter her sister. Behind her was the third prince whom the girl wanted to protect, so they continued to fight. Miss Chu tried to attack her older sister, but she only deflected her techniques. The prince watching this thought that it was amazing. The essence of the fiery Tai Chi is to unite the soul and mind, forming a continuous flow. And this girl has an ability that her older sister does not have, but it remains that the girl was still too naive. Looking at her little sister, Yi the elder said that Miss Chu was quite amazing, but should not have blamed her older sister for the consequences. At that moment, she attacked her with flames, and her Tai Chi was destroyed. The sister said that the girl's skills had undoubtedly improved, but it was not enough, and therefore attacking again. She decided to say goodbye to her sister, Miss Chuli, the younger sister. Closing her eyes, she thought that she would die now, and the last thing she thought about, it was the third prince she saw in front of her, after which there was an explosion. There was an explosion, and the prince was standing in front of the older sister, and the younger one, with tears in her eyes, thought that the third prince had protected her. The young man stood right in front of her on her feet. Seeing this, the older sister stepped back, thinking to herself, why Shin could stand, could it be that did not damage his meridians? And the aura emanating from the prince was terrible. The elder sister, biting her lip and bowing to the prince, begged the third prince to accept her deepest apologies for being so rude. She just wanted to teach her stupid younger sister a lesson with this battle. The girl thought to herself if it was possible that Shinjin hadn't lost his power like everyone thought. The young man approaching her and passing by her, said that if they both wanted a fight, then of course, it was not a problem. And breaking off a branch from a tree said that, however, to come to this place and disturb him. Did the elder sister find it a little inappropriate? His words frightened the girl, because she did not understand what the prince could do next. The young man held a branch in his hands, and the girl thought that now he would attack her. So she stood still, but the prince only sighed. He thought that he still could not calm his deadly chi, and then it dawned on him. And the Chi Giant sect always has fights between his students. The young man said this to two sisters. These two sisters were from the same sect, so they should not fight everywhere. So the sect will determine which of the girls was stronger through the mystical competition founded by his sect. Both girls stood and thought, each to herself, what was waiting for them. Listening to the prince. After his statement, the prince said that now the elder sister free. The battle would take place in 3 months, showing with her hand that the girl could leave. But then again, apologizing to the prince elder sisterly, she left quickly evaporating. To which the young man thought that the girl was really strong. Then Miss Chuli rushed to the third prince, saying that the young man had recovered, but he only dodged her attack, and the girl crashed into a tree that was right in front of her. But this did not bother her at all. She thought that it was marvelous that the third prince could stand. Then the girl thought to herself that she really went crazy to protect the #1 expert, and this was very embarrassing for her. The prince could not say with complete certainty that he had recovered, because while he was realigning his meridians, he took this opportunity and kept the QI of the sword for all 8 months. Unfortunately, he could only use his killing chi here. Chuli thought that if it wasn't for that big sister might have threatened both of them. The third prince understood what was left, that he lacked practice, and decided to forget about it for now. But everything else will depend on the girl. And the prince said that right now, her older sister was surprised by what happened. Then the young man added that Miss Chuli should take his advice these 3 months. Hearing this, Miss Chu was overjoyed. She thought that the third prince would teach her how to use the chi of the sword, and thought that if she could learn it, then her older sister will prostrate herself before her. To herself, the girl imagined the scene of her standing being powerful and her sister bowing before her on her knees. The prince said that with Miss Chu's talent, if she reaches the 8th level of the flaming arts and then completely releases her chi and re-wields it, then there are 30% success in learning. Hearing this, Miss Chu Lai, of course, was amazed that she was so small prospect percentage. She thought to herself, and about the 8th level of martial arts, and she also had to remaster the initial Kai and these 30% for success. It was very little how to stand against her older sister. The girl asked these questions. Miss Chuli thought aloud why she should not just give up, because then the elder sister would not threaten her. Then the prince sat down on his chair and said that. Why was the girl so sure of this? Because based on what kind of person Chusir was, she would not leave the slightest cause for her anxiety, said the prince. Then the sister recalled the words of her older sister that she could only blame herself for such wonderful abilities. Therefore, the prince said that if a girl faced a choice between life and death, she had to defeat her with a large margin, because people will always be envious and jealous of other people's achievements and successes. But if Miss Chu Li surpasses Seer, then the only thing all that's left is to look at your little sister. The prince saying all this, and looking at Miss Chu Lai sitting in his chair, said that starting today, he would formally teach the girl martial arts, which she could not believe at all, because the prince agreed to her request, which she had previously addressed to him. The Abyss martial arts part is divided into 8 foundations. The first foundation is impregnable defense. The second foundation is cunning. The third foundation is martial power. The fourth foundation is dexterity. The fifth foundation is prowess. The sixth foundation is the path of solitude. The seventh foundation is completion, and the 8th foundation is perception. Chi Jian Sect. In this sect, ranks are divided into 3 parts: heavenly, earthly and mystical. The mystic rank is a rank reserved for new students, and includes all those who have not yet reached the 6th level. The earth rank is the main internal rank of the sect. The power of masters with this rank is more than half of the understanding of the power of the abyss. And the heavenly rank includes all the legendary masters that are in the top 10, which is the majority. All of the above implies that these 3 ranks include heroes from all over the world. Starting today, the young man will formally teach martial arts to Miss Chu, said the third prince. Hearing this, she was insanely surprised, and said that the third prince had finally accepted her as a student. Miss Chuli thought that she seemed to be sleeping. Her eyes burned, and she stood next to the prince, close to his face, and only then realized that she was very close next to him and looked at him in embarrassment. The prince also understood that the girl was too close, and said that she was too close to him. After which the girl became embarrassed and told the prince to forgive her. She was just too happy. Coughing and looking at the girl, the prince said that it was necessary to return to the main problem so that there would be no misunderstandings. Later, he takes her as his student and only teaches the practice for these 3 months. So the prince asked to provide him with all the current information about the mystical rank in the sect. Miss Chu. The girl said that Zhu Wenji is currently the first in the mystic rank. He was born from a martial arts family and is currently a student of the Shangqin Palace. He is also the heir to 2 bloodlines in martial arts. He is known as the top 4 in martial arts, the young lord practitioner, along with the senior princess. Now the young man was at the peak of the 6th level, and according to the rumors, the young man was 1 step away from the 7th. Listen to her. The prince thought it was no wonder. He had heard that in a year, the young man would be qualifying for earth rank. Then someone would take his first rank, which should hurt a person like him a lot. Listen to this. Miss Chu Lai asked who would be taken the rank. Was there anyone as strong in his category? Then the prince said that it was Miss Chu Li herself, to which the girl was very surprised, and even hiccuped and said that she couldn't be that someone because she was only at the 5th level. Miss Chu explained that her grandmother told her that it took a girl at least 5 years to reach the 6th level. Moreover, she was only 14, and the 6th level for Miss Chu was too deep in mastering. Listening to her prince say that at her age, he was already at the 8th, but the girl asked the boss not to compare them. Back then, the prince had said that if she could reach level 7, then she should have forgotten about defeating Chu Seer by a wide margin. Listening to the prince and looking away, Miss Chu realized that he was right, but then it dawned on her, and she heard that he had just said the 7th and not the 6th, and the prince said that it was so he was talking about the 7th level, to which Miss Chu heard this, and thought that it was impossible to reach the 7th level in 3 months, but the young man said that it was only the 7th level. In order to reach the 7th level in these 3 months, if Grandma heard this, she would definitely roll her eyes, Miss Chu thought to herself. However, if these were words from the mouth of the third prince, then perhaps everything could be true. The next day, everyone was practicing at the temple, with a large number of students following the techniques to be learned. The man sitting on the chair said that he thought that this time the sect master would be reassigned. Zhu Wenji's younger brother was an excellent candidate. If you look at it, the young man should have no problem reaching the 7th level, said the young man next to the man that sat in a chair and watched the fighters. The man thought to himself that there was not a single heavenly master who could stand against his third brother. Addressing the young man nearby, the man in the chair asked that he was only a little discouraged, so he asked not to pay attention. Everyone was obliged the young man, because he brought Zhu Wenjun back to the sect. Since the Shangqing Palace and the Zhu family do not have enough power, the young man did not have the necessary resources for development. Whether Zhu was chosen to practice on the wall of 9 effulgent dragons, the man asked the young man standing nearby, to which he replied that it was so to his father. If the young man stays in the sect for the next 10 years, then he has a great opportunity to reach the 8th level. The younger brother, Zhu, will be flattered to hear these words, the son said to his father. Then he was asked if there was any news from his third brother from the backside of the mountain. Then the young man said that there was none. The man said that he would visit the third brother in 2 days and try to convince him to return. Then the man, turning to Bailey, said that he had done a good job. For a guy, the praise of his father was an honor for him. The sun was rising over the mountains, and the prince again sat on a cliff near the sword and stone, enjoying the atmosphere. At that moment, his brother broke his peace, who looked at the third prince sitting in a carriage and could not contain his emotions in any way. Approaching the prince, he said that, as expected, the young man was there addressing the third brother. The boy said that he talked with his father about the prince last night, and the father was very worried about the boy. Then the brother asked if it was time for the prince to return to the sect. The young man, looking at his brother, spoke and thanked him for his kindness, but said that he had not yet died. To which the brother did not understand why the third brother said such strange things and smiled the young man. Although his injuries were serious, but now they are not threatened the prince's life, he said. The prince only silently held onto his chair and said that Fu Jian was the favorite student of Laruzen master, and the fact that he died would eventually be known in the temple of Lanka. The older brother will need to make an effort to take care of this, the prince said, driving away from the older brother. Turning away from his brother, the prince said that, besides, if someone so longed for his death, the martial practices at the 7th level would not be suitable for this. This bloodshed was not necessary. At that moment, he met Miss Chu, who ran to the prince and turned to him. The young man walked by, completely unpaying attention to the girl and thinking to himself that he was also at the 7th level. Here Miss Chu, running up to the prince, said that she had completed her run, and the young man said that it must be tired. Then the girl said that this run really exhausted her, and she also met the elder prince on the way back, and he did not look very happy, the girl said, and that he was definitely not happy about something. It looked like the youngster was caught red-handed by his father painting over stocks for the winter, the girl said. Then the prince said that being guilty, it was certainly not easy to admit this. Miss Chu said that it was accurate and asked to be allowed to clarify how, as she had never stolen provisions for the winter, and asked the third prince why he was in such a good mood. This surprised the girl very much. The back of the mountain, the White Tower. At that moment, Miss Chuli was in complete agony, and then she realized that there was something wrong with this bath in which she was sitting. It was healing, but it was completely unbearable. The girl could not to sit in it, and therefore splashing water everywhere. She was going to get out of this bath. The prince, who was sitting behind the screen and sipping his drink, heard only the cries of the girl, who said that she could not stand it anymore, and it was painful. Then the young man said that most of the organs in the bodies of people are fragile, since they are the least burden. The purpose of this healing bath is to strengthen the internal organs of the girl so that they can withstand the exhaustion of the whole body, said Prince Chu Lai. The girl, peeking out from behind the screen, said that it was very painful for a thorough restructuring of the whole body. The young man used the most effective herbs for greater effect, and told the girl to return back to the bath, to which she absolutely did not want this, and cried to the prince. The young man said that now, every 3 days, she would have to take this medicinal bath. This completely killed the girl. She did not expect such a turn of events. After a while leaving the bath, the girl told the third prince that she was done with taking a bath, and she asked the third prince to reduce the dosage of herbs. It was really very painful. There was northwest living place on the girl, to which the prince reluctantly agreed with this. Having heard that it was a young man, said that instead, she would have to collect firewood on her morning run, to which the girl, bowing to the prince, said that it was the best and there were no problems with it. She was ready to collect firewood, but just not bathe in this bath. The next day, while taking a bath, the girl again shouted to the prince why she became even more sick than before. She could no longer, it really hurt. The young man said that the first healing bath was relatively gentler, since it replenished the girl's organs, the necessary energy. The second and all subsequent ones would be aimed at her bones and muscles and tendons. The young man was afraid that the girl would not be able to withstand what was, so that he reduced the concentration of herbs in advance. Said the prince sitting in the bathroom behind the screen. Miss Chuli said with tears in her eyes that this bath was really very painful, and said that she would rather let her older sister kill her. Then when he heard this, the prince asked if it was true. Did the girl think that it would be better for her if that was really what she wanted? Then what the girl was thinking about as she gathered her joy to fight Chuzare. But after hearing this, Miss Chu thought that at that time she wanted to stop her sister who tried to harm the prince. But the third prince was amazing. Chuli thought to herself, because when everyone thought that the prince had lost his ability, he actually stayed ahead. The rest. In fact, this is the feeling when you feel that the prince is in a completely different sphere. The girl fought too much of herself when I tried to protect the prince with my mediocre skills. She had to change and become stronger in order to be able to defeat her older sister. But more importantly, the girl wanted to be the sword of the prince. Thinking about all this, Miss Chuli opened her eyes, and at that moment, she realized that she was lying on the bed. She had clothes on, and she was no longer in the bathroom, but in the room. At that moment, she thought about whether this room was the third prince, where she was, and looking under the clothes that she was wearing. The girl realized that she had lost consciousness. Picking up the robe that was on her, Miss Chuli noticed that she had nothing under it. She was wearing the clothes of the third prince. The girl realized that the third prince had dressed her, and then she looked at the young man right in front of her while she sniffed the robe because he smelled of the prince. Realizing that she was sniffing clothes right in front of the prince, the girl was completely surprised and embarrassed. And the prince sitting not far from her just wanted to make sure if the girl woke up. If so, then she had to change clothes in the next room and get ready for practice, because from today, the girl was allowed to have only one snack after training. At that moment, he brought her a bowl of rice, placing it on the table. The girl, blushing, thought that she would go and get ready, because now she would definitely not be able to get married after the prince saw her naked. And looking at Miss Chuli, who was passing by the young man thought that the girl was very noble and pure. He liked it. After her words, he silently watched her leave the room. Dawn was rising over the mountains, and our heroine was already running with a log behind her on her morning walk, then making her evening run. The sun was setting and night was already falling. At that moment, the heroine was taking a bath, which caused her a lot of pain, but the girl no longer sobbed, and the prince watched closely her powers. This went on every day for 3 months. 3 months later, the prince watched the girl who wielded the sword and showed what she had learned. Then the young man thought that it was pretty tolerable what the girl had learned after these 3 months. Coming to the large gate that stood in the middle, the young man received a challenge to a duel. In reading it, the guy thought that it was a challenge to him from Miss Lai, but not from her older sister, but from her younger sister. At that moment, Chuzare approached young man and stood behind along with his partner. The young man read in front of her a note that was addressed from a younger sister. The guy said that some small girl simply did not know her limits. Then the young man standing next to his sister said that Brother Zhu could fulfill the request of grandmother Li Hua and be merciful to the girl in battle. Looking at the older brother, Zhu pretended to know that the young man was now at the point where he could make a breakthrough practicing on the wall of the 9th effulgent dragons. All these challenges were useless. Then the sister turned to the older brother. Zhu said that her younger sister is young and reckless, so she asked to forgive the girl for such rudeness on her behalf. But the young man asked them to stop playing such caring people. Zhu, looking at Sister Seer, said that she didn't want the young man to kill her sister, because everyone around had long been aware of the conditions of inheritance in their sect, and he asked the girl not to worry, because her younger sister dared to violate his practice, and therefore he will not hold back. Others may be afraid of the Liang sect, but not you, the guy said. So, throwing the rice that was in his hands, he sat down and decided that there would be a fight between them, and he accepted the challenge. Then sitting down, the young man asked why his sister and older brother had not come back. Chu said that the girl would suffer greatly after this battle. Perhaps she would even become a cripple, as if warning everyone about the battle. Then, after listening to the young man, they left the wall and left Zhu alone. Dawn was rising over the mountains, and at that moment, in the prince's house, Miss Chuli, holding a comb, was combing the prince's hair, combing his long hair. The sun illuminated them both, and the girl was very glad, because she had finished combing the prince. The preparations were completed, and sitting down in a chair, she drove him to the battlefield, happily talking about how they would rather move towards her future. The gates opened in front of them, and the prince, meeting his brother, saw how he smiled and told the third brother if they had gone for a walk. Then the girl, seeing the elder prince, said that they had almost gone for a walk. They were leaving the mountains. The prince said to his elder brother. Hearing this, the elder brother asked if the prince had really left the mountains. Had he already recovered? Why did he leave this place so suddenly? Then turning to the third brother, he said that it was the young man who instructed the younger Chuli to fight with. Chu Wenjie had already managed to make a name for himself in the world of martial arts, but now the young man is one step away from the 7th level as it was. It is possible that the younger Chuli fought against him. Was the prince in his right mind? When he taught the girl, the older brother asked whether he was sane or not. The prince told his brother it would soon become clear to everyone that there was no need to worry. The prince thought to himself and looked into the eyes of his elder brother. At that moment, then passed by the older brother, the prince decided to clarify one point. In addition to the fact that he was free to step wherever he wanted, if the brother was sure that he could stop him, then the young man asked to do it. At that moment, the older brother understood that he had no strength to resist his brother, who was in a wheelchair. When our heroes passed the gate and left their older brother behind, the prince said that they needed to move forward. The girl understood, but looking at her brother, who was standing near the gate, she saw that he had no face at all. In turning away, she said to the prince that she had already noticed for a long time that they did not have a very good relationship with the elder prince. Was he really afraid that he could outshine him in the outside world? Then the prince said that there are disagreements in every family, and the girl should not get hung up on this. First of all, it was necessary to think about the duel, because Ju was too experienced, but the girl was soft-hearted. She might even lose this battle. The prince said the girl thought that the prince did not believe in her at all, and had already come to terms with it. Then the young man said that if she lost her older sister, would not let her leave. The girl said that she could not lose because the third prince personally taught her. And then she decided to ask why the third prince did not carry his sword with him. Then the young man said that he no longer needed him. All these elements of heaven and earth were sealed in his intention of the sword. The young man said that the peaks of the mountains are his sword, the wind and snow are his sword, all the plants are his sword. Also she missed Chu was his sword, so the prince no longer needed his sword. The same place on the mountain where the prince came every day, where the sword was stuck in a stone, and there was a grave burial of his sword. The battle arena where all the people who served in the temple and studied in this sect came. It was a large building that accommodated many people. Everyone sat in the stands and discussed the battle that was about to happen. Elder brother Zhu researched 11 secret destructive techniques from the Shanking Palace, and the girl was a little sorry who wanted to fight him, who even gave her the right to challenge him to a duel so easily. Elder brother Zhu what kind of small girl was all the spectators discussed who wondered what would happen next. The audience hoped that the girl would hold out at least a few moves, because they wanted to see what she cooked. Someone was ready to swallow a stone if this girl won the duel, but others said not to make them laugh. How could Mr. Zhu lose to such a girl? But then it was time for the battle. Why the girl still wasn't there? All the spectators discussed. At that moment, Chiol mentally gathered his strength and just stood in the arena waiting for the enemy silently. The young man thought that the girl was late, and someone thought that maybe she was just scared and did not want to come. Ju, on the other hand, thought that it would be better if the girl served some lord and did not expose herself to ridicule. Everyone giggled and thought that the girl was really scared. But at that moment, Miss Chuli exploded and asked everyone opening the doors with a swing, "Who is scared here?" Seeing the girl, Ju thought that he finally no longer hoped that she would appear. The young man was very happy, but behind her, suddenly, everyone was stunned and saw the third Prince Shen, who came with the girl, or rather, arrived in his carriage. The prince smiled and was encouraged by the fact that he was about to see the battle between his disciple and Ju. All the spectators rejoiced, saying that it was the same third Prince Shen, and wanted to quickly look at the young man. Why the third Prince Shen left the mountains? Everyone thought and wondered what this young man had forgotten here. The older sister watching from the stands could not believe her eyes that she saw Prince Shen right in front of her, who came with her younger sister to watch the battle and support the girl in her battle with Ju. Ju was also shocked by what he saw. Was it really not a dream? The guy thought. Could he really see Prince Shen in real life? Then a man touched his shoulder, telling Ju's brother that his brother was still a cripple, and that should have reacted to him this way. Because, despite the fact that in the past, the third brother was the #1 expert in the world, now his meridians were destroyed. The young man was chained to his wheelchair. Although the crowd was delighted with his appearance, it remains that he will not be able to influence this duel, even with his imaginary strength. Zhou's opponent was a little girl. Maybe she had the support of the #1 expert in the world, yet her level of development remained insignificant. The girl was nothing for Zhou, and this was his opportunity. The prince's brother said, and the opportunity to defeat the student of Shen himself, because these were good prospects, isn't it? He asked him. Zhou, after listening to all this, drooped. And even though Chu Li's younger sister was right in front of him all this time, he wondered who supported the girl. But it turned out that this was the former #1 in the world, and it was completely unusual. Hearing this, Miss Chu Li told Ju that she would personally make the young man pay for these words, because the third prince could even defeat him with one finger. The girl said, and how dare he speak badly towards the prince? The girl was indignant. The young man, turning to Chuli, said that if he could not defeat the girl in these 3 moves that he was going to use, then he would admit defeat. Miss Chuli said that the young man was too arrogant. She could easily withstand his 3 movements. The men watching this said that what a cunning guy was. Since his opponent is a man of the 3rd brother, the young man boldly assumed such unequal conditions for him. But no matter what, Chu will not be able to lose when there is such an opportunity. He watched the guy who stood and was ready for battle. But everyone said that Shen was too proud, and he most likely would not accept such conditions. Even if he did, nothing would change. At that moment, the prince said that it was a great idea. He agreed, which shocked the men very much. The prince said that if the girl could not force Ju to admit defeat for these 3 movements, then victory was his. Everyone, having heard that the girl was going to win with 3 movements, was very surprised, because even if the girl was trained by the 3rd prince himself, this could not just happen, because Ju's elder brother was quite strong, and he could not be defeated just like that. Ju said that his teacher must have been quite dumb if he thought that a girl would defeat him in 3 movements. Ju said, "Miss Chuli." Then the girl said that she was a student of the 3rd prince, and she would defeat Ju in 3 movements. Saying this phrase, she stammered a little and was no longer quite sure of her words. Turning to the 3rd prince, asked if he was really sure about the 3 movements. The prince, looking at her, asked if the girl thought that 3 movements were too many, so he asked her to stop talking nonsense and get ready for battle. Miss Chuli had no choice but to be ready for the battle that lay ahead of her going out to fight Zhou. He pulled out a sword and said that he saw that the 3rd prince had really gone out of his mind to defeat Ju in 3 movements after teaching this girl for only 3 months. It was truly ridiculous. Then Miss Chuli, looking at the narcissistic young man, said that he was the only one here who was truly stupid. The young man could despise her, but even think and could not speak badly about the 3rd prince. Miss Chuli told him. Ju, looking at her, said that the winner is the king and the loser is a thief. So it was necessary to check the girl's skill. At that moment, Miss Chuli grabbed the handle of her ball and pulled it out of the scabbard. Then Gio felt this destructive power that fell right on him, and Miss Chuli attacked the guy. Realizing the Jew did not follow her attack at all, Miss Chu turned around and looked at him, and the young man thought that the girl was very fast, and where she had such speed, these movements in this sword style. It was really that 15-year-old girl on the 5th level of cultivation that he thought about before. No, it was a completely different power that the guy felt. The young man realized that it would not be so easy to defeat the girl, but she had just attacked him and injured him. So leaning on the floor, he thought that he was no longer so sure of this, but decided that Ju could not play this small girl, and therefore rushed to the attack. The elder brother of the prince, watching this, could not believe what he saw. The prince was calm and simply watched the fight while sitting in his chair and looking at Miss Chuli, who attacked Chu. A fire burned in her eyes, and the young man could not help but notice this. So he was afraid of her strength, but still repelled the girl's attacks, which were quite strong. Trying to repel her blow, the young man came face to face with Miss Chu, and then she was able to attack the guy, injuring him, which shocked everyone in the area and Ju himself, who looked at the girl in complete horror. Falling on their knees in front of the girl, everyone looked at Ju, thinking that really the elder brother lost to Miss Chuli. And what kind of sword technique was this earlier with the girl? Where did Chu have such strength? Where were all these powers before? Really it was the 3rd prince who taught the girl this technique. The conversations did not stop, and Zhou was completely dumbfounded by what happened. Like the elder sister of our heroine and the elder brother of the prince, Zhou shouted that it was impossible, turning around and looking at him. Miss Chuli, listening to what the guy Zhou was talking about, said that this could not happen. He could not lose, and could not lose in any way to this girl. So the young man asked not to make him laugh. After all, the young man was simply careless, and her new technique is not equal to his sword techniques. Even if this student was Shem, the young man was at the peak of the 6th martial level. He absolutely could not lose, because the girl was only at the 5th, and the young man shuddered in horror, screaming throughout the arena. The guy couldn't believe his defeat. Then the prince said that it was already disgusting to look at and asked the girl to finish the battle, to which the older brother did not expect this at all. Miss Chu obeyed the prince's order and was happy and said that she would finish it. But at that moment, the boy said that he would finish it faster. This could not happen. The young man was insanely angry, and asked the girl to die while trying to attack her. Everyone stood on their ears and watched this fight because it was a self-sacrifice technique of the Shanky Palace. The audience said, completely denying protection and concentrating all the Kai in the body to deliver the most powerful blow. Did the older brother Zhu want to die along with the younger sister Chu? A level 6 focus strike. How would little sister Chu be able to put up against something like that? Everyone was saying as they watched the boy attack. The girl did not understand why the older brother decided on such a technique. The young man repeated to himself that, how could Chu Li be so strong and defeat him? Because she was only at the 5th martial level. A small fish like her could only admit defeat and walk away in disgrace. but the girl simply looked at the young man, and he was afraid of this look. He asked her not to look at him like that. At that moment, the guy applied the technique of self-sacrifice by bringing his ball directly to Chuli. There was an explosion in the arena, and the elder sister was smiling while watching the fight. All the spectators were looking at Ju. All the spectators carefully tried to see what was happening on the battlefield. At that moment, they saw Ju, who stood motionless. At that moment, the blood spurted from the guy's mouth and his sword was broken. He could not believe that he had lost to the girl who was standing without shying away and holding her sword in her hand. After which the young man fell into the arena. Seeing the older brothers fall, all the spectators shouted, "Did you lose? It was impossible." No one could believe what he saw. At this moment, the boy lay still and Miss Chuli thanked the boy for using only brute strength. Otherwise she might not have defeated him in battle. Turning and looking at the guy, the girl fought. Did she overdo it a little, because the young man lay without breathing? And looking at this, the elder brother thought that it was only possible that Chuli had reached the 7th martial level. But how was it possible? Not so long ago, the girl was at the 5th, and Chuli was completely proud of herself because the elder brother realized what had happened, and she proud that she was able to defeat Chu. The elder prince was thinking that Miss Chuli couldn't use any tricks because brute force was against brute force. That's all that happened, from which it followed that the level of martial cultivation should have been higher than Ju's, because the guy's sword broke against her attack, and the young man held the sword lying on the arena with bloodied hands. The 7th level of development. While the young man was talking about this, everyone surrounded Miss Chuli and all the onlookers were trying to find out how the younger sister managed to do it in order to overcome 2 levels in 3 months. Was it really the 3rd prince who taught her? The older brother was still thinking about what had happened, and did the prince really want to tell him that, even if he was still a cripple, he could teach such a stupid, mediocre girl and help her reach the 7th level? That's so easy. Senior, his brother couldn't believe it. As the prince calmly watched his student's victory, the elder sister, standing behind all the spectators, also watched what happened. At that moment, Miss Chuli turned around and, delighted with the elder sister, asked if she was also here. The girl was silent, but then with a bitter mind on her face asked, "Did this one really achieve the 7th martial level?" To which Miss Chu replied that it was indeed so, and everything was thanks to the 3rd prince. The girl was insanely happy, but at the same time a little embarrassed that such attention fell on her. Then she said that, to be honest, the young man was not satisfied with the work she had done, to which all the spectators did not understand at all how the 3rd prince could be dissatisfied with such a result that everyone had just seen. The elder sister was simply silent and looked at the younger, to which the prince said, "That was it not so, because the girl so often slipped into practice. The intention of the sword that she showed today was not pure enough." When they returned with the prince to the sect, they had to repeat the training 1,000 more times, said the guy looking at his student. Hearing this, Miss Chu was frightened and thought that repeating these trainings 1,000 times was a terrible torture, but she had no choice but to agree, and with tears in her eyes, the girl agreed what the prince said to her. The older brother of the prince watched all this from the side and asked the 3rd if his wounds were all healed, and the young man recovered. Turning to the prince, he asked, to which the young man, looking at his brother, said that this was not entirely true, but asked he didn't worry, he wasn't interested in the things that big brother wanted. Hearing this, the older brother only remained silent and then asked what the 3rd brother was talking about, because it was simply difficult for him to believe that the young man could train someone so well in just 3 months, by which he meant, of course, Miss Chuli. The older brother said that the younger sister, Chu, already inherited about 10 minutes, 20% of the style of the prince. Today, they were very lucky to see such a wonderful duel. He said, no doubt she was trained by the 3rd prince. She cannot be compared with others. The duel was over, and the young man said that after hearing all this, he would come back and call Chuli. Then the girl would run after him. All the spectators were excited. Would the 3rd prince leave the mountain, they thought, and would they ever see him again? The elder brother remained behind and watched again as the prince left with his disciple. Then stopping, the prince asked if the hall of his sword had been cleaned, to which the older brother said that the father appointed servants who constantly kept the hall clean since they did not know when the young man would return there, to which he replied that it was good. The audience looked after the departing prince and thought, is he really leaving? Because they still could not believe that they met him today. It was a long-awaited meeting that no one could imagine, and the younger sister was lucky to learn from him. Everyone thought about how that they should have gone through the same internship as the girl. On the same day, walking around the hall, the father could not understand in any way if the 3rd prince had appeared in public. It was necessary to visit him. Then the elder brother said that the father also knew that the 3rd brother was too cold in the city. It is unlikely that the young man would want to show himself to his father. He said that today he appeared to such a large number of students in the hall for fights. The father said that he had the right to visit him because he was still his father, turning to his brother and telling him that the father was looking at his son. After all, today, the girl was able to defeat Ju in 3 movements. Most likely the prince did a favor because of his student, the older brother said. Remembering Chu, the father was silent and said that it was annoying that his third son had not yet recovered. This the moment the man sat down in a chair and covered his face with his hands. Completely annoyed by this. Was there really no way to restore the meridians of the prince? The father was completely upset by this. The older brother, looking at the disappointed father, said that the third brother was still in a wheelchair, and even the divine healer Wu Zedong was not able to restore the young man. So the older brother was afraid that they were powerless. Listening to his father, he recalled last year, when everyone in the palace was excited and asked to bring faster water, because the third prince, at that moment, was lying on the bed and was completely cold. Then everyone asked how he felt, and his father and older brother stood next to the prince. Alas, several dozen meridians were damaged in the young man. When he heard this, the father was annoyed and angry, asking what the doctor had just said, grabbing him by the collar for what the elder brother told the father to calm down and come to his senses, because they could ask for help from the divine healer. Looking at the poor annoyed father, the elder brother said that he knew that his father was now Har, but he needed to calm down and rest a bit so that everyone could provide the third prince with the necessary help. Since the young man was completely helpless, night was falling and the doctor was sitting near the bed of the prince. The older brother coming up to he said to the doctor that he asked to forgive the behavior of his father because he was now very excited and very worried about his third brother. The prince continued to speak, but the doctor interrupted him, saying that everything was in order. He had already been aware of the character of their father for a long time, and this didn't bother the doctor at that moment. The father stood on the street, covering his face with his hands, completely devastated from the situation that had happened. The doctor said that, moreover, it was his job as a doctor, so everything was fine, and he did not blame the prince's father at all for behaving like that. The doctor also said that the wounds of the third prince were too serious, but he would do everything that depended on him, and the elder prince thanked him. At that moment, there was a smile on the guy's face. He rejoiced and rejoiced in his soul for the state of his brother. But morning came. It was dawn over the mountains, and the doctor came out of the room, opening the door, and everyone carefully watched what he would say, because the divine doctor came out, and everyone asked him how the third prince was, what happened to him. Then the doctor cleared his throat, said that the life of the third prince was no longer in danger. Hearing this, the father thought that perhaps the young man was in order. However, looking at everyone, the doctor said that after the young man regained consciousness, the doctor thought that the young man would no longer be able to practice martial arts. In other words, the prince became a cripple. Hearing this, the father was so amazed that he could not stand. All the others carefully watched the doctor and what he would say next. The father was so weakened, and from the news he heard that he fainted. The next moment, opening his eyes, he saw an older brother in front of him who told his father that he had woken up. Waking up, the father asked about his third son if it was true, to which the older brother replied that the condition of the third brother had stabilized, and the young man sent servants to take the guy to the back of the mountain for recovery. So the older brother said that the father should not have worried. The father silently sat on the bed and covered his face with his hands. Hearing what his older brother told him, he asked him to leave, saying that the young man was free. Looking at his father, the older brother understood that he could do nothing more in saying that then he would leave his father to have a good rest and leave his chambers. Sitting on the street and drinking a drink from a pot, the older brother did not understand why everyone was talking only about the third son. Everyone was always talking only about him, and this made the young man very angry, because his father also had an older son. He said, throwing his pot with the contents that was inside. The prince was completely angry because his father did not think about him at all, but only thought about the third prince. The young man was so angry that he could not control his anger. He thought that it was obvious that, since he was the eldest son, he was the first heir. The young man always practiced diligently and gradually became the head of the 4 martial lords, or that was all he had left. After all, he was Shinbaili, but he was more like some kind of domestic errand dog. The prince thought to himself. At that moment, while the young man was sitting alone in the forest and thinking about how unhappy he was, he heard a terrible laugh that resounded throughout the forest. It greatly shocked the guy, and then, turning around, he asked who was here, because they only flew around him. Crows and the moon shone. Then a voice unfamiliar to him said that the young man really lived in the shadow of his brother all his life. Was it so? Because the voice could not be mistaken. Then, having heard this, the young man asked who was here, and asked to appear because the city's voice was heard from everywhere, and the guy did not understand at all who it was, but there was silence everywhere. And then the voice again said that some problem pierced the young man, but it was more correct to say that the young man had several problems. For starters, his father. He constantly spoke only about the third son, whether it was strength or talent, but it remains that the young man is just a shadow of his younger brother. The voice continued to speak. The voice said that the gap between the brothers was so great that his father would rather transfer the inheritance to his younger brother than the elder. But the voice said, and all this time, the young man worked tirelessly. From a beginner to a 7th level martial practitioner, from unknown to chapter 4 martial lords, the youngster was also aiming to become a top 10 master in terms of strength. Saying this, the voice approached the older brother, and then he saw something in front of him, something that looked like the silhouette of a person burning in fire or a demon. He heading towards him and asking why the eyes of those around him were fixed only on his third brother. It seemed that the young man would never be able to catch up with him. But the young man could become his servant. How could he? The stranger asked. Hearing this, the elder prince was completely angry at something that was in front of him, and asked him to close his mouth, drawing his sword and trying to attack what was in front of him. The elder prince, again, listened to the voice coming from this creature, which said whether the young man was really happy with such a life. Hearing this, the guy was beside himself with anger. Did the voice really think that he was really happy about such a life, because he worked all day long? The elder brother said to the voice. Then something standing in front of him, smiling at our elder prince, said that it was really so. Did the young man not put his whole soul into it? Hearing this, the elder prince was shocked, but simply continued to look at something that stood in front of him. This, something said that the young man had to go and get even with the third prince. It was necessary to kill him. And then after that, this, something asked what the decision of the prince was. The voice whispered to the young man to kill his brother. The voice that came from a strange, fiery creature, and the brother, remembering this, was silent at the moment when his father tried to call Bailey and could not call him. And at some point, the young man woke up, and his father told Bailey that he was somehow absent-minded today. And then he asked for forgiveness, and continued to look at his father. And the father told his son that old Sankin had come down from the mountain. If the young man was free, then it was if the young man had a good time with him. The father said to his eldest son. Bailey said that he, of course, would talk to Sankin and ask to take care of the third brother. Now, the young man needed his father most of all. The prince said, but his father, looking at the moon that was in front of him, said that he was already too old. Continuing to look somewhere through the wall, father said that the annual meeting of the Wulin martial masters would be held soon. Mojian will bring many talented practitioners with him and say that the older brother had to show himself well. The brother, of course, obeyed the words of his father and just silently stood and looked at him. Then suddenly the father remembered what he wanted to say. Then the young man said that this meeting would fall just on his 16th birthday, and they should have done a good job for the sake of their guests. When he heard this, then, hearing this, Bailey said that he would leave him first, and decided to leave his father's house. Stepping on the square near the house, the moon was already shining in full, illuminating the path of the elder brother, who was leaving the house. At that moment, he saw in the shadows a figure unfamiliar to everyone, but familiar only to him, which appeared very unexpectedly. Throwing something from his hands to the figure, the older brother said that she should convey this message, and grabbing into his fist what the prince threw to him, someone in a cloak had to convey it without further ado. So the figure immediately dissolved into the night and left the older prince, who was heading his own way. Then suddenly a red light illuminated him again, and something appeared in front of him again. The young man again heard this voice, which asked if it was a meeting of the Woolen Masters and whether the young man was ready for this, to which he completely ignored the voice and did not even turn around. He thought that it was not particularly important. More importantly, that now they had to get rid of the third prince. At this moment, the third prince was practicing on the mountain, standing under the light of the moon, completely unaware of the plans of his treacherous brother. Medicine practitioner Fu Zong has arrived. Zhu Yan from Zhugong Mountain has arrived. Rampaging swordsman Su Tianxing has arrived. Grand Makihuo of Shenhua Sect has arrived. All these great people have arrived, and it was not worth waiting. Everyone else said it was necessary to go quickly to the sect. Meeting them, the elder said that there were so many powerful and talented individuals in one place because the CAI giant sect stood at the top of all martial arts. Then the guests said that it was true. The oldest section of Qi Jian was the #1 sect before the appearance of the third prince. Even if he is no longer able to master the martial arts in this sect, there are still many other experts. The first prince, Shen, is very talented, and one should not forget about his father, the leader of the Qi Jian sect. But despite Shen's condition, his merits and fame are not something that anyone can compare with, the visitors said. However, many thought that it was only for the benefit of the Kai Jian section that the third prince had lost his power, but there would not be any struggle between the brothers for the right of inheritance. Fortunately, the third prince had a kind and gentle character. Everyone bet that the first prince felt relieved when he found out what happened to his brother. Then someone asked the guys whispering among themselves to be quieter because they had forgotten where they were. When entering the building, everyone turned to the first prince saying that today was such a wonderful day. 7 of the 10 heavenly rank masters gathered in one place. They have sect leader Shinshu as well as chief elder Lu Dingfu, who almost forgot the hall leader Dai Ken Gong, who swore allegiance to the Qi Jian section 3 years ago today. His meeting of martial masters should have been entertaining. The prince thanked everyone for such flattering words. Then they suddenly approached him and whispered something in his ear. Then the young man said that he was in the know and leaving. Everyone asked to forgive him. Master LaRue and the righteous monk arrived. He was supposed to greet them, to which the guests asked the young man not to overwork himself. The sect leader was already old, and their third brother was in such a state. The young man did not have to apologize, because all the burden and responsibility now lay with the first prince. So everyone expressed their respect to him. The young man said that he was flattered, but he only did everything that was in his power. At this moment, someone was shouting and calling for the teacher, because today was such an incredible event. The Dr. Fuzong, the furious swordsman Su Tianqing, and also her grandmother were here, said Miss Chu Lai. She also heard that Master La Ru and the righteous monk were on their way here. Perhaps all the top masters from all over the world would gather here. While the girl was saying this, the prince asked if he had not told her not to call him a teacher, because he had only taught her for 3 months. To which the girl said that it did not matter. Once a teacher is forever a teacher, she said. After all, the young man, first of all, conveyed to her his sword style. Hearing this and sipping his drink, the prince said that he could not convey his sword style to her. The girl before him was like stars. Hearing this, the girl was annoyed, but she continued to say that the appearance of these masters was in her expectations, and it was true, because today is also the birthday of the prince's father, the leader of the Qi Jian sect, to which the prince said that this was only one of the reasons. Then the girl decided to ask if there were some reasons. The prince thought that everything should have already begun. Then someone disturbed their peace and shouted and called for Prince Shen to show himself, calling the young man a small brat. And this someone asked how the young man dared to kill his disciple. That someone called Shen Zhen and asked, how dare he kill his disciple? At that moment, the elder brother and father looked back, and saw the leader of the demonic sect, Su Billy, who was right on the sword statue near the sect. No one could believe it. He came uninvited. All the invited guests, along with Master, Monk, Laruan, Mad Scientist Kai Jian Shu, Sect Leader, Supreme Elder, Lu Dingfu, Hall Dai Qigong, Bang and the rest of the guests, looked at the men who towered upright, standing on the statue. Then he said that I saw in front of me the top 10 of the heavenly rank, which gathered all in one place and looked at the top 10 from top to bottom. Su Billy said that it was a very grand meeting. But where was Shinren? Because he was the only one he needed. The older brother said that he was paying his respects to the leader of the XU demon sect. If it was him, then the young man would not consider intruding into their eating. But trying to kill his brother was already too much. He said his third brother, after being injured in a battle with Mino from the demon sect, never left the giant sect again. So how was it possible that the youth could kill someone? To which Su replied that he was already aware of what had happened and despicable. Looked at everyone in the audience. The men said that his disciple was hired to kill Shenzhen. His last traces pointed exactly to this place in the giant sect. If it was not Shenzhen, then someone else from the sect tried here. He said Shin's father looked at the men with mistrust. No one could believe that Su Billy was making all of them guilty when he wanted to kill the third prince himself. It was terrible. Then the men said that the one who said this should show himself and already began to activate his power in his hand to strike. Then the older brother said that he knew Prince Duan, and he had never come to this place before, and it must have been a mistake. Then Shio shouted, how could this be a mistake? Did he really want to say that? Shio Billy accused them just like that, and asked, bring the third prince here, and then they'll sort it out. Looking at their skirmish, the father also intervened and said that it was all nonsense to send someone to kill his son and then blame that the murder failed. What kind of nonsense, he said. To which the leader of the mnemonic sect said that he just wanted justice for his disciple because the tooth was for the tooth. To which everyone else did not understand this at all because it looked like complete absurdity. Turning to Su, the older brother said that Billy was respectful towards the men because today was his father's birthday, but he could not think that he could calmly insult everyone and go unpunished. The prince said, listening to the prince, everyone understood that he had a terrifying inner strength in him. A leader was felt. Then the father, hearing this, looked at his son with pride. At that moment, the men who came to them laughed and said that in this case, did they want to arrange a bloody battle with his sect until the last person is left alive? After all, every crime has its criminal, and every debt has its debtor. He was here, and the sect has nothing to do with this case. Then, addressing Su Billy, the third prince, appeared and said that Duan had fallen at his hands. The youth was as calm as ever, and spoke with a coldness in his voice. Seeing the third prince, Su said that finally the young man deigned to go out. He looked at him, completely ignoring what the man was saying. Everyone saw the third prince, Shen, and the father seeing his son turn to the third prince, who was sitting in the carriage. The brother also saw his third brother and looked at the young man. Then the third prince said that everyone here would be witnesses that he was responsible for all the deeds that he had done in the past. And also, the young man asked everyone to stop being hypocritical, and asked if anyone else wanted to join this issue. Everyone stood around the prince, not understanding what is happening. Then Billy carefully watching what the young man would do. The prince spoke to him, referring to Billy. He thought that Su alone would not be enough to compete with the prince himself. Everyone was dumbfounded by what the young man said, because he was in a carriage and could not adequately fight with such a strong opponent. Shio then began to concentrate his strength and said that the young man had a temper and he liked it. Jumping from his seat, he used the body strengthening technique, and wanted to attack the prince with the dragon's claw. When a man attacked the third prince, the father, seeing this, extended his hand to the young man, shouting to his son and calling his name, and the elder brother, at that moment, smiled and thought about what happened in the past. Shortly before this situation, the older brother was at one with that very voice, with that very something that was in the form of fire. But it looked like a person. Something said that to pay Duan Busa to kill his brother, and then when the murder failed, to clean all traces. Nevertheless, the older brother had good inclinations. He said with a grin, letting Billy know that his disciple was last seen in the giant sect, was very clever, saying something. Then the elder prince replied that his third brother would definitely take full responsibility for what had happened. Face to face with a top 3 heavenly rank master, the youth couldn't stand at all, as the older brother thought. If the youth didn't die, they would definitely get injured. Bailey thought gloatingly to himself. The third prince, however, met with a cold look and a smirk the attack of Billy, who attacked the young man, thinking about his superiority over him, because he clearly had to defeat the guy who was sitting in the carriage. But in fact, he was completely unprepared for what will the hero do next. But everyone was dumbfounded, especially the elder prince and his father, the elders, everyone who watched this fight, who were next to the young man and cheered for him. The third prince, without getting up from his chair, defeated Billy and standing in front of the young man. He could not believe what had happened at all. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and the man was completely confused, because this child that was in front of him, how could this happen? But the third prince, on the other hand, looked smiling at Shio, who did not understand anything, and was simply silent. Then his brother, looking at the duel, was also completely shocked and did not understand what was happening, why the young man was fine, and why he still hadn't died. The older brother thought about his third brother. The young man continued to sit in his chair and just watched what would happen. Billy, whom he was able to defeat with only one blow, more and more thought to himself that Shinrin, when he attacked, simply looked at him and looked into his eyes. Shio didn't understand what was going on. The young man sitting in his chair, extended his hand to Billy, and he, feeling this pressure, understood that under this pressure, Shio was like an ant in front of the young man. The third principle was so strong that no one had the strength to resist it, while our hero did nothing special and just sat in his chair, holding out his hand to the man. Billy understood that he needed to squeeze all his will into a fist, because if he says something or moves, then most likely he will die. So moving away from the young man, he simply looked at him, at the third prince who was sitting in his carriage. Those watching this situation could not believe what was happening in front of them, because Billy actually froze and was forced to retreat just from the prince's aura alone. Then the prince, after a pause, spoke that, as he had said earlier, Su alone was still not enough to defeat him. He listened attentively to the prince and tried to catch his every word, looking at the young man who was completely uninterested in Shio and looked somewhere than the other way, smiling and talking to him. The prince continued to sit in his carriage and simply shifted his gaze to say that Billy was really not enough for him alone. But listening to this, the elder brother was at a loss. After all, Su was the top 3 heavenly rank masters. Could he really be that weak? Could it be that the strongest master, Shenren, had recovered from his injury? The youth looked stronger than before. The third prince said that one should not be so surprised by what happened in front of all of them, because a whole year had passed since that battle, and 1 year was too much opportunity for recovery. The prince looked in front of everyone and proudly said that in 1 year he really could recover, which the elder brother could not believe. Looking at the third prince, Bailey thought that the character of the young man had not changed, but even if the prince managed to recover, it would not change anything, Bailey thought to himself. And then the older brother decided that today his younger brother would definitely die, and no one would not prevent. After that, the third prince defeated Bailey and began to turn his head around, looking at those who gathered right in front of him, because it was the top 10, and sighing. The young man said that they could attack all at once. Why was this whole prelude? Everyone silently looked at the prince and stood in front of him. The monk, holding his rosary in his hand and stepping forward in front of everyone else, uttered the word Unmatched, which meant Buddha of infinite light. Bowing to the young man, the monk said that the third prince is a dragon among people. His strength makes this old man tremble, he said, but his teachings are based on the path of good. Maybe the third prince will tell you when this old man offended him. There is no evil or resentment between them. That the third prince, is it possible that the young man went too far looking at the master monk Laura? They heard that a few months ago he fought against a great evil spirit. Was he really alive and well now? But then, who something said that such a thing could not have happened and he would never oppose the third prince. The friendship between his temple and the sect has lasted for 300 years. The young man, looking at the monk in front of him, said that everything was in order. He should not have held back because the prince's hands were no longer able to hold the sword. Looking at the young man, the monk folded his hands in a stance and said that in this case, he continued to listen to the young man. Then the third prince, still in his chair, looked around and asked if anyone else wanted to speak out or attack him, and asked not to waste time. Then the father of the hero turned to the old monk, saying that it was really difficult for him to say whether the third prince is telling the truth or not. This mad scientist has no worthy student to test. Also, everyone is aware that the old monk did not have long left. The father of the third prince said today, this monk, the father of the hero, believed, said that he wanted to test the third prince. The father warned the monk, but it remained that he was too stubborn and did not want to listen to him. So he had to go with him, because how could this be missed? Then looking in front of him, the third prince said that everything was fine. There were already 3 of them. The Buddha seal technique that the master monk Larue created was admirable. The prince said he and Mr. Su would also be able to enlighten him. However, looking at everyone gathered in front of the prince, he said that it was still not enough. Then a girl came forward and said that at first she did not want to interfere in this scandal, but unexpectedly, for everyone, the young man dragged 2 more heavenly masters into it, so this should not have continued further, and the girl said that she would intervene. She asked the third prince to tell them if it was possible that her sacred mountain Jugong had also somehow hurt the prince. Then the girl said that the young man killed the rather talented Fu Jian, a student of Master Luru. But that was not all, because the prince had the blood of several dozen people on his hands. Was that so? To which the young man replied that he was not obliged to remember all the dead from his hands of the people. And the young man, answering this, looked at the girl with his piercing gaze. Then she said that since the third prince himself confessed to what he had done, he should have resolved the grievances between him and Master Su as well as Master Luru. The prince said that perhaps the girl was right, but her strength was enough for her to speak to him like that. Hearing this, she did not understand what the prince was talking about, because she meant that the young man did not comply. Standing in front of everyone, the girl told the third prince, if he was aware that his technique was unparalleled in the whole world, but for her dignity, for his sake, she had to challenge the young man to a duel. Listening carefully, the guy said that in this case, the girl would die. Ju Young, having heard from the third prince that she would die if she fought against the prince, the girl thought that the guy was too arrogant, and turned to him and looked at the young man. At that moment, looking at him, she felt what power was sealed in this young man, and this power burned in his eyes with which he looked at the girl. When she felt how strong the guy was, her body trembled. Clenching her teeth, she did not understand how it could be. Was there such a gap? Because her legs were numb, and the girl did not understand whether she was still standing or not. It was difficult for her to breathe, and it seemed to her as if she was falling into the abyss, and she realized that she was losing consciousness. Then Ju Yang heard the word Unmatched and began to gradually come to her senses. Her body was covered with sweat, and she was in a state of shock. Then he said that everything was in truth. The forces of the third prince reached the realm of the gods. This is the only way to become a witness to his spiritual blade. Master Luru said. The prince, looking at him, pondered his words when he called him a witness. Ju Yang, listening to Master Luru, did not understand how this could be, because it was absurd. Then Xiao Billy, who was standing next to them, asked again if this was really absurd, because the girl had just convinced herself that it was true. But Xiao said that the old monk gave up too soon. Then the old monk said that all this time they had only looked at the world from the well, but he spoke rather boringly to be a witness. The law of the universe is one, and everything that has a beginning has an end. Also, if the legendary heroes once come and their sunset, and the third prince was no exception, the young man said. And at that moment, the young man looked at the monk with a smile. The prince's father, turning to everyone, asked them to stop, because there was some kind of mistake. His son had long lost the ability to martial arts, but they still wanted to deal with him. It was impossible, because they all wanted to witness, and the father asked, which of them would dare us to get on a crippled child? At this moment, the father turned to the whole 10, and at some point, I turned to them. He turned to his son, asking if it was so. Bailey, looking at his father, who was horrified by what was happening, asked him not to worry, because he also thought that there was something wrong here. At this moment, Su, who was standing not far from them, asked Old Man Shen if he was blind. Could a colleague, just like that, bring the heavenly master to his knees? He said. Then Shen ordered Su to close his mouth. He clearly saw what he was trying to achieve. Then the elder tried to calm the sect master, because these were the personal problems of the third prince, and they should not interfere. Hearing what Lao Lu was saying, the father was furious. How could he stand by while his child was in danger? he said. Then Lao Lu said that this servant was also aware of his affection for his son. But this much indicated the unjustified murder of the best genius will make people go on a rampage. However, this old man should check something, he said. Lao Lu watched the growth of the third prince from the very of his birth. However, it was Lao who was responsible for clearing the giant sect of debris. The young man looking at the elder in front of him said that being honest with himself and the people was worthy of respect. Then the father, looking at his son, said that Renner provoked those who were in front of him. The father did not like this situation and wanted to save his son, thinking that he really was still a cripple, and they all advanced against the prince, telling the young man that they had kept him waiting. Then the old man, turning to everyone, said what they were up to. Didn't he really want to betray his sect? Shen shouted to everyone. Bailey tried to stop his father, saying that Elder Lao was also responsible for the moral principles of their sect. They should have listened to his words. But his brother said that he believed that the third brother was innocent, and many here should open their eyes. But at some point, the young man grinned and thought that he would not even have to take care of the young man personally. If Shenren died, then what was the point of turning a blind eye to the truth here? Looking at the opponents in front of him, the prince counted 6 and asked if anyone else wanted to join them. Everyone watching this situation did not understand what the third prince was up to. Then, Grandmother Chihuahua from the Shenhua sect addressed him, saying that Shinjin had courage that had not gone away, but whether the young man was sure of the number of opponents who gave him the right to be so arrogant, because her granddaughter only said that her grandmother spoke about the third prince, and this could no longer continue. At this moment, Chuli ran to the prince and asked if he was alright, because she had to hurry. The girl felt that something was wrong and ran as fast as she could. She tried to reach the sect gate when she had time and saw the third prince. She looked at the young man who was sitting in his carriage in front of all the 10 that stood opposite him. Grandmother said that Chuli should not have been here, but she did not understand why grandmother was so opposed to the third prince. Then her older sister appeared in front of Chuli and asked if the one wanted to know about it. Miss Chuli didn't understand if it was because the prince was teaching her why. And she asked everyone to wait because the third prince was teaching her sword techniques. Was it against the rules of their sect? The grandmother, hearing this, said that if we talk about this, then her granddaughter most likely brought the prince a lot of problems. To which he said that this was not the case, and turning to other masters, asked if they would really stand aside for you. One of them said that, alas, he did not have any resentment or hatred towards the third prince. On the day of the peak of his strength, he mastered only 3 sword techniques. On this day, he wanted to show what he had achieved in his 30 years of existence, but perhaps to catch up with the prince and life is not enough, said the frantic swordsman Su Tianxing. Everything related to the technique of the sword. In all this, the third prince was better than him, although there was no resentment between them. The guy said today he wanted to find out how wide the gap between them was. The third prince understood that one more rival has been added. The prince's father, indignant and looking at what was happening, asked everyone to stop. Only old Fu remained next to him, who stood right in front of him, and Father Shen looked at the men with a question that was spinning on his lips. The prince, sitting in front of everyone, said that everything was fine, and almost everyone was assembled and said that they could start. The prince was not opposed. The young man hoped that the opponents would not disappoint him. Then old Fu asked to wait, and seeing him, the young man did not expect that old Fu would also go against him. But our hero's father was completely crushed that even he did this. Old Fu said that every family has its own problems, to which the third prince said that he didn't start it, so it wasn't worth saying anything. It's just that Master Fu didn't need to be so sad. And the third prince said that the best heavenly masters gathered here, and he was ready to take on a challenge from all of them. The youth was serious about what he was about to do. The father, standing in horror and covering his face with his hands, did not understand how this could happen, why all the strongest masters of the world took up arms against his son, and looked at his son, Jenner, who was right in front of him. But he saw the young man only from the back here. He looked at his eldest son and saw Bailey smile, which his father did not like at all, while Bailey looked with a smirk at what would happen now and understood that his plan might succeed. All 10 masters were standing right in front of our hero, and he was against them. The battle was about to begin. Master Luru, speaking to the masters, said that today's battle is not an easy battle. Even though they were united for the first time, they should have been aware of the art of ball, because there was no need for them to cooperate with each other forcibly, because it was like that. Asked everyone else, to which Bailey said that all the rules and moral principles do not apply to the battle with the third prince. Hearing this, the father shouted to his son, but then the elder brother asked the father to stop, because they could not interfere with the giant sect. Hearing this, the father did not understand what his son was saying. Then it was already too late, because the battle began and the Master Luru was the first to start, saying that the master insisted that his son was right. At this moment, Master Luru began to attack. Our hero, Master Luru, went on the attack, and the prince calmly reacted to his attacks. Then his partner said that the old monk was unbearable, and also went on the attack with him. Using the edge of the shadows, Su's shadow technique also decided that he was no worse than them, and also decided that he would use the dragon paw technique and the body enhancement technique to attack our hero. The next one used the destructive palm, their partner's recovery technique, also used the sword Kai flow. Chihua's grandmother used the fiery Tai Chi law of fire, the elder used the boundless, cold Chi, and Qigong used the power of the bloody blade. Juyong used the divine body style, and they all attacked our hero at once with their great attacks, for which each of them became famous. The prince was sitting involuntarily in his chair and thinking that they started so quickly and did not even give him time to prepare. At that moment, there was an explosion. If they didn't think it was the end for the prince, the young man looked at the sun in front of him, which was covered by the moon. And at that moment, closing his eyes, he thought that this was enough, because he expected more. The next moment when the young man began to take the blow, and in this light, he turned his stroller in the completely opposite direction from the blow, standing with his back to him. The father shouted to Generous and tried to call him for the last time. Miss Chuli also called the third prince. With tears in her eyes, she wanted to rush into battle and help him, but it was impossible, and she knew it. He was happy with what he saw in front of him. At this moment, all 10 masters attacking our hero from the back were already seriously injured, as it turned out, and his attack, which was directed in their direction. The wounds were so serious that they all bled from their mouths, and they were amazed by the technique of our hero in a terrible state. The young man only turned around to look at the results of his work. His eyes glowed with red power. His gaze was calm, like himself. Seeing what happened, the father did not believe his eyes, surprised and looking at his son, who was alive, and all the others were injured, while the elder prince, looking at this, thought that all the same, his plan did not come true, and this very strong puzzled him. The victory was performed by the prince in one movement. All the masters were badly injured. Someone's arm was torn off and someone lay unconscious on the ground, while others simply shook from his power. His father, seeing this, did not expect at all, like the whole sect which watched the fight, could not believe how it was possible. Monkluru, sitting on his knees, said that as expected of the third prince today, they all saw with their own eyes, that the path of martial arts is a long and uncharted path, even for them. And talking about the third prince, that the old man was too rude and asked the third prince to forgive him, looking at his rosary, which was torn, and lay next to him. Everyone else said that, who could have thought that their defeat would be so pathetic? In this world, the strength of the third prince is unparalleled. Why? Then they, the heavenly martial artists, were standing. The mad scientist said. In approaching the master, Lure asked the old man to get up. Su Tianxing said that it was laughter, and just looking at how badly he was wounded, he also bled, and his sword was shattered. His hands were scratched, and he could no longer hold the sword with his hands, releasing it from his grip, hand and fist. The young man spoke about the realm of the gods. It was so annoying that looking at the prince's back, Tianxing thought that now he saw this gap that was between them and which he so wanted to see with his own eyes. The young man understood that the third prince really did not need a sword anymore. Listening to the young man who was standing not far from him, all wounded and trying to leave his place, the prince turned his back on him and was silent, thinking about his words, and then saying that earlier, the young man had mentioned the realm of the gods. Was it? So he asked, and then himself, but he answered his own question, saying that it was still far from her. This energy was just a speck of the one that all these masters had never even heard of, said the third prince, looking ahead with his menacing gaze. Looking at his opponents, the young man seemed to think that many of them received only minor injuries, but as for the rest, it was certainly very strong damage. He looked at those who were twisted beyond recognition. Looking at the head of the Hall of Dai Qigong Master Ban, who was defeated and lay on the edge of a knife, the prince said that he was a good master of the bloody blade, and it was unfortunate that he died from his attack. The prince, looking at Qigong, said that, however, what remained was that he decided to oppose him by betraying the giant sect. Now the prince was saying that they should have thought about replacing him. The father was completely shocked by this statement. Then the prince turned to the elder Lao, saying that this was the rule in their sect. Looking at Elder Lao, the prince then added that it didn't really matter now, since the elder lost his arm while fighting our hero. The prince, continuing to look at the elder, asked if he had any complaints about this, but the elder only remained silent and said that, of course, he had no complaints against the prince. The next moment, our hero turned to Master Xiao, because the fact that the scientists of the demonic sect mean both heart and blood as consumables was even better considered by the prince, and the prince asked to bury Zubali properly. In the future, the prince ordered that his students should also stop rioting. The next person our hero addressed was Master Chiyu. The young man said that she had no merit in front of their sect, but since she had previously been respectful to him and to the sect, the prince would repay the woman in the same way. She, looking at him, said that she had become very old because she did not expect that the third prince would be so powerful, and she herself was very disappointed and very angry with herself, angry for being too weak. However, if it was a prince, this invisible sword made her realize that the realm was too far away. The next one who sat next to her was the Dr. Fu, and the prince, turning to him and turning to the men, said that a year ago he helped him while losing a lot of his strength, and the young man understood that today it was not his intention, but the elder should not have forget these destructive techniques. After all, he was the only divine healer, and when he treated people, happiness and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The prince said, looking at Fu. He looked at the prince and thanked him for speaking such words about him and bowing his head before him. The last one that remained was Yang, who sat and looked at the ground in front of her. Then the prince said that it concerned her, that she had to get up, and he said that the girl challenged him, knowing that she could die. The prince was delighted. Zhen said that today was a good day, so he forgave the girl whether it suited her to Yang, said the third prince. And the last one to whom the prince wanted to turn, turning and looking over his shoulder, asked what was on account of him about his brother, Bailey. Then Bailey said that, of course he was his brother, and of course he was glad to tell him it was very difficult, because, in fact, it was not true. And inside himself, the older brother was insanely upset about what happened today, but said that the third brother showed today that he is strong enough to keep everyone in fear for a long time to come. The third prince, listening to him, asked his brother to stop playing with him, because it remained that he was his brother, and the third prince did not want to kill the young man, so he asked his older brother to do it himself. The third prince requested that elder brother do it himself. Then everyone started whispering in the sect and talking about Prince Bailey having to commit suicide. Did Prince Shen want his elder brother to do it? Did the relationship between the two brothers all this time were so terrible? No one would have thought that Prince Bailey had to do this. Everyone said that this situation would hurt the sections very much. Did the prince really want to kill his brother? Maybe the young man was joking. Then someone said that the third prince was too bloodthirsty because Prince Bailo always cared for Prince Shen, and most likely, it is because of that incident a year ago. Many said the third prince sat and just silently listened to what others were saying. Then the father turned to Bailey. He stood silently and did not utter a sound. Then the father no longer knew what to say. Grandma Chuhua then spoke out, saying that Shen was really worried, because the world did not stand still, and their relationship was at an impasse. So the woman said that they would let them figure it out. The third prince said that the world is changing. However, this is not the only thing. A person will never change. Envy and hatred, a thirst for murder, and the prince was tired of looking at all this. He had better leave the right to choose for his brother. Closing his eyes, said the young man. At that moment, silence hung, and only the wind was spoken to everyone who stood and waited for an answer from the elder brother. At that moment, the elder brother began to laugh, and very loudly, and he did not expect that most of the heavenly masters, who all opposed the prince today, would simply garbage, and said that it was wonderful. It was what he needed. Then, turning to the third prince, the brother said that he could not think that the elder brother was some kind of garbage akin to the heavenly masters. At that moment, he called on that something that was always next to him and which helped the elder brother. Everyone did not expect that Prince Bailey would dare to attack the third prince. Then the old woman said that the flame that appeared in front of all of them, this flame had a strange aura, and there was something wrong here. In the past, under the light of the moon, this very something threw a scroll to the elder brother, saying that when the time came to lose, the young man had to use this technique. Catching the scroll in his hands, the young man asked what he had to give in return for this technique. And then something said that when the time will come, the young man will know what he will have to give in return for this technique. At the moment when the elder prince challenged the younger one, and was here, it was the time when he used this very technique, which gave him something. Everything was on fire, and everyone around understood that it was a strong aura, and was the fire that caused the elder brother took on a human form. Everyone tried to understand and see what was happening there around the two princes. The older brother looked at the younger one, and he sat motionless, looking in front of him what would happen, and from the fire that was before, something incomprehensible began to come out of human legs, and then hands appeared and laughing, and a face appeared. It spoke of what the boy did. Could it be that the heavenly masters were so weak and useless in front of everyone? The man with gray hair who was standing right in front of our hero stopped. Then Bailey asked the third brother if he wanted to measure his strength with this man, and said that he could not blame him, because he had reached a dead end, and it was necessary to admit it. Then all looking at the old man who was in front of them, all 10 masters, from which left a few people, realized what kind of old man it was. Master Wu Jiang. Master Wu Jian, or swordsman of the 5. Every 60 years, he would emerge from his retreat into the outside world in order to seek out his strongest opponents. His first target was the #1 expert at the time, Master Xuanwu. In a fierce battle, Wu Jian defeated the expert and took him into the sword as a trophy. The second to fall from his hands was Zhang 11, who wielded the sword of chaos. After him, the third Wu Jin defeated the head of the Dugu clan, taking his rapier blade. The fourth victim is Emperor Su Xinjiang, his rift sword. And finally, 63 years ago, Wu Jin came after the head of the demonic cult and obtained his 10,000 poison sword. The 5 strongest swordsmen of the last generations fell at the hands of Wu Jian, who later became the owner of the 5 legendary swords. This story was passed down from generation to generation. No one knows who this old demon will choose as his next target. The only rumor is that he was able to overcome all known 9 levels of cultivation, is now one of the strongest in the world. Wu Giant is a fearsome demon possessed by the blood of the strongest. Old Man Leroux, looking at Wu Jian, said that the rumors that Wu Jin could rise above the 9 stages of martial cultivation like the third prince were really true. Then how strong this master, Wu Jian, was looking at him. They thought the disciples of the sect also could not understand how strong he was, because they also heard these stories that they told everyone from year to year. At this point, the elder brother began to bleed while looking at Wu Jian, and the third prince only looked at all this without much enthusiasm. Everyone also looked at Wu Jian. After all, had 60 years passed, and at that moment, the guys who looked at the swordsman began to vomit blood. No one understood what had happened to him. But then everyone understood that just from one look of the old man with the young man, happened such. Wu Jian, looking at the sect disciples, said that he was just a grandfather who went for a walk and there was no place for small fry like them. Then laughing, he said, that was not the point. This old man wanted to have some fun on a walk, and asked if someone could keep him company. Looking at Bailey in front of him, he understood that if the young man summoned him now, then his plan failed. Was he right? And asked the prince what Wu Jian was referring to. Said that this was to be expected. This bunch of heavenly masters was uneven with his brother. And turning around, Wu Jian saw the third prince sitting in the carriage, looking at the boy. He began to laugh, saying that the situation was just perfect, because he got bored. At that moment, his face was insane and broke into a smile. He was really wondering if the youth could really reach the godlike realm. When the brother heard about the godlike, he was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes that Wu Jian was talking about his brother. The disciples who watched all this also could not believe it. Having heard about the godlike realm, is the master really talking about a sphere that is higher than the 9 stages of development? The prince, looking at Wu Jian, said that he did not have to prove anything to anyone. All the masters from the remaining bowed their heads because they understood what could follow next. The father also appealed to Zhener to obey, and the elder brother could not believe it at all, and was terribly angry because of what was happening now. Then Wu Jian said that it was good since it was so because he adored strong opponents, even if the young men did not want to, but it was necessary to see which of them was really worthy of the title of the strongest of this world. Referring to the third prince, Wu Jian said, Wu Jin, looking at the third prince, began to talk about the 9 levels of martial arts development. He had already had the right to step over them for a long time. These 5 balls, in addition to his strength, allow him to stand above these levels. They will also help him enter the godlike martial realm arts. Wu Jian told the third prince that he hoped that the young man would not disappoint him, to which the prince could not answer anything and simply remained silent. All the disciples of the sect did not understand what Master Wu Jin was up to, because the levels of the 9 stages of the development of martial arts, did he really overcome them? All the disciples could not believe. Looking at Wu Jian, who spoke in front of them. After some silence, the third prince, raising his gaze to Wu Jin, said that to achieve greater strength with the help of human life, is the path of evil. If so, then the prince will not mess with Wu Jian. Turning to him, said the third prince, if Wu Jian didn't disappear immediately, he would definitely die. And the opponent met the prince's eyes, asking him not to be so arrogant. Calling on his fire and his fiery power, he began to attack our hero. But these attacks were nothing. The young man just sat and looked ahead of him. After the attack, the young man assumed that after 300 years of practice, Wu Jian would become terrifyingly strong, but he could not turn his imagination around. The third prince said. Wu Jin, grinning, said that it was not worth jumping to conclusions. It was only a fraction of his chi, and said that the young man had not yet experienced his true sword art. To which the third prince said that he was aware of all the limitations of his sword art. His spirit did not meet the requirements. At the risk of overdoing it, he could forever forget about the world that he dreamed of. Wu Chang said that it was all very sad. And again, turned into a fiery sphere, into a fiery something that he was before, and using all his might, he laughed, and thought that he had never managed to learn the secret of the technique of 10,000 Tibetan balls. So he asked the young man to let him enlighten himself a little. Stand in front of him in your normal form. He used his blood transformation technique. His blood transformation technique was worth more than his worthless one, Wu Jian said. At that moment, something flashed in front of everyone, and everyone was looking at the sky, including our hero, who was also looking at the light in front of him. then leaving Wujiang. He said that in a day, he would return to this mountain and take the life of the prince. The prince, at that moment, repelling the attack, was already standing on the statue of the sword, on which Su Billy had also stood before when he came to this sect. All the students looking at the third prince, they understood that the young man was no longer in a chair, but stood towering on a statue of a sword and only looked into the sky. Somewhere deep in the dungeon where sunlight does not enter and only torches burn, there was a dungeon locked with a large castle. The father and Master LaRue were heading to this dungeon along the corridor. Having come to the dungeon, the father shouted that his son was hanging in shackles. Woke up Bailey, looking at his father shackled, said that his father finally came to him. The whole body of the young man was in cuts, and he no longer looked as proud as before, and told his father that his son was wrong and asked him let go, begging his father. The father, looking through the bars at his son, asked where Bailey knew the sword kiln master and where he was hiding, and demanded his son to tell him. Then, looking at his father, Bailey said that this old man was too secretive. How could he know his location? Even if he told his father, they could hardly do anything with Mr. LaRue. The father was full of anger, and turning to Bailey, clenching his fists, said that the young man would not atone for his sin, even in 1,000 years. Then he only laughed at him in response. Looking at his father, Bailey said that despite all the rumors and views, his father still protected the third prince when his first son was in this dungeon. But looking at his son, the father was only annoyed by his words. Then Master LaRue asked Mr. Shen not to forget about their primary task, because he still did not understand his eldest son. But now it was not about that. Master Wujiang did not even try to resist them from the moment he appeared at the meeting of masters, the strongest dozens of masters of the 10th rank. Although it was strange Prince Bailey, they hoped that the young man would tell them the whole truth. Turning to Prince Bailey, Monk LaRue said. Then the prince, sighing, was silent and simply looked in front of him, to which Master LaRue said that the prince should not have hidden the truth from them. He had another chance to atone for his guilt, and he could still take the right path. Hearing about redemption in the right path, the prince asked the monk again. He really spoke about it, without saying anything about the fact that they could not deal with Wu Jian. They knew that the young man had lost all his abilities in martial arts, and Shinren wanted him dead. What atonement, the young man said. Father and Master LaRue just looked at him in complete silence. At this moment, the brush cut across the canvas and looking ahead of her, Miss Chuli could not understand what she saw. Turning to the third prince, the girl asked if the young man was worried about what had happened. Then he replied, should he have been worried about this? Putting your brush back in place, the girl reminded that this Wu giant wanted to kill him. Taking another brush, the young man carefully continued to listen to her, and the girl said that Wu giant's age had already exceeded 300 years. Whether the young man was worried about this, he was only interested in brushes and his canvas. Wu Jin could be invincible just because he had never met a worthy opponent, said the young man. If he met his ancestors at the age of 60, he would certainly not have a small chance of winning. At that moment, sketches of the drawing that the prince was drawing appeared on the canvas, and talking to him, Miss Chuli said that it was true what he said, because the Shen family would be more terrible than this old man. If this monster is so terrible, then how strong were their ancestors? Asked Miss Chuli, imagining Prince Shen and his predecessors before him in the Shen family. At some point, the girl began to cough, and the young man asked what she was thinking about, to which she answered so that the young man would not worry, and wiping his mouth, said that, however it remained, that at worst, she had been practicing martial arts for 30 years. Turning to the teacher, and the girl said, even though the young man was not several 100 years old, he was still very strong. The third prince raised his drawing and said that even though Wu Jian claimed to have become a godlike master, all that remained was that he had barely touched the border of this realm. Too surprised, Miss Chuli asked if the young man really meant the moon eye in that sphere, to which he replied that it was exactly what the girl thought, referring her to a conversation about what they talked about at the very beginning of her training. When the prince told her what a moon eye is, the 10th sphere can also be called the chi of the moon blade, said the young man again, taking the brushes in his hands, and he was actually still far from it. Then, after hearing all this, Miss Chuli was amazed. How could the prince be still far away? I understand that her head is not survive all these stories, but she continued to wonder, what was about the sphere in which the third prince was now turning to the teacher, the girl said, to which he replied that Miss Chuli should not know about this sphere yet. But then she asked what was wrong with Master Wu Jian. The third prince said that Wu Jian exchanged some of his blood for strength, so he was not sure what stage he was in now, and he really wanted to fight the opponent with full strength. Looking ahead, the third prince said. Then, seeing his gaze and the prince himself, Chuli said that this was indeed the third prince she knew because he did not care about the strength of the opponents. But at some point, she thought about what it meant to have the full strength that she spoke about third prince. Remembering their battle, the girl realized that the third prince did not fight with his opponent at full strength. How could this even be? The girl said that this old monster could be hiding something. Wasn't it dangerous? At this moment, the prince put a stamp on his drawing, and Miss Chuli thought about what Mr. Wu Jian could be hiding. At this point, the prince's drawing was almost finished, and he stamped his drawing to complete it. Father, having gathered all the rest, said that tomorrow would be an important day. Then Master Leroux said that more than 23 masters of the heavenly level had already died at the hands of Wu Jian, and one way or another, the world of martial arts would no longer be the same. This demon used the blood of the strong to increase his vitality and combat power. The death of the 5 great masters and the use of their blood for his own good raised him to another higher level, and Miss Chuli's grandmother thought that it would be difficult for them all to cope with Mr. Wu Zhong, and perhaps only the third prince will be able to do it. Then the father and everyone was wondering if the third prince could cope with Wu Jian. No one knew, because they tried to ask Xinjian about it several times, but the prince kept silent in every possible way. Then the father thought that he had tried so many times to talk with his son, but apparently he was too bad a father all this time since the prince did not even want to answer his father. Master Leroux, seeing Shin's despair, said that he shouldn't have reproached himself for everything. Collecting his clear ones together and holding them in his hands, the master said that the monk was also careless. He should have carefully assessed the situation, and thinking about Master Wu Jian and about that everything will change tomorrow. Master and Wu Jin will come to the giant sect tomorrow. Was the prince really going to kill him? Now no one doubted the strength of the third prince, but still Miss Chuli was worried. Then he called Chu Hua and asked to look ahead and look carefully, because they had to protect this city and its inhabitants. Then the girl looking in front of her saw a big festival, a lot of lights that were burning in front of her, and people who were happy and enjoyed their lives. Passing the prince on his chair, Miss Chuli asked if the young man wanted to fight Wu Jin in the mountains. So he wanted to tell the local atmosphere. Miss Chuli asked him, to which the prince said that this was not the point, that their battle would somehow affect this city and the mountain as a whole. It would be a rather peculiar duel, the young man reported. Miss Chuli did not understand what he was talking about, and asked again. Then the prince asked to stop here. Behind him was a master who sculpted food, and there was absolutely no one in this restaurant. Then the prince rolled up to the table, and Miss Chuli noticed that there in this restaurant, there really was almost no one. Speaking about the fact that extra attention was sometimes really superfluous, the young man asked the waiter for a baked egg and some baijiu Chinese vodka. Miss Chuli said that out of all these events, she didn't get a piece in her throat. To which the man asked whether the young miss would order something or not, but the miss said that after 6, she unfortunately couldn't eat anything, for which and the old man replied that the young miss was already so beautiful, she did not need to worry about it. And the girl thanked him for these words. Turning to the teacher that was in front of her, she said that what the young man had said earlier about the city and the fate of the inhabitants, what he meant by this. At this moment, the men served food, and offering food to the prince, wished the master a good appetite. Then the girl asked first, what Chin said that something should happen. What the young man said. Then, taking the egg with chopsticks, the young man said that his words might surprise the girl, and said that tomorrow, regardless of the outcome of the battle, something will change. Then taking a piece, the young man looked at Miss Chuli, and she excited, said to the third prince that he needed to rest well before the battle. Pouring a drink into a glass, the young man said that in this case, a little drink would not hurt. Was it so? Turning to Master Wu Jian, who brought him food and prepared drinks for him, the third prince asked, at the master who stood near him. Then the man who stood and wiped the tables in a bandage and a robe suddenly lowered his knife and, removing the bandage, said that it was not bad, referring to the offspring of the Shen clan. In front of the prince was Wu Zhong, who was also in the same restaurant as our heroes. Seeing Wu Jian, Miss Chuli rushed forward in front of the prince to protect him, because she did not expect to see this man at all, and asked the prince why this man was here. Then the prince sitting behind her asked the girl not to worry, but she did not understand at all what is happening and why the prince reacts so simply. Wu Jin said that today was not a battle day, so Master Wu Jin is unlikely to attack. The prince, said the men already facing the third prince, and Miss Chuli asked how the young man knew that all this time it was he Wu Jin. The young man turned to the men and said that he could understand it, felt traces of his energy here, taking and holding a bowl, and looking at Wu Zhang. The third prince spoke in front of him. However, he was surprised. Why such a powerful and terrifying master, Wu Jian, would be waiting for him here all this time? It was too surprising, the prince said, looking at Wu Jian, who had been waiting for them all this time in a restaurant. Miss Chuli was still standing in front of the third prince, trying to protect him in any danger. Then Wu Jian, passing by them, said that it was not worth thinking about it, because he was just walking all the time. The young master is so peculiar, Wu Jian said, looking at the third prince, but he was wondering why the young man came here to this restaurant. And sitting at their table, the old man looked at the third prince and the girl, waiting for an answer. And the third prince said that he just wanted to have a drink with him and did not want anything like that, which is why he came to this restaurant. Looking at Prince Wu Jian's bowl, He said that he had been practicing the sword technique for 276 years, and because he used the art of blood devouring, he should not have drunk alcohol. The prince, looking at the old man, said that it was obvious, because this cultivation method has many pitfalls and limitations, which is why Wu Jin's heart was cold as ice, and his body was like that of a living corpse. Alcohol and carnal pleasures were all taboo for Mr. Wu Jian, but Wu Jian said that, however, with this art, he has the ability to master unimaginable power. This makes him one of the strongest. But the third prince said that it required a huge amount of time. If he practices the devouring technique for about 500 years, then perhaps he will be able to cut the moon. Turning to the old man, said the prince. The old man, at that moment, was carefully watching the young man, but now looking at Mr. Wu Jian, the third prince, said that he had practiced this technique for about 200 years, so he might have some difficulty with cutting the moon. Then when he heard this, Mr. Wu Jian asked if the young man really wanted to reschedule their duel, but the prince was just talking that the more they pull, the worse it will only be for the old man, and in a year, he most likely will no longer be equal to him at all. And he understood this much better than the prince, which is why he wanted to fight tomorrow in the full moon, and told the young man. The third prince sat calmly at the table, holding his bowl in his hands. There was food in front of him and pouring a drink into the bowl. Again, the prince said that even if the young man offered to postpone their duel, would the old man really agree to this? The man was interested. Then what would happen? But the young man said that everything was exactly as he said. The prince only wanted to drink a little with him. After resting on such a beautiful evening, it would not hurt and putting the bowl in front of Mr. Wu Jian, he offered him the bowl, throwing in her right into the hands of a man. He immediately caught her and told the prince that he did not want to drink. Shenren, overturning the bowl, asked why the old man was so stubborn and did not want to take his drink. Having emptied the bowl, the young man looked at the old man and asked if everything would be decided tomorrow, whether he was right. While drinking, he also put the bowl on the table, and the prince understood that they had agreed that tomorrow they would really have a battle. So after they drank together, the prince told the girl that they had to return. The girl, of course, agreed, and then they left the old man. Wu Zhong sat at the table and looked at the bowls that were in front of him. One of them began to crack, and the prince, turning at that moment to the old man, said that they would meet tomorrow, and tomorrow, their last battle would take place, like the mountain and the temple that stood above it, in front of which the prince sat, folded his hands in a castle, talked about what was to happen. The moon shone on him at that moment, but the prince was not alone. He was along with everyone who supported him, including Miss Chuli. Everyone was wondering how long the wait would be and when the old monster would appear. The full moon battle was about to happen, and Wu Jin should have appeared soon. Everyone was wondering what the third prince's chances were, but that everyone was sure that the third prince would definitely win. Miss Chuli thought that, however, the third prince himself was not even completely sure of his victory. Looking at the young man, she thought at that moment, everyone was also looking at the third prince. A breeze blew. The moon poured and Master Luru said that Wu Jian was here. The water lit up with a red light, and everyone saw that Wu Jin was walking on the water, which surprised everyone very much. Someone said that he was floating due to the constant maintenance of his energy. This old monster, the strength of his energy was unimaginable. Everyone said. Then bouncing, Mr. Wu Jian flew past everyone. Everyone watched his movements with their mouths open, and he landed right next to the young man. The third prince, of course, already knew that he had come. It was not to be expected. Otherwise, the blood-devouring technique is beyond any doubt on the level, the prince said, noting that Wu Jian had excellent potential. Even if this technique helps to increase the lifespan as well as the amount of energy, and it remains that when cultivating it, one will be able to lose his strength in mind, body and spirit when cultivating all the time chaotically. This is a very difficult technique. The prince noted Wu Jian. Looking at the prince noted that, to be frank, he never had the desire to stop all this and return to normal life. But how can Wu Jin can be absorbed in some technique? Turning to the prince, he said the prince reminded him that, of course, he is an expert from the higher realms. He will certainly have his own cultivation path. Wu Jian practices this demonic, forbidden technique because borrowing someone's blood is in itself a taboo. Did he not think about it? The prince asked him. Wu Jin, smilingly, asked the youth what he thought about it. Of course, he didn't think anything about it, and asked the prince if he thought that people like him wouldn't care about such nonsense like that. And looking at these elderly men who wanted his death a few moments ago, including Master Lura and Shen's father, Wu Jiang, did not understand what was left, and correctly, using his two fingers, in which he controlled all his strength, and said that everything that he had this strength. Strength is everything. With these words, he attacked the third prince. The third prince sat motionless in his chair and only watched how quickly Wu Jian attacked him. Like everyone else thought that his attacks were really very fast. At that moment, there was an explosion right in front of the prince. Then the old man looking saw that the third prince was already high in the sky and saw. that it was an ancient levitation technique. Light as a feather, the prince jumped up and was already in the air. Then the old man decided to jump up and thought about what the prince looked like from there. To which the prince replied that he had the right to think so. Wu Jian thought that was exactly the case. But how could an unparalleled third prince be born in such a place? It seems that he and Wu Jian had the same roots. And then the old man understood that he could not hold back in his strength and fight in full force. The third prince said that, of course, Wu Jian could not hold back and offered to start the battle. At this moment, Wu Jian controlled all her powers, releasing her powers to attack our hero. Everyone from below was watching the third prince, including Miss Chuli, who was very worried about the youth and clenched her fist on her chest, worried about the third prince, who was in for a difficult battle. Wu Jian and the third prince were hanging in the air, ready to fight. At that moment, the old man began to attack the prince with his techniques. The prince tried to dodge his attacks. The next moment, the prince jumped onto the roof, and Wu Jian said that the prince, of course, justifiably bore his title. Although he had already used 2 powerful moves, the puppy that was in front of him was very strong. The prince stood near the old man, and he thought about the prince not being so arrogant. So he would like to see how long the young man could hold out against the attacks of the old man. The prince just calmly looked at Wu Jiang, standing nearby, and when he began to attack him, repelled his attacks. It was a battle leading the elements. Everyone watched their battle and understood what a terrifying, strong intention the sword was, and everyone understood that in this battle, everyone would only get in the way looking at how the third prince fought. No one could understand how his meridians were. The divine healer, who was standing nearby, said that everything was exactly as they saw it now. However, damaged meridians are extremely difficult to restore, and he was afraid that that prince would use his spiritual energy to stand. The next moment, our hero was fighting with the old man, and he thought that his body was slightly crippled. But even so, Wu Jian said that he would fight without concessions. The next attack was the removal of the shackles, and the prince, seeing this, realized that it was not bad. Then the old man wanted to show the young man one more move. Raising his finger up, he used an illusory blade. Everyone who saw it in the air understood that it was the illusory blade of Master Guan Wu. But the young man easily deflected from his blow. The blow was so powerful that it broke the tower. Everyone looking at it understood that even the spiritual white tower did not put up against this blow. Then what kind of power was in front of them? Wu Jian was only interested in the fact that the young man hid his sword for so long, and it was funny. The next moment, he attacked the hero with his sword using Master Huan Wu's sword techniques. He was a person who aspired to power, but it remains that these techniques are only imitations of his own. The third prince calmly deflected all of Master Wu Jian's blows, saying that the blood-devouring technique is quite amazing. But in the end, it was just a technique, he said. Master Wu Jian is not ready to give up, saying that this was not all. Taking his sword hands and using the Hasa sword violent cuts, he began to attack our hero. The young man only freely dodged, but at some point, did not notice how the master turned out to be behind him, and turning around, he saw movement. He was entangled in some kind of nets from which he could not get out while in a circle of imprisonment. But as the prince said earlier, it was just a fake, so the young man was easily able to break the circle and get out of the nets. The enemy, of course, did not expect this, and the prince, grabbing the sword in his hands, looking piercingly at the old man, was going to repel his attacks again. Wu Jian, on the other hand, was thinking about how arrogant the boy was in front of him. Using the domain of the blade and the dance of the cherry, he again began to attack the young man. The prince told the old man that it was a good move. This move is perfect for taking out a single target. However, throwing out the sword was not enough, and when everyone saw that the young man threw the sword away, they were amazed by it. The old man also did not expect such a development, and the sword that the third prince threw out flew straight into the old man's hands. Catching it, Wu Jian asked why the young man had acted so arrogantly until now. The old man asked why the third prince did not have his sword to fight with Wu Jian. This annoyed him very much. The young man only silently looked at the men at that moment, who already wanted to use all his strength to defeat him. But this was definitely not enough. The prince thought to himself. Wu Jian said that the young man should not underestimate this old man and used the art of emptiness, lightning flow, to base attack the young man with his new blow. Delivering this powerful blow, the young man tried to deflect it with his hand, but at some point, the blade cut his hand. Prince. Seeing this, Miss Chuli asked if the third prince was injured, because she saw the blood that poured out of her hand. Using his other hand, the third prince countered Wu Jian's punches. Looking at the young man, Wu Jiang noticed his cut and asked what was with his hand. It seems that their prince was not as vulnerable as they said about him. At that moment, the young man's hand was injured, and looking at her, he said that fate would be decided today, all the people of these 9 abysses, and the young man had to kill the old man. So looking at his palm and closing his eyes, the young man said that Master Wu Jiang was simply obliged to disappear today. So, hearing this, Wu Jiang was silent at first, and then began to laugh very loudly, and then said that the young man was too naive. Everything will change soon. So what should he care about all these worthless people? All that remains is to defeat only the third prince, and then he will be remembered forever, said Wu Jian. Using the fifth blade, he said that his thirst had not quenched for almost 200 years, and asked if the third prince would play with him. The young man only smiled and looked at the old man, who called on the last fifth blade to attack Shenzhen. Level 10 Martial Arts, Poison Dragon. The divine healer told the third prince to be very careful. This gas is very poisonous. He also warned everyone else, just in case, not to touch this gas to the prince and everyone the rest, but the prince was completely unshakable. This poison did not touch him at all. Then Wu Jian tried to test this poison well by attacking our hero. Looking at the young man who was in a cocoon of poison, Wu Jian said that it was a great annoyance, because his spiritual cloak could not withstand toxicity, and discarding the poison, the young man asked the old man not to worry. At that moment, there was an explosion, and the prince appeared from the veil of this poison. Then everyone did not understand if the third prince had a weapon. Then Miss Chuli's grandmother said that it was not a weapon. It was the remains of the third prince's cape. He tore it off the cape and used it as a weapon. No one understood how such a thing was possible. Wu Jin said that it was not bad that the prince was able to attack and counter his attack with his cloak, as if it were his weapon. The father, looking at the third son, realized that only that there was an attack of 10,000 Tibetan sword, because he had already mentioned this issue yesterday, and asked if they should not have figured it out today. Wu Jian looked at the young man, and the third prince said that all this was not enough. Everything was not enough that the enemy used against the prince, and he asked if the old man had anything else up his sleeve. If not, then Wu Jian would die. Hearing that the old man could die, this made the old man laugh, and he began to laugh, looking at the young man, who held a piece of his last clothes in his hand, and told Shenzhen that when he turned 17, he broke through to the 10th level of martial arts, because give him more time in Wu Jian, he would have taken a leading position among the martial lords. But it was a great pity, because the young man met his Wu Jian. The old man said that he had been practicing for several 100 years, and today, such an opportunity fell out for him. How could he retreat in front of the young man? And of course, not at that moment. The old man called out all his 5 swords that he owned and said that he would proceed to the main attack. At this point, the prince watched carefully what the old man would do, as did everyone else who were amazed at what they saw in front of them. Namely, at this moment, Wu Jin began to swallow one sword after another. And at first, everyone did not understand what this monster was doing. But then they realized that Wu Jian was devouring the sword, and it turned out that he was absorbing their strength. Is this really a new irresistible the sphere of martial arts? At this moment, the development of the old man was still increasing, because he absorbed the swords and became only more powerful due to them, which was seen by everyone who watched the battle, like the prince himself, turning into a fiery sphere that was in front of the prince, and the old man no longer looked like a man. He looked like the creature he was before, but only with burning eyes. The prince carefully watched what was happening in front of him, and Wu Jian began to laugh out loud, looking at the guy who did not move at all from his place and was unshakable. Turning to the prince, he asked if he would continue to use his clothes, and asked him to finally start, because the moon had risen, and asked to let him see the true strength of the prince. The young man carefully observed the old man, saying that the sword soul absorption technique had just been used, and he felt how strong Wu Jian had become, which carried past him, and the youth barely managed to deviate from his attack. Watching Wu Jian, everyone was worried about what would happen to the prince next, and that this could be possible. No one could imagine what would happen next. Wu Jian attacked Shenzhen, and everyone thought that the prince was dead, because nothing else was visible and there was only an incomprehensible fear in front of them. No one could understand if this was the end or not yet. To which Chuli's revenge told everyone that the third prince would not lose, because he simply could not lose. At that moment, Wu Jian realized that something was wrong, and he saw the young man who was attacking from behind him. Using his 2 fingers, the third prince attacked the old man, and he felt how powerful the young man's technique was again. There was this force regeneration technique that allows you to quickly restore the peak state. But is he at risk of losing his consciousness? The prince asked the old man, who no longer looked like a man. The whole essence of the sword soul absorption technique is to concentrate and strengthen one's own energy. The prince said, so the enemy could not reveal their own potential and not surpass it. The prince said, referring to Wu Jian. Then the young man, controlling the sword with 2 fingers, raised it again into the sky and said that this was a good opportunity to check if they could split the moon. This amused the old man very much, and he only laughed as he watched the prince and then attacked directly at the young man. At that moment, he used his power to attack the prince, and they started their battle again. But the prince only fought with his sword, deflecting the blows of the old man, who also had a large, powerful sword. So their swords clashed in battle, and the old man's sword was broken by the prince's sword, under by the onslaught of his great strength. At that moment, Wu Jian realized what had struck him, and he understood that he had lost, which he completely could not believe. His aura dissolved, and at that moment, something high in the sky, some person, or some creature that the master swordsman felt this creature was walking on the water and was very calmly talking about what had happened. He always wanted to become stronger, even stronger, and every time he longed for this power in order to become stronger than everyone in this world in chains. He looked at the people that you bore him a verdict. The verdict of this garbage was such exile, the men proclaimed. At this moment, Wu Yung said that he did not want to be expelled, and stretched out his hands to the prince that was in the air. The young man only watched him from above. At that moment, everyone understood that this was a victory. Miss Chuli was extremely happy. She rejoiced that the prince had won, and all those gathered who supported the prince understood that the young man had won this battle. The father was crying, and the monk who was standing next to him also shed a tear. Then he told the monk that they were getting old. The monk uttered Unmatched and said that truly, the younger generation breathed into his neck. Everyone understood that indeed the most powerful, outstanding swordsman in his 9 abysses. But at that moment, everyone saw how the moon was cracking, and could not believe their eyes, because the moon was really cracking. The third prince, looking at her, understood that it was a split of thousands of small particles that fell on them, and this feeling that everyone experienced, including Miss Chuli, who took these fragments in her hands, realized that all the meridians were opening. It was very pleasant. The prince's healing bath was far from this feeling. Then the grandmother asked Chuli to sit down. The true chi of the moon slowly descends from the sky. There is no better time for meditation than this. Everyone, including the youth's father and the monk, sat down looking at the prince in front of them. Everyone understood that this was a phenomenon. Why did the prince look so drooping, and what bothered him? Miss Chuli thought what was going to happen. The girl thought, and the prince stood watching what was happening. Then raising their eyes to the sky, everyone understood that the moon was still in the sky. And the father, looking at the moon, asked if the moon really was immortal. Then the prince said that that was why. Every time the 9th abyss martial arts level reached its peak, no one could not move to a new level, and the young man sent his sword back to its place descending from the sky. The third prince said that he understood that everyone now had a lot of questions, but now Master Wu Jiang is over. There is no need to rush, and the prince said that he will explain everything later. Over the next few days, chaos may reign around then this is what they will talk about. The prince said to everyone, looking at the people, the rustle of leaves, and one of the sisters, namely the elder sister, walking, listened to her grandmother, Chihu, who said that today's battle would be too large scale and she would radically change the laws of the universe. So she asked her eldest daughter to stay in the city. The elder sister, listening to her grandmother, thought about what should radically change the laws of the universe. Shen Zhen and this master Wu Jian were really strong. The girl thought she should have seen the consequences of their battle, so she watched what was going to happen. Walking through the forest, then approaching the place where the sea should have been, the girl realized that the sea had evaporated. A new story begins with the AB of the sea, where the elder sister came standing on the cliff. She realized that the sea that had once been in this place had evaporated, and it was no longer there. She saw only the sunset and the desert that was in front of her. The Shen Sect. Everyone hoped that soon they would start receiving news from their branches from all over the world, and the nearest place changed a lot after the battle. Most likely changes began in other parts of the world. The elders informed Mr. Shen. The men standing next to the prince's father said that the border of their sect began to be washed away by water. A thick black fog also appeared on it, hitherto unknown to them, and people sent several masters, but only a smaller part of them returned. The fog was very dangerous. There was a mad scientist and Master LaRue nearby, and they talked about how, however, now the sea has receded, thereby revealing new lands and roads. All the towns of the village have sent their people in search of treasures. Grandma Chihuahua was also with them and thought that now it was not the main thing. They just had to wait for a full and detailed explanation of the third prince, because the young man had to know the truth, she said. And the third prince said that today he gathered them all here for this very reason. The prince appeared in front of everyone, very unexpectedly, talking to everyone else. Seeing the young man, everyone was very surprised, because the news spread at an unthinkable speed. The prince said that it was not worth worrying about at all, and he would soon tell everything, step by step. Looking at his subjects, he said, the abyss of the world, originally the world of the 9 abysses, existed in the form of a small, secluded space, remote from the outside world. The prince began the story. The moon eye remained closed, which made it impossible to communicate with the external level, which is why a person could extract only a small part of the power from the moon eye. Now that the moon has managed to split, their world will be elevated to the upper layers. The prince said, the seas are drained and new lands appear. After this meeting, it is worth going to the outside world, he replied. Then the prince's father asked his son if the young man really knew where this wonderful place was. Hearing about the wonderful place, his father asked about. The young man replied that this place was thousands of meters above their world of Earth, the ninth without only a small part of the world which is located above. Hearing all this, what the third prince was saying, they were very surprised, because no one meant it. The young man said that the energy in this world is much denser. This world is several 1,000 times larger than the Earth of the ninth abyss. Crossing his arms and looking at everyone with his thoughtful gaze and with his seriousness, the prince told them the rest of the story. There are also cruel and powerful beasts in the world. It would be better if the young men told the masters not to send their disciples there. Master Law, are you? Asked the prince, and talked about whether. The prince said that the outside world is several 1,000 times bigger than them. So there are a large number of martial experts in this world, much more powerful than the local ones. Squinting at the prince and master, LaRue said. The prince, looking at everyone else and clarifying about this, about what the master asked, said that the martial arts of their world are nothing but mortal techniques. The martial arts of the upper world cannot be compared with the artificial worlds of the abyss. The experts of the outside world were strong. Their capabilities are much greater. They use the full potential of their meridians, the young man said. A person from the outside world with 9-10 levels of development will be the weakest of the experts. That is why everyone should imagine what kind of power the leading ones would have. Then the mad scientist asked the prince if this meant that these people could easily come and get rid of everyone. To which the principal replied that this would not happen. The young man replied to all those gathered that just as they look at the weak of this world, so do those people, until there is a good reason not to attack. However, people from the outside world would still want to find the strongest in their world, so they would come to the prince, and if they reasoned like that, then they only needed the prince. The inhabitants of the ninth abyss should not be threatened until a certain time, the young man said. Everyone could return to their sects and do the things they had been doing before, but he would not insist on it. The prince said people could also go to the outside world. Everyone did not expect this at all. The split of the moon occurred faster than expected. The young man said that the fog was beginning to cover the future of the ninth abyss. But now the young man could leave this place while he advised the rest of the forces of their world to return to their estates and not to take rash actions. The young man thought that the residents could only rely on themselves. Miss Chuli was looking at the prince and would have suddenly said something, but then the young man was interrupted too, and some men shouted for the moon shatterer to appear right in front of him. Miss Chuli was very surprised and asked what it was and who was trying to call the prince. The father involuntarily jumped up from his seat and thought that these were people from the outside world, and they were already here. Two unknown people appeared on the threshold. Sitting on his chair, the young man addressing them said that their humble servant, Shenzhen, was on the spot, and these were ambassadors from the outside world who had arrived in the abyss to tell important news to our hero. Everyone, having seen the messengers, was very surprised. Those, in turn, were surprised that the one who split the moon turned out to be a cripple. It was very funny, and the young man who was one of the messengers said that truly, this world resembled a remote place. The prince, looking at the messenger, just kept silent and watched their actions on what the second young man said to the other and asked to be silent, and then they decided to continue telling their new neighbors about why they came. One of the young men asked to forgive his companion, because he always liked to joke. All the bowing young men said that everything was fine, to which the guy replied, seeing how nervous they were, which was not worth it, because just a couple of moments ago, the prince mentioned that they were ambassadors from the outside world, and the young man should have a little and interesting pedigree. The young man replied, despite the prince said that his name was Shenzhen, the heir of the sword, and his ancestor, Shenmeng Tian. Hearing this, the young man was surprised, and a scroll opened in front of him. The scroll burned with inscriptions that ignited, and the young man, after reading these inscriptions, understood everything. Seeing this theme, he said that 300 years ago, the young master of the 12th pavilion, Shenmeng Tian, was exiled to the world of the 9 abysses as punishment. Even the messenger said that he forgot, and it so happened that his descendant was able to split the moon, the guy said. The prince carefully watched what the young man was doing. The scroll was around him, and the guy said that it turned out Mr. Shen wanted to restore the pavilion, or the young man wanted to organize a new sect. The prince was silent and thought that everything was as he predicted, and from the knowledge he gained, he was able to conclude that his grandfather was a man exiled from the outside world into this small, enclosed space. The messenger thought to himself that there is no instant answer, but being a descendant of Shenmeng Tian, the young man should have been aware of why it was so. If a person who could split the moon chooses to join the outside world, then he will be able to receive many benefits that the main disciples of their sects could not even dream of, and I couldn't understand why the guy still hadn't decided to do it. The prince thought that he had heard a little about the 12th pavilion, but even so, he did not want to rely on others, and said that his grandfather left the pavilion of the 12 swords and founded the Forgotten Sword Sect. Most likely this means that he did not want to return, answered the messenger, so he did not want to step over the principles of his grandfather, so he was going to start his own sect. The prince replied. The envoys were silent. Then they thought to themselves that it was interesting because there was someone stubborn here. It is not surprising that the young man was able to split the moon, just like those people who were in front of him. Holding the scroll in his hands, the envoy said that the young man had made his choice to found his own sect, and according to the rules of the 8th higher world of cultivators, the young man would receive the title of the Third Order Lord, as the person who owns these lands. The area of his possession is 1,000 miles. The radius around the headquarters of the sect was everything clear to Lord Shen? The envoy asked. Everyone listening to the messenger was madly surprised, because comprehending what the messenger said that now the prince was the owner of all this land. The third prince only thanked Mr. Envoy for such a detailed explanation. The companion said that everything was fine, turning to Brother Zhang. This world is just a small province. Should they have spent so much time on it and throwing the prince a book? He immediately caught it. The young man told Lord Shen that this book contains information about the 8th higher world of cultivators and his ancestors. The young man could get acquainted with all this and give him the book. The messenger said goodbye to our hero and disappeared. The young man who had spoken to him before addressing the gentleman asked them not to pay attention to his companion. His name is Jiang Xingwu, a representative of the 8th higher world. He hoped that later everyone would be able to get to know each other better, and smiled at the guests. The third prince, bowing to the young man, said that this was also his wish, and then the guy smiling asked to be allowed to take his leave, disappearing. He told everyone until the meeting. Everyone could not believe what they had just seen. Carefully looking at the prince, everyone wondered what was in the guy's head. But the young man only said that it was necessary to continue relying on the words of Envoy Zhang. The world of the 9 abysses will be handed over to the giant sect. Everyone could stay in this world, minding their own business, but they could join his sect or go to the outside world. The young man would not stop anyone, he said. However, in his opinion, so that everyone could compete with experts from the outside world, they need to decide on a method of development. Due to some limitations of the 9th abyss world, people were unable to learn or create immortal realm techniques. And in order for them to learn such techniques, it was necessary to practice as if they were on the tip of a 10 meters high bamboo tree trying to find the answer to make a breakthrough. In other words, the young man told everyone that it was implied that everyone had to find the optimal path of development. The prince was thinking that it looked like the Kai giant sect was now in his hands to delve into the technique of 10,000 bamboo swords. The prince thought that this would not be a big problem for everyone. But first, it was necessary to restore the peak state of everyone present here. The old man uttering his word, Unmatched said, "Thank you to the young man for the fact that the prince made such an offer. But their Lan Chi temple has existed for 1,000 years. He could not accept his offer and asked to forgive this old man." To which the prince said that everything was fine. The temple had many connections. Since if the Lan Chi temple does not want to join, then it can ask for protection from the higher temples. Then the master said that he would leave the prince on this. The mad swordsman looking at the prince and how Luru leaves the sect said that, since everything, like this, then he also leaves this sect. Together with Master Luru, the mad swordsman left the sect. The young man looking after them understood that the world of the 9 abysses would not be the same. They had to work together to overcome the impending difficulties, the prince thought, but he understood that many did not want to be part of the dominant force. If the young man stopped them by force, they still would not take his side, he thought. After thinking to himself, the prince turned to the others, as he had previously said. What did everyone else think? Granny Chihuahua said that the Liang sect was joining the text of the Kai Jiang sect. Hearing this, Miss Chu Lai was very surprised. Granny Chihuahua had just agreed with the young man. The prince, looking at his grandmother, said that until now, Mrs. Qi Ho personally led the practice of everyone in the Li Yang sect, but it seems that Mrs. Qi Ho is ready to trust the prince and he will help the disciples of their sect so that they can learn more about the divine flame technique and transfer it to the immortal realm to ensure their speedy growth and strength. Grandma, she bowed to the prince and smiled. Leaving the sect master Leroux, together with the mad scientist, went forward, and the mad scientist asked the old monk if he was sure. For sure, because they really did not need such a strong ally. To which the master said that the heritage of the Lan Chi temple is great, and the concentrated and nourishing energy of the Zhen of the outside world is in constant abundance. They could slowly but surely find their way there. It's just the forgotten sword sect, Master Leroux said as he left the Cai giant sect. In the 8th highest world of cultivators, there was an imperial family which was separated by several powerful families who shared the right to rule this world. One of these forces is the Pavilion of the 12 Swords and the City of Wind and Thunder. These two dominant forces were in a blood feud. The young master of this pavilion is Meng Tian, the ancestor of the third prince. This feud lasted for hundreds of years. The young master of the pavilion of the 12 swords, Shen Meng Tian, met the princess of the Thunder family at one of his practices. They fell in love at first sight, but their families were on opposite sides, and lovers could not be together. After some time, the princess of the Thunder family reluctantly returned back to the City of Thunder and Wind. However, Shen Mengtian did not want to betray his love with the princess, so he entered into an argument with the elders and his family, but the refusal of the Shen elders went berserk, leading to a bloody massacre. The head of the Pavilion of the 12 Swords, Shen Chunshan, was furious that his son was ready to exchange the lives of several of his clansmen for the princess of a warring country, and as punishment, he decided to banish the young man to the world of the 9 abysses. Shen Mengtian stepped onto the road of violent winds and storms leading down the world of the 9 abysses, and after a while, reached his destination, his last home. This was how the Forgotten Sword sect was founded by Kai Jiang. Reading the prince the book that the envoys from the outside world gave him, understood the entire history of his ancestor, and closing the book, the prince realized that, unfortunately, his life was not endless, and although he was very strong, he still could not split the moon. And if you think about it, the Pavilion of the 12 Swords is unlikely to have warm feelings for the master and all these people. Their hearts are wavering. After all, everyone will not want to start learning a new principle of development. It was not surprising, the young man thought to himself, remembering all those who decided to join his sect and be near him because they did not know whether they should have started studying the method of development of the prince's sect when they spent so much time on their sections. The father looking at his son, saying that in an old book he came across information about Master Shen Chun. It was said that the master had reached the 8th stage of the true body. If people from the outside world specifically made their breakthroughs and strength harder, then they had to try even harder to put their lives on the line. Taking the map in his hands, the young man thanked and said that the Pavilion of the 12 Swords was not far from their sect. It was unlikely that they would want to go such a long way just to annoy everyone, the guy said. The Pavilion of the 12 Swords is located on an island in the South Sea. Their sector of the Forgotten Sword is located in the northern part. These two regions are separated by tens of 1,000 kilometers. The young man said that, according to his estimates, an indefinite amount of time will pass before the enemies receive news and begin to act. Miss Juzlai, looking at the book, said that, judging by this book, presented by envoys from the outside world, it can be seen that from the moment of the split of the moon, they will be under their protection, and she thought that the other factions would not attack them. Because of this, then the father heard what the girl was reading, and he asked how long this protection would last, to which the girl replied that this protection would last 10 years. Looking carefully at the book and studying the information that was written in it, the prince, looking sadly to the side, thought about 10 years, which would last quite quickly, but Mr. believed that this period was almost enough. The prince was thinking that the restoration of the moon barrier should take about a dozen years. Their ability to cultivate combat strength should now be at its peak. So he asked everyone not to worry about it, because some of them will be able to break through to the immortal martial arts realm within 6 months, after which they will have to start practicing techniques the outside world. The prince said, by the way, the technique of 10,000 Tibetan swords was founded by his ancestor. When he created it, he relied on techniques from the outside world. And it would be great if the young man could learn the technique of Denlo from the Pavilion of 12 Swords. And if it does not work out, he will start creating his own technique based on the ancestors' techniques. Turning to his father, the prince condemned that he could also begin to study her. Listening to the young man, Miss Chuli understood that the prince was talking about very difficult things, because creating your own technique was the same as how much effort you had to spend. The girl shouted. After all, she was very surprised at how smart the prince was. The father, looking at his son, asked if it was not too difficult, because he was ready to spend so much time and effort on the rest. But what about his son's own development? The young man replied that in any case, it would not take him much time, and his father should not have worried about him. Listening to the prince again, Miss Chu Lm did not understand at all how this could not take much time. The girl was shocked by the words of the prince, who surprised her more and more every time. The prince said that also for her Lady Chi-Ho, the divine Tai Chi has a special meaning in the practice of techniques. The giant sect is located not far from this place. The young man showed on the map the divine flame is ideal for a woman and her students. A young man will get it to accelerate their development. Looking at the prince in front of her, Grandma said that they did not cross their path. Then why did the prince try to provoke them? This is a question concerning combat development. Maybe they should have waited a little, Grandma said. Then the prince replied that the patriarch of the Siain sect was only at the 3rd level of development of the true body, and he will be able to overcome him even without 3 months of training. Looking at the prince, everyone was amazed at his self-confidence, because the young man just talks about the 3rd level of the true body. It was unthinkable, and the level of the true body was just the sphere of the immortals, which was mentioned earlier by the guests who came from the outside world and the prince who spoke to them. Granny Kai-Ho, who looked at the prince and then looked at his father, asked if his son was always like that, to which the father replied that if his memory did not fail him, then the guy was always like that. And Chu-Ho Luo said that she was already used to it too. The prince, looking at the map, said that he, however, had other thoughts about how he was going to get what he wanted, because he did not want to take the necessary strength. He has some considerations about this ways to achieve the goal, so the guys could not worry about trifles. And addressing the girl, he asked what the girl could also start learning the technique of swords with him. At that moment, he pointed at the girl with his finger. Hearing this, the girl was insanely surprised and looking at her grandmother. She said that the girl did not look at her. The Lian sect no longer exists. Granny Qiao said that she could also notice that all attention was directed only at the prince, addressing her granddaughter and asked her to step forward and bow before her master, to which the girl, hearing this, knelt and bowed to the prince, paying homage to the master, and banging her head on the floor so that her forehead was swollen. And everyone was very surprised at what a clumsy girl she was. The young man looking at Miss Chuhua thought that as a student, the girl was quite obedient. There would be many bloody battles ahead, and the young man thought that he could not stay here for a long time. So teaching a student would kill two birds with one shot, he thought. Looking at the girl, the young man asked Miss Chuli to follow him, because they would begin to improve in seclusion. And the girl obeyed the master, rubbing her forehead, which was completely sore, thinking that they would start studying in seclusion. The girl was not thinking about that at all, and looked at her grandmother again. Then she asked not to look at her and hurry up, because the grandmother was completely embarrassed that her granddaughter was thinking about something that was not what she needed. This Chuli stood on the field and held a sword in her hands, telling the master that he swung the sword almost 1,000 times every day and practicing the sword technique. Why all this was needed, the girl did not understand at all and just looked at the prince thoughtlessly. The prince, who was sitting not far from the girl, said that hard work, sooner or later, bears fruit, and would ask to see because she is almost ready to move into the sphere of the true body. Then the girl was wondering how the prince's cultivation could grow so fast if the young man sat in a chair all the time and taught her the ball technique. The young man said that if a person can create a sword in his heart, and if he can rely on the sword all his life, then he will become one with him. The girl listening to the prince could not understand what it means to create a sword in the heart, and imagined what it looks like to recreate a sword in the heart. Then realizing that her head was already completely swollen from this information, the girl thought that it looked like it was too much for her. Did she really have to live with a sword all her life? And she decided that she would just continue to make swings. Swinging 10,000 times, she realized that finally it was all. Her hands were shaking together with the sword. The girl was no longer able to hold it at this moment. The sun was already setting. Looking at her hands, revenge, Chuli thought that it was such a feeling that they were about to fall off and turn to the master. She came in everyone who said that she had already finished the exercises. The master did not pay attention to the girl, just answered her in response. Then she asked what the young man does. Looking at the master, who was sitting again with a brush and a canvas, the young man asked if the girl had talked about it. Then he said that he was describing the final part of the 10,000 Tibetan swords technique. His father was close to reaching the 10th layer of mortal development, and this instruction would help him. The prince said, writing hieroglyphs on the canvas in front of him. The young man said that he had forgotten a little about this technique, so he was writing only now. Realizing that almost 2 months had passed, the surprised Miss Chuli said that it turned out that the prince finished writing this technique in just one night. At the same time, the girl asked about her grandmother, trying not to distract the prince, who was still writing the technique. Laying down his brush, the young man said that everything was fine with grandma. He thought that he would visit her soon. It was annoying for the prince that he had not finished his practice yet and said that it would take another couple of days. If only they had more herbs. The young man thought at that moment someone knocked on the door. Distracting the prince and addressing the young man said that, Mr. Merchant of the 8th highest the world of cultivators, will arrive tomorrow. Folding his scroll and thinking that it was already time to take it to his father and prepare for the meeting. The prince thought the young man and thought about the next day. There were all kinds of diamonds in front of Elder Shen, and the seller asked what he thought about it. And everyone thought that it looked good. The merchant said that he was glad to hear it, and smiling at Shen's father said that all these things would help him quickly raise his combat development. The father thought that this merchant knows his business. There was no doubt about it, but he doesn't have any thoughts about it. These things are definitely good, the father thought, panicking and asking where his son was, who was supposed to help him with this issue, because the father, I felt that he did not understand at all. The prince entering the hall said that it was a merchant from the outside world and greeted him. The merchant, smiling at the prince, answered him in the same way, and seeing that his prince had come, the father was happy. The girl carrying the prince, who was sitting in an armchair, said that what were these curiosities in front of him, and looking at the diamonds that were in the boxes. The father addressing Shenzhen, and the merchant said that he should greet his Lord Shen. His name is Indafu. He heard Lord Shen founded a new sect. The young man, looking at diamonds and all kinds of crystals, said that on this occasion, the young man specially made a trip of 3,000 miles here to show something good for Lord. The father, addressing his son, said that this man had praised his goods so much, but the father thought that there was something wrong here. Showing the paper to the prince, the young man said that he would now see what was wrong here. The merchant, smiling at the prince, asked him to get acquainted completely, addressing Lord Shen. The young man, looking at this merchant, who was standing right in front of him, thought that his prices were about 10–15% more than usual. Turning to the merchant, the young man asked what discount he would give if he bought spirit tempering pills in bulk. Then the merchant said that is expected from Lord Shen, since they had recently created their sect and got acquainted with the outside world. His disciples needed these pills in order to remove all impurities from their bodies, to harden their meridians. At this moment, the merchant looked at how Prince Shen was holding a pill in his hands. The merchant reported that these spirit tempering pills were created by the famous CUI family. If Lord Shen wants to buy more than 1,000 of them, then he will simply charge him for delivery. It's about 3 gold for each pill, and asked what he thinks, smiling at the young man. Then the prince, smiling, asked, holding a pill in his hands, what about the blood crystals that were in front of him? Then the merchant understood that Lord Shen was not a fool. The merchant believed that the young man was already familiar with these crystals, because he also knew that these crystals play an essential role in the creation of talismans and pharmacy. At this moment, the prince smiled at the merchant because he really knew what he was talking about. Spiritual blood is extracted from slain spiritual monsters. Monsters are very strong, so that only experts, not lower than the 8th stage of the true body, can cope with them. However, even such powerful practitioners can lose if the monster burns its spiritual blood to temporarily increase strength. There is also another way to get blood. You should break the spiritual crystal to collect dry spiritual blood and then use the jade session to dissolve it and get 1 drop of liquid spiritual blood. However, it remains that spiritual blood crystals may not always contain blood. It all depends on luck. The merchant told our hero, if a young man buys all 5,000 crystals that he has in stock, he will ask for 10,000 gold for them. Hearing this, his father was depressed because 10,000 was quite a large sum. The prince said that if these crystals were split to get blood, they would hardly be able to be restored, so they would not have the opportunity to return them to the merchant, and he wondered if the price would be unchanged if he wanted to take only 100 crystals out of 5,000. Then the merchant replied that it was up to Lord Shen to decide, and looked at the young man from under his glasses, thinking that the young man would like to choose 100 out of 5,000. It is known all over the world that spiritual blood crystals appear naturally. No one can say if there is blood in one of them or not. No matter how long the young man was going to choose, luck will decide for him. The merchant thought 100 spiritual blood crystals. Their price is 200 gold. It's not a bad old one to start with. At this moment, the prince began to choose. Looking at the prince, Miss Chuli asked what the young man was doing. Was he really going to sort through all these stones right in front of him? Because from the outside, it looked like the young man was sorting them. The girl was surprised at what the prince was doing. Then watching all this, the merchant asked if maybe the lord wanted to take a closer look at the crystals, to which the young man replied that this was not required, and turning to his father, said that he should give the merchant 200 gold, and while he was still here, he could bring some empty bottles for him. The father pointed at himself with his finger. He did not understand at all that his son was addressing him as if to a servant. A moment later, the father brought empty bottles to the prince and put them on the table in front of the young man, for which he thanked his father. Then taking the stone in his hands, the young man split it and blood poured out of it, which dripped directly into the bottle. The merchant, noticing this, said that luck was on Lord Shen's side. Today, the first diamond was already a success, the smiling young man said, but Prince only looked at the merchant contemptuously. The next moment, drop by drop fell into the bottle again, and Miss Chuli, watching this, said that the master was incredible because the young man came across another and another one. So the merchant looked in front of him while the young man poured out red blood from all the stones that he had, identifying it by bottles, saying that he was just lucky. The merchant, watching the red drops and dripping into the bottles, was amazed. It was amazing how the young man managed to do it. The merchant looked at the prince, who easily dealt with the stones, and turning to the lore, the prince said that he would become rich. This technique, checking the presence of spiritual blood in the crystal, it would cost millions. At this moment, the prince only looked at the merchant, which rejoiced like a child at what he just saw. The merchant promised that with him, with the lord, they could become famous all over the world, together, and asked the young man to cooperate with him. Madness burned in his eyes, and the prince only looked at the merchant who stood in front of him. The merchant thought that it was a jackpot. As long as Lord Shen worked with him, they would be able to buy all the spiritual blood crystals with a 100% chance of having spiritual blood in them, even if they sold them at a reduced price. The game is worth the candle. Mountains of gold are waiting for him. The merchant thought to himself. At this moment, the prince was looking at the crystals in front of him. The merchant was trying to explain to Lord Shen that being such a talented expert, the young man should have known how much these crystals were worth. His sect was founded recently. It needed to somehow establish itself in the 8th highest in the world of cultivators, and if the young man worked with the merchant, he would be able to provide him with all the necessary resources, and said that it was a mutually beneficial deal. The young man, continuing to hold the stone in his hands, said that Mr. Merchant was quite brave. Why did he decide that the young man did not pull off any trick? Then, adjusting his glasses, the merchant said that he had been in the field of trade for several years. He did not want to boast, but he could say that he was not it so easy to fool. The merchant said to the prince. The merchant was sure that Lord Shen had a real skill. And then the prince thanked the merchant for the praise. The same understood that he was right. The Lord was unlikely to reveal all the cards, just like that, and the young man did not try to show off. If large organizations found out about it, there would be a fuss. He thought to himself, the prince. At this moment, he smiled and looked the merchant straight in the eye. The merchant understood that the young man was unlikely to want to join powerful clans because he had already organized his own sect, which proves his ambitions. But it remains that in the higher world, his sect is now like a baby. He needs some support, so he definitely wants to cooperate with the merchant here. I thought to myself. He decided to put pressure on the prince. Even addressing the Lord, the merchant said that he was really amazed to the depths of his soul. With his ability, the young man could easily prove himself to the higher world, and saying that he would be honest if the Lord taught him to use this ability. Then, starting today, he would be responsible for the supply of spiritual blood crystals and their sect. Hearing this, Shen's father and Miss Chuli were amazed at what the merchant was saying and offering to the prince. The father, addressing his son, said that their sect would be able to enrich itself, because, as he understood, these spiritual crystals were quite valuable. Then the prince asked his father for forgiveness and said that this skill was a little special and only he could use it. Addressing everyone, the prince said that, to be honest with the merchant who stood in front of him, the prince said that earlier he had offered him to provide his sect with crystals. According to his estimates, the merchant would be tied hand and foot for at least 30 years, to which the merchant said that it was such a nuisance. I think to myself about how he would be bound hand and foot. At the moment, in the 8th highest world of cultivators, all major clans and sects spend 3,500,000 annually on spiritual blood crystals. Shenjin said that it was at least 30 years, but it was absolutely impossible. He thought, standing in front of the prince and thinking to himself, the merchant could not understand what the young man meant. Moreover, if a merchant is able to use the skill to determine the quality of spiritual blood crystals, and his income will skyrocket. In this case, 50,000 gold will become a trifle. Was he wrong? Thinking to himself, if this was the case, then the merchant offered the prince that maybe he would bring him spiritual blood crystals so that the young man could pick up good ones for him. And after he sold the spiritual blood from them, that young man would receive 30% of the profit. What would he say? The merchant said, to which the prince replied that he wanted 50%. Looking at the merchant in front of him, the prince told the merchant that he had been very busy practicing lately, so he would only be able to visit him once every 3 months. Hearing about the deal every 3 months, the merchant, of course, was surprised, because if he could bring 40,000 crystals each time, then there would be about 1,000 good ones, and the net income would be somewhere 100,000 gold. This suited him. In turning to Shen, he said that he was able to conduct business negotiations, and agreeing to 50% of the merchant agreed. The prince was happy, and talked about how he was pleased to deal with the merchant, asking if it was worth securing this deal with a few spirit tempering pills. Smiling at the merchant, he also noticed that the merchant had 3 pills of 9 voids, and he was unlikely to be able to sell them. Then he asked if he could to give him to Lord Shen these pills. The prince spoke to the merchant. Also the prince, looking at the merchant that he had already agreed to everything, asked that he had also seen spirit enhancement pills and a spiritual sensation, and said that he wanted to buy them. And what about the 50% discount? Exactly for the prince. Hearing this, the merchant was dissatisfied. He thought that 50% wasn't so too much, really. He had to make such concessions for the sake of their deal. At the same time, the merchant thought that he had to calm down. He had to think carefully, because the prince is like an interest-bearing deposit. It's better to invest in him so that he can bathe in gold. Later, he thought, the most important skill of any merchant is the ability to sense potential profits. He thought, and is for the ability to find high-quality spiritual blood crystals. The way to this information lies through a trusting relationship with the Lord. The merchant thought. Addressing the prince, the merchant said that he could please Lord Shen. He was still going to give all these resources to him, but as for the 9 void pills, it would not be a problem for him to give him the spirit tempering pills and the pills of his strengthening. Then Miss Chuli asked how the 9 void pills were. Did he regret it? And he wanted to cancel the deal by asking the merchant. Ms. Chuli said. To which the young man replied that the Lord was well aware. So he should have known that these pills of the 9 voids could increase the reserves of Genkai, also help in breaking through to the next stage. However, only a few people can use them, the merchant said. And if the soul of the one who used this pill is not strong enough and also not capable of controlling vital energy, there will be side effects, up to serious damage to human development. Hearing all this, Miss Chuli tensed up and was already ready to get into a pose for battle. Listening to the serious damage, Jen, or his father, was standing next to her, and the prince was sitting listening attentively to the merchant. The merchant reported that the guys had only recently met the 8th higher world of cultivators, so he believed that the 9 void pill was not suitable for the lord yet, to which he understood the merchant's concern. However, he asked the young man not to do this, and that the prince would choose the others later, but he needed to. The merchant has provided the pills of the 9 voids already. Now after hearing this, Chuli and his father were very surprised by what the prince was saying. After hearing everything that had happened before, the merchant, realizing that jokes were bad with the prince, realized that there was no way to deceive him or profit from him. So he agreed, because he was unable to convince Lord Chen. So these pills of 9 voids that were from his pocket, the young man gave the prince directly into his hands. The pills were wrapped well to no one could open them, and the prince took their hands and held them very carefully. The merchant said that this is the strongest active medicine. The limit is 1 tablet every 3 days. If the young man can apply the second, then only if he can fully assimilate the first. The prince, carefully listening to the merchant, understood this. Then the merchant asked to be allowed to remind him, once again to Lord Shen, that if it was wrong, and without listening to him, the prince, holding pills in his hands, said that it was necessary to go, and agreed with everything that the merchant said. Calling Miss Chuli, the girl, distracted, ran after the prince and they left the sect. The merchant was silent and did not understand at all what had just happened. Then the father, standing next to him, said that the young man had always been like this. And at that moment, the merchant looked straight at his father. He knew his son well and how he behaved. Training room. Miss Chuli, addressing the prince, asked the master if he really wanted to do this. There was a pill in the hands of the master, and he looked at her silently. Then the girl asked, didn't he say that development should be thorough and gradual, because her grandmother also said so? Then the prince put the pill back, and the girl, laughing, said that she knew it because it was the right choice. The main reason why the master asked for these pills now is that this cunning merchant of the future can charge such a price for them. Chuli asked him, thinking that she guessed everything correctly. At that moment, the prince, absolutely not listening to her, swallowed all the pills at once. Seeing that, Miss Chuli was excited and surprised by what the young man was doing, not believing his eyes. After all that, the merchant said, the young man asked the girl not to be nervous, and it was better to take him to the osmanthus trees. At this moment, the young man said that the results would be visible in 3 days. Miss Chuli, insanely scared, said that the young man swallowed 3 pills at once, and it was terrible. She was excited, but the master just kept silent. And at that moment, then the girl, with tears in her eyes, said that she trusted the master and asked the young man to be okay. Otherwise she would worry very much. Looking at the master, she saw how he had aged, and in front of her was an old man who was sitting in a chair, not a young boy. Everyone wanted to hurry faster and check on the master, because Miss Chuli called everyone, including the hero's father, the divine healer, and the seller who sold him these pills, merchants from another world. They all ran to help the prince, because Miss Chuli ran to them and called everyone with her. The girl said that the master ate 3 pills of the 9 voids at once, and he became a grandfather. When they came running, they saw a gray-haired old man in a chair who had previously been a prince. Seeing this, the merchant could not believe his eyes. Did the guy really eat 3 pills? Because he warned him that it was only possible to eat 1 pill once a day. Then the healer said that it was difficult to say something now, and he first wanted to check the young man, touching his hand and trying to feel his pulse. The divine healer tried to understand what was with the lord. Everyone asked the master Fu what happened to the prince while he was checking his pulse, to which the healer said that the young man's meridians were very strange. The main meridians were stable, and the prince used Gen Qi energy to protect them so nothing threatens his life. The merchant said that the prince used Gen Qi to protect his meridians, but it was impossible, he said, because after eating the pill of the 9 voids, his Qi would be increased 9 times, then transformed into essence, the consequence of which would be chaotic. How is it possible that the young man could control it all? The concentration of energy was simply unimaginable. Even if the prince's soul was strong, he would hardly be able to get out. The merchant said. The divine healer, sitting next to the prince, who had become an old man, said that it was the first time he had seen the pills of the 9 voids, and asked the merchant to tell him about this effect on the meridians that the merchant was talking about. He, of course, agreed with him, while standing aside the surprised father of the young man and Miss Chuli. Absolutely nothing they understood from what was happening in front of them, and just continued to observe. Fu said that the young man had a small amount of Zhen Qi in his main meridians protecting his heart. Could it be that the lord was still conscious? The divine healer asked Miss Chuli what her teacher said to the girl after he ate the pills. The girl said that the lord said that the results would be visible in 3 days, and the divine healer said that if the teacher said it means that the young man should have been fine, to which the merchant did not understand at all whether the divine healer was serious at that moment, because he saw everything with his own eyes. The healer said that the prince always keeps his word. The merchant wanted to object again, but everyone said that it was then necessary to wait 3 days looking at the prince who was sitting in his wheelchair with his eyes closed. At this moment, transformations were taking place in his soul, and the young man who gained strength opened his eyes. Miss Chuli greeted him with tears in her eyes, saying that the prince had finally woken up. Mr. Shen told the merchant to look at it, and the merchant saw that ice appeared next to the young man, right in the container that was standing next to the young man's chair. The prince understood that his body seemed to be on fire, and therefore everyone put an ice container near Lord Shen and asked the merchants to get some ice. Here, as if, by the way, Miss Chuli said that the prince had been really hot for the past few days. It was a little frightening. Then the young man realized why he felt cool and said that he was careless, but did not think that he would make everyone worry so much. At that moment, he calmly got up from his chairs and told everyone not to worry, because he would be careful next time. Then looking at Lord Shen, who got up easily from his chair, everyone noticed that his legs were walking by themselves. But then Miss Chuli said that if the merchant was not aware, then if you pour Genkai into your legs, then you can still use them. And the girl said that she was a witness, but it wasn't this time. The young man said that the pills of the 9 voids increased Genkai. They change the shape of the energy source in the human body, cleanse the whole body and restore the meridians. And touching his chair with his hand, the young men said that they had been together all this year, calling the chair an old friend, but said that it was time to disperse. The merchant, looking at the young man, understood why the pills of the 9 voids could be used for this, but cleaning the whole body could be a risky step. An ordinary person would not take such a risk, the merchant said, looking at the young man in front of him. The merchant understood that for all the time that he was a merchant in the 8th higher world, he had seen many outstanding people, but this was the first time that he met such a talented and risky young guy. He really hit the jackpot by coming to this forgotten sword sect, the merchant thought to himself, while watching the young man. Getting up, the prince said that everything was fine and asked Miss Chuli to pack her things, because she would go with him right now to Jiayan sect, to which the girl was very surprised that they were going right now. But the prince said that firstly, to check what this 8th higher world of cultivators is, and secondly, they had to help her grandmother, Madame Chiho, get the divine purple flame technique. The prince said, after all, now the prince is the patriarch of the sword sect, and what he once promised his comrades he will definitely fulfill, said the prince standing next to Miss Chuli. The ice, at that moment, completely melted in the container together which stood next to the prince. The Jiayan sect, Miss Chuli rode behind the master on her horse and tried to call him, because the master was coming off ahead of her, and said that it was very convenient to ride horses in the world of the 9 abysses, because it was not big, but the 8th world was too big. The girl was already tired of riding a horse for so long, and asked how long it will take this trip at such a pace. But the prince said that the girl was right, and the next time he started a trip, it's worth buying bronze leopards from a seller. They are able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. And the prince said, but of course, it would be great to have flying artifacts at your disposal, and it was worth asking Defu about it. The young man thought. The prince, addressing Chuli, said that if the girl could get to the 4th level of the true body, then she would literally be able to live in flight. The higher the cultivation and the more energy in Gen in the girl, the higher her flight speed. After hearing about the flying technique, Miss Chuli was very surprised, and asked the prince again. With this in the story, they could cover 1,000 miles in half a day. After hearing the prince talk about flying, the girl thought that it would be great, and she was wondering when she would be able to reach the 4th level of the true body. The prince replied that the foundations of the true body region are 1. It is much more difficult to reach the later stages. The first 5 layers of the true body can be easily overcome. After the 5th layer, you will have to make efforts to break through further. Listen to this. Miss Chuli understood that this area of the true body was really very unusual. Then after hearing about the first 5 layers of the true body, the girl realized that they could be easily overcome. According to the young man, the name of the sect they were heading to was the Sect from Xieyang. Wasn't their patriarch the only one who was able to reach the 3rd layer? The girl said. Did the master think that he really underestimated the difficulty of breaking through the first 5 layers? He didn't listen to her. Silently rode his horse. Then the young man decided to say that if the girl followed his instructions, she would reach the 4th layer in 5 minutes, 6 years, and it would not be a problem for her. Everything depended on the mood and talent of the one who practiced. He understood that Chuli had potential, and told the girl not to underestimate herself. She was his student, and asked Miss Chuli if she thought that the young man would take anyone after hearing a compliment in her direction. Miss Chuli was surprised by what the prince was saying, and she was very pleased. Interrupting the girl, the young man said that they were in place. Lush purple clouds filled the sky above this place. It was the 11 Yen sect. Looking at the mountain in front of her and the clouds that descended on her, Miss Chuli understood how beautiful it was. Then someone stopped them, saying that this was the 11 Yen sect, and asked who they were before. The guys were 2 disciples of the sect who defended the entrance to the sect. Throwing the letter toward the students, the young men said that he was the patriarch of the Forgotten Sword sect, Shenzhen, and came to ask for an audience with their patriarch, and asked to convey a message from Shenzhen, the patriarch of their sect. Catching the leaf, the guard listened attentively to the prince and said that everything was fine, so they could wait here until he delivered the letter. They were all standing at the foot of the temple, to which there were many steps, and had to wait until the letter was delivered. The girl said that the sun was setting and asked the prince how long they would have to wait, and asked the master if they really had to sleep in the open air today. But then the young man, looking at the sky, said, "Not to worry, because it won't take much time. And I decided that first I need to dismount." A moment later, one of the students, addressing Miss Chuli, said that the patriarch was waiting for them at that moment. The girl, getting off her horse, looked at the young men. The prince thanked the students, and they said that the guys could leave the horses in the stable, showing where they could attach them. Addressing the Lord, one of the disciples invited him to come here and said that the staircase was quite comfortable, despite the fact that it looked a little elevated. And Miss Chuli said that it looked like she had been here for a long time. And the guard replied that it was just like that, because their sect was founded for 1,000 years. Go back. Many great masters have performed on this ladder. The sect's tournament was quite famous 500 years ago. It's not something that they newcomers to this world can imagine, he said. Then the prince asked when the last tournament of their sect took place, and the disciple was very surprised that the Lord had already heard about it. But then he said that since their ancestor disappeared, the section began to fade slowly. So the last tournament was 480 years ago. The young man answered. The prince, very puzzled, looked ahead of himself, and Miss Chuli understood that the young man even knew about this already. To which the prince replied that knowing a little more than necessary sometimes helps a lot. Together, they climbed the stairs. These purple clouds over the sect where the disciple pointed said that they were left by its founder. 400 years ago, in the last tournament of the 11 Yen sect, there were 2 people who disagreed with its results, so they staged a bloody battle with each other to the last drop of qi in their bodies. And in this duel, Shi Yunming defeated his opponent. With his final technique, he condensed a purple mist that quickly filled the entire sky above the sect, after which the clouds absorbed this mist and acquired a purple hue, and the head of the sect disappeared, but the clouds still give such rare and extraordinarily beautiful shades. All this was told by Lord Shen. When the disciple heard him, he said that Lord Shen was well aware, because if they had these purple clouds left by their founder, their sect would not be here. The same could be said about their treasures in the mountain. There is a great treasure in the mountains from Xie. Immediately after all these events, as the young man said earlier, their sect became weaker. Many tried, and are still trying to take possession of this most valuable mines. But when the ill-wishers found out that the resources in it also almost ran out, they lost all desire to attack their sect. At that moment, they had already climbed the stairs. Miss Chuli was trailing behind, and the disciple invited Lord Shen to pass on. Then Miss Chuli asked the prince to pay attention to where she pointed with her finger, and looking at the young man, saw a destroyed statue that was already quite bad and bloomed from the fact that no one cared for her. The statue, she was headless. Qi was poured into a bowl and sipped. A disciple addressed the girl as the vice-patriarch, saying that Lord Shen, the patriarch of the Forgotten Ball Sec, had arrived and he wanted to meet their patriarch. The girl looked at them and saw a young, handsome young man and a young girl with him looking at him. She realized that it was his Lord Shen. The disciple who led them to the patriarch's chambers said that it was him. A few months ago, he split the moon and entered the 8th world. He was given the title of Lord, and his sect has the same status as the one in which the Lord was now. Looking at the young man, the girl said that the disciple was free. He obediently left. Getting up from her chair, the girl said that she was Bei Wuqi, the vice-patriarch of the sect. At the moment, the patriarch is in seclusion and does not want anyone to bother her, and she hoped for their understanding. But however, the guys were on time. The girl said when approaching them, because she really wanted to see the men who could split the moon, because she did not expect that the young men would be so young to split the moon at such a young age. However, the world of the 9 abysses is just the world of the 9 abysses. After hearing this, while the girl approached the master, and he just answered her this, Chuli realized that based on all the accumulated experience, she was sure that the master was up to something again. It was bad because they were on foreign territory. Then the girl decided to intervene and sang to the vice-patriarch, bowing. Said that she was proud that she was able to meet with Bei today, after which she looked at the girl who began to laugh, and the vice-patriarch said that the girl should not have been so polite, asked her not to be afraid, because she did not bite, and even though their sect 11, and is not the most powerful, it remains that they had everything in order with this, so if the guys needed something, they could just ask, and the sect would do everything in their power. Miss Chuli thought to herself that it looked like the vice-patriarch was not as bad as she imagined. It was a relief for the girl, because if they politely asked, then maybe they would succeed. And then the prince said that, relying on the words of the vice patriarch, the young man heard that the Xian sect has a divine purple flame technique, and the young man said that it would be great if he could get it. Upon hearing this, Miss Chuli was surprised, and the vice patriarch just looked at the young man, who immediately gave out his request head-on, which was very much surprised by Miss Chuli, because she absolutely did not expect that the prince would do something like that. The vice president, upon hearing this, said that the young man understood at least what he had just said, to which the prince said that, of course, for his part, he undertakes to compensate accordingly, and said that he had prepared a gift for the exchange, for the divine purple swimming technique. To which the vice president began shouting at the young man, as a young man wanted to get the divine purple flame technique of their sect, a forbidden technique. It was passed only between students and their sect, and the young man must have gone crazy if he really thought he could get it. To which our prince replied that the divine purple flame technique was undoubtedly quite valuable, but he could offer something that it will be equivalent to her, as well as the alliance between their forces. The enraged vice patriarch told the young man not to say another word, because he was an arrogant fool who came to their sect to ask for such things. She had never met anyone more naive. The prince said that, since everything was in order, if the vice patriarch makes a decision alone, and whether the girl needed to ask the patriarch about it. Then she told the young man to be silent, because mediocre techniques from the world of the ninth abyss, how could they compare with their technique? Approaching the prince, the girl said, and asked if he was ashamed, because he needed to go home and learn the right way to communicate with his elders. And leaving the prince, the vice patriarch said that they should be escorted to the exit and their sect does not welcome people like them. Looking at the situation, Miss Chuli did not understand what they had to do now, because it looked like the girl was very angry. The prince said that the girl was the vice patriarch, and she could not restrain her anger. It was very strange. At that moment, a disciple appeared who escorted them to the top and asked Lord Shen's apologies. But their vice patriarch had a rather complicated character, and as for the divine violet flame technique, this is their main technique, the young man said, so it's unlikely that the guy will be able to get it by addressing the prince as Miss Squinted spoke. She managed to turn her heads between the prince and the guard who was talking to him. The young man said that it was a serious matter. He hoped that you would be able to see the patriarch, because the vice patriarch did not let him finish, and he was afraid that she might get it if the patriarch found out. The young man said that he would go and inform the vice patriarch about what the young man had just said. But at the moment, the patriarch is in seclusion, so everything is managed by Mrs. Bay. The prince thanked the young man. At that moment, the vice patriarch was sitting alone at her desk when she heard a knock. She asked what they wanted from her, and then the young man said that the prince wanted to meet with the patriarch. He said that it was very important. The vice patriarch started shouting, asking what the limit of the prince's impudence was. Did the young man think that the divine purple flame technique was some kind of garbage, and asked to throw it out, and asked why the disciple was the defender of the 11 yen sect. Why was he so polite to outsiders? The young man replied that he would not have given the sect for anything, to which the woman, getting up from her seat, shouted that he should not follow her order and use the information of their 6 sects and drive Lord Sheena from here, from the mountain. She wanted the young man to remember this day properly. After hearing this, the guys realized that the matter it was bad, because they were surrounded by swordsmen. The swordsman said that Lord Shen had his eye on the treasures of their sect, and according to the order of the vice patriarch, he would be expelled from this mountain. Also says that the young man can leave it himself without giving them trouble. If not, then it was necessary not to see them in their rudeness. At this moment, all the swordsmen took out their swords, and they stood around our heroes. The prince, carefully watching the swordsmen, understood that after 400 years, the uniform and weapons had not changed at all, and it was good, and asked to show them everything they could. The young man said that after 400 years, the pharmacy of the 6 Xian sect must have reached unprecedented power. Was this true? The prince spoke to everyone, and addressing one of them, the young man said that it would be very interesting for them to contemplate the power of the 11 and sect after 400 years. Then the young man to whom the prince addressed said that he was an impudent man. How could he underestimate the power of the sect's disciples? Because today they would teach him properly. Then the prince asked them to try and stand, and the young prince was ready to fight with all 6. The young man said that initially he wanted to meet directly with the patriarch of the 11 yen sect, even if he asked them for the divine purple flame technique, so that he offered in return not inferior to it, and they had to think more broadly. But unfortunately, Vice Patriarch, Mrs. Bay did not assess the situation sensibly, and apparently decided to expel them with her emotions from the mountain. Is everyone really ready to give their lives to such a lady? The young man asked the future defenders of the sect, after all 400 years have passed. At this moment, our prince began to be attacked, and Miss Chuli asked the master to be careful, to which the young man said that everything was fine. Taking a step forward, he repelled the attack, and the swordsman who attacked the prince did not understand at all how there was a purple flame in front of him. The prince asked, using the pharmacy of 6 why only one fighter rushed forward. the one who was now in front of him, grabbing his brother by the shoulder, who began to fall under the prince's blow. His partner said not to panic, and asked Chunjin to attack the prince again. The prince threw Miss Chuli out of the circle where the girls also fought. They could only watch from the side what her master was doing. Seeing what the young man was doing, everyone asked if he wanted to fight alone, and then he said that it was so, and asked if everyone had problems with it. The young man was asked not to be arrogant, and everyone rushed back into battle at him. The young man repelled the calm attack and told Chuli to listen carefully. The so-called method of formation of 6 is a way of joint attack of people allowing to increase their combat power. This method is usually used against a stronger opponent. Listening to the prince, the girl asked if the master really started his lesson right in such a situation. She was, of course, surprised again. Then the prince said that the purple flame that emits their swords is the result of many years of training of this formation. Even an expert that will be much stronger than each of these students will be forced to give his best. Simply put, even if the pharmacy of 6 meet against 10 minutes, 100 or 1000 unorganized, namely, the first one, will easily win in such constructions. The weakness of one is compensated by the strength of the others. At this moment, while the young man was talking, the prince also managed to dodge all the swords that attacked him. Bouncing the air, the young man introduced that besides the same information of 6, can rely on the strength of 6 people, so their flame is much cleaner. This is another secret of the 11 yen sect, in addition to the divine purple flame. However, they had too unstable a foundation, and all were poorly copied, a lot of unnecessary movements, and everyone should have been ashamed of such a terrible formation of 6. The prince said, easily defeating each of these warriors who stood in front of him. Everyone thought that it was very bad that the opponent had the courage to say such a thing. The legacy of the sect could not be betrayed to such a scumbag, and attention was directed to everyone that it was necessary to direct the blades at the same time and defeat this insolent man. It was the strongest attack that everyone else wanted to use. The young men did not understand why at all. They called him insolent, but if the Yen sect was rude to him, then the young man was ready to attack them with full force. At that moment, they concentrated the energy of their swords to give Lord Shen a rebuff, but it was useless. When they just wanted to attack, the Lord calmly threw them all away, and one of them who flew out of the sect from the house directly said that. How was it possible? To which that prince said, not to worry the guy. He had no desire to kill them all. Now it was not the most important thing. Everyone was lying and struck by the prince's attack. Leaving the building, the prince said that it was necessary to go to the top of the Purple Cloud Mountain and meet with the patriarch of the sect, Miss Chuli, who went out with the prince, apologized to those for what was happening. Their swords were broken, and the guys were lying in different corners of the house. At that moment, in the gazebo, Miss Vice Patriarch was sitting with Master Q. He was holding a bowl in his hand, hugging the girl, and she offered him to try what was in her hand, too. Drinking the bowl, she realized that the young man drank in one gulp as expected from Master Q. He only laughed, said that in the company of such a beautiful lady, drinking of any degree becomes not a problem. Looking at the girl, he hugged her and so saying to Master Q that there were a lot of compliments, to which he said that everything was fine because he was unlikely to be able to find a lady as beautiful as she is. Miss Bay, wasn't he right? And asked in the ear of Vice Patriarch Bay. Then she covered her mouth and said that they needed to discuss their plan first, to which the young man said that it was not a problem. If the lady wanted it, how could he refuse? Then suddenly they were disturbed, and it was the prince saying that's why the Vice Patriarch did not allow them to meet with the Patriarch. Vice Patriarch Bay, hearing that he was here, asked who it was, to which the third prince replied that she did not give them a meeting with the Patriarch all because Mrs. Bay was a little busy. Miss Chuli keeping up with the prince at all. Did not expect to see what your eyes. The prince coming closer, said that the vice patriarch had forced her students to throw the prince off the mountain while they were having fun in the backyard and said that the vice patriarch was good. She just looked at him angrily and said that he had come uninvited. So she asked not to blame her for being rude and getting his weapon and attacking the young man with the bowl that was in her hands. The young man saw the palm of the crescent moon and said that it was not bad. The girl had certain skills, but it could have been better. At this moment, the prince reflecting the blow with his hand let it go in the opposite direction, and the attack that the vice patriarch directed towards the young man went back to her. Then you asked if the guy thought he could hurt her with the techniques of her own sect. At this moment, the girl asked to look down. Miss Chuli, addressing Vice Patriarch Bay, said about her dress being torn. She saw it and said that it was too much how the young man dared to shame her, and she assured that the guy would not get off so easily, pointing at him with her finger, and embarrassingly, said Vice Patriarch. The prince just kept silent, and Miss Chuli stood nearby and tried to close her eyes so as not to see it. Hearing that the young men were shaming her, the prince asked if the girl was feeling some shame. Now, this completely surprised the prince. Miss Chuli, standing next to her, was stunned by what the guy was saying. Then, addressing the prince, the young man who had been sitting with the vice patriarch before, said that he was a true master Q from the Bayou sect, and he hoped that the young man would retreat and not create even more problems, because he did not want to fight with him. Then, passing by, Lord Shen said that he had never heard of them. This completely shocked the master, and standing alone, he asked how he could never have heard of him. What kind of a narrow-minded boy, and he thought that it was necessary to teach the prince a good lesson. So you had to look at him and remember, he said. After a moment, standing already all in tears and the beaten master at all, he did not understand how this happened, because the prince's attack was too fast, and he did not understand how the young man could beat him so badly. Even his father had never beaten him so much. Q was sitting at the end of the gazebo in which they had previously sat with the vice patriarch, and she asked Master Q how he felt trying to touch his face, to which the master told the girl to be careful because he was in pain. Then they asked Shinjin not to go anywhere. This Chuli asked the prince to listen to the woman, because she said that it was necessary to stay in place, to which the guy said that they should have just ignored her. They were already leaving the gazebo, and at that moment, the vice patriarch tried to shout to the prince. The prince was walking forward, and ahead of them was a high staircase that went straight up the mountain, being the highest place in the mountain sect as a whole. This peak seemed to have been cut off with the tip of a sword because it is perfectly smooth. Moonlight is reflected from its surface, the peak of the solar cloud. The light of the sun and moon washes her every day and every night. All the previous patriarchs of the Xian sect learned the technique of the divine violet flame. There was a mountain in front of the guys that was cut off. The young men understood that the current patriarch had to be there, so they jumped up and went straight ahead to this mountain. And Miss Chuli was madly surprised, because when they climbed it, they saw a girl who was sitting and meditating, controlling her energy right in the light of the moon. Seeing her prince was heading straight to the girl. Then Miss Chuli asked the master to wait because she was currently in the process of cultivation. Did the young man really want to disturb her? At this moment, approaching the girl, she said that if his heart can be confused by such a trifle, then she will not be worthy to absorb the essence of the sun-moon. You will not be able to continue to attain, to comprehend the secrets of technology. Therefore, the prince offered to awaken the girl right now, if she did not want to injure herself. At that moment, the girl's energy dissolved, and Miss Chuli did not understand why she stopped her meditation. Did something really happen? At that moment, the girl opened her eyes. The young man asked the girl if her mind was disturbed by something. The stranger stood silently, and then turned around. Then when Miss Chuli saw her look, she thought that their affairs were bad, because during their presence here, they had already managed to annoy Vice Patriarch Bei, and if the Patriarch was also ruined, it would all be over. Miss Chuli thought to herself. The girl, turning to them and bowing, said that she could find out the name of the master who had just honored her presence. She wanted to express her gratitude to Chu Fanji. Miss Chuli saw this and thought that who would have thought that the patriarch would be more polite and that the girl looked very young. At that moment, someone ran and addressed the patriarch kneeling in front of her. It was the vice patriarch, and she said that there was no reason for the girl to worry. She asked me to forgive her for her mistake, because of her tardiness, because she allowed this lord to come here while the girl was meditating, and asked to let Miss Bei deal with strangers. Everyone was looking at Miss Bei, including our heroes and the patriarch himself. The patriarch said that there was no need, and the words from the mouth of this man gave her undeniable help. Besides, she did not feel evil intentions. Then the vice patriarch said that the patriarch should not have trusted the words of this boy. This man is the patriarch of the recently organized sect of the Forgotten Sword. He is here only to fuck their divine purple flame technique. And she was trying to tell the patriarch that the purpose of the young man's visit was the key to their secret technique. The prince stood silent and looked at the patriarch. The patriarch only silently looked at the young man, continuing to listen to the vice patriarch, who said that she had ordered the students of the defenders to escort the young man out of the mountain by force. However, she did not expect that he would appear here, and turning to the prince, asked if he thought that he could believe something. Put them to the patriarch with his then, by force. Miss Chuli, looking at the girl, told her to stop slandering them. Her master did not come here to steal their equipment. They came here to offer a deal, but they did not even try to listen to them. What the guests wanted to convey to them, said Miss Chuli, addressing the vice patriarch. Then the prince spoke about the true cub of the purple phoenix, and hearing this, the vice patriarch asked about what the young man was asking. Did he think they knew what he was trying to slip them? The young man just smiled and repeated about the true covenant of the purple phoenix. Hearing this, the patriarch was surprised, but the vice patriarch asked the patriarch not to waste your valuable time. But now you will see the young man out. The patriarch asked Bei to calm down, because the people who were standing in front of her were her guests. So she asked the girl to calm down, but the vice patriarch did not calm down and told the patriarch that the people in front of her were trying to take over her location. They were just a newly organized sect that had just arrived in the 8th outer world. Would they have that something so valuable to exchange? Then the patriarch asked Miss Bay to be careful with her words. Looking at the young man, the patriarch asked if the prince was the one who could split the moon, turning to Lord Shen, to which the guy said that everything was right. And then she asked if the young man really possessed the technique of the true covenant of the purple phoenix. And I turned to the vice patriarch. The patriarch said that only patriarchies can possess knowledge about this technique, their sects. So it's okay if the girl was not aware and tried to apologize to the vice patriarch. The patriarch told her about it. The patriarch only looked at the girl in surprise. While as soon as they finished, the young man continued to say that this kind of knowledge was transmitted only from the patriarch to the patriarch. If he is someone who is not from the Shie sect, then how does he know about the true covenant of the purple phoenix? It is logical to assume that it was true. After the end of the reign of the first patriarch of their sect, the true covenant of the purple phoenix can only be considered an incomplete technique. At the moment, the girl had only 3 lines of it. Could the young man offer more? The patriarch asked Lord Shen. Then the young man said that he had all 24 lines in his arrangement. The patriarch said that it was impossible. Only the first patriarch could have completed 24 lines already. The second patriarch could have only 12. While the young man was not a direct disciple of the first patriarch of the sect of 11 yen, how could he know all 24? Then the young man said that their first patriarch traveled a lot to various places, so it is unlikely that he would have been able to catch him. However, Patriarch Sushi should have known that the true covenant of the purple phoenix was not created by their patriarch, but given to him. And the girl must have already guessed where he was able to find out from all 24 lines the prince spoke. Miss Bay, who was standing next to him, said that all this was nonsense, because it happened several 100 years ago. How could the young man have anything to do with this? Miss Bay asked him. Then everything was right. The patriarch said that he had died in the records about it even before their first patriarch left the sect. But Lord Shen had only recently entered the 8th higher world of cultivators. How did the young man know about it all? The patriarch asked him. The young man said that it might sound strange and most likely the girl would hardly believe him. So he asked to talk about other things. The purple flame deity technique is undeniably a powerful technique. But after a few 100 years, their sect began to wither. Little by little, the young man said, to practice the divine purple flame technique like hell, which you have to go through almost every day. The patriarch, listening to the prince, was silent because the words that Shen said were true. The young man said that even a person with strong endurance is unlikely to last long, which is why the divine flame technique is very difficult to master. The first patriarch obtained the true covenant of the ferrite phoenix from an unknown person, and thanks to all 24 lines of the true covenant of the purple phoenix, he was able to remove this hellish pain from practicing the divine purple flame technique and become a powerful expert. But the first patriarch left the 11 in sect, which subsequently had not to live, but to survive because the full version of the true covenant of the purple phoenix was lost. And this was the root of all problems, both inside and outside the sect. Without having all 24 lines of the true covenant of the purple phoenix, it is almost impossible to practice the divine purple flame technique. The decline in the gaping section is not a mistake of the current patriarch, the prince said, because if practitioners read lines from the true covenant of the purple phoenix, the pain of the divine purple flame technique simply disappears. Thanks to this, the girl will easily be able to overcome the current stage development. Miss Bay, listening to the prince, asked the patriarch not to believe the false words of the young man, to which the prince said that he only said what he had to and no matter what. But now she had the opportunity to get all 24 lines of the true purple phoenix, and the prince said that it was up to the patriarch Su to decide. Upon hearing this, the girl asked if the young man wanted to exchange the true covenant of the purple phoenix for their divine purple flame technique. Was it so? The young man replied that everything was right. The patriarch understood him correctly, and asked what the girl thought about it. At this moment, Miss Bay looked menacingly at the prince, in anticipation of what would happen rendered for the decision by the patriarch. Everyone wanted to get to the top of the mountain of solar clouds faster, because our hero had already arrived there. And everyone who was a parishioner of this sect said that the vice patriarch had already been there. These two definitely came with bad intentions. All the disciples who were in this sect thought about our heroes, namely the prince, and about Miss Chuli, who were already there with the patriarch. A large crowd of disciples were running towards the mountain. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the patriarch said that the prince offered her to exchange the true covenant of the purple phoenix for their divine purple flame technique. This was true. At this moment, the patriarch was considering the prince's proposals, and he was smiling at the girl. The vice patriarch was, of course, unhappy with this situation, and Miss Chuli was rooting for her hero, holding her hands in her fists, and praying that everything would turn out the way the prince wanted. The vice patriarch saw that the patriarch was rushing and could not understand which decision would be the right one. The girl stood silently and pondered. The patriarch was thinking that at the moment, she is able to forcefully suppress the pain of studying the divine purple flame technique. However, the poisonous impurities that condense the study of the divine purple flame are only a drop. If this continues, she may not be able to withstand it. And if she can get the true covenant of the Purple Phoenix, she will definitely break to the highest stages of development. And this will radically change the whole order of things. The Xian sect will regain its wings after thinking all this over to herself. The patriarch said that she agreed to the deal that the prince offered her, and the prince only smiled because he knew that the girl would agree. The girl said that if the young man provided her with the completed, true covenant of the Purple Phoenix, then the divine technique of the Purple Phoenix would become his. At that moment, the vice patriarch could not believe that. The patriarch believed the prince, and asked the girl not to believe the words of the prince, because it could all be a lie. The prince, looking at the reaction of the girl, only grinned, and I didn't pay attention to her. Then the prince began to say exactly those phrases from the Covenant of the Phoenix. The purple flame burns on these branches, flows in 3 streams, and starting, the patriarch heard that it was a phrase part of the Covenant of the Purple Phoenix. Those lines that they just lack. At this moment, the vice patriarch asked the girl to come to her senses and grabbed her hand because she was very excited. At this moment, the patriarch could not stand it and slapped the vice patriarch in the face and also asked her to close her mouth, addressing Bei, because her screams and exclamations that the young man was fooling them bothered the patriarch, and she could not stand the fact that Bei could not calm down in any way. The patriarch thought that everything was for the sake of the future and her sect. How could she listen to her short-sighted junior? If they angered a person who wanted to exchange such a valuable technique, what would become of the sect? Then Bei saw that the patriarch hit her. Asked with tears in her eyes, what the girl had just dared to do. All the students who had already run to the place where our heroes were saw how the patriarch hit the vice patriarch. And seeing this, they all understood that even the patriarch could lose his temper. Everyone was very much surprised. When they saw the young man, they realized that the vice patriarch, was pouring accusations on him. But it seems that after all, Lord Shen came with good intentions to offer a fair deal. After hearing this, the vice patriarch realized that everyone was against her. After all, the patriarch was angry at Mrs. Bei because she wanted to throw the guests off the mountain. After hearing all this, they asked the students who were standing behind her how they dared to discuss her actions behind her back and turning around. She left the mountain. Everyone just silently watched her actions. The patriarch understood that he can continue his conversation with the Lord further. The girl said that the true covenant in the Purple Phoenix was lost many years ago. If Lord Shen wants to bring it back, the divine purple flame technique is nothing compared to what was lost. She will gladly accept his offer. If the young man has any problems or desires, they could just let her know. After hearing it all, Lord Shen and Miss Chuli were amazed at the girl's politeness and the fact that she was willing to cooperate, saying that everything was in order. Lord Shen took out the book and said that now this book was hers, because here are the full and 24 lines of the true testament of the Purple Phoenix, and the patriarch could have the right to verify their authenticity by opening the book. The girl understood that these were genuine lines, and looking at Shen, the girl was surprised. Then she decided to turn to the elder and said that the responsibility for the Forbidden Hall of the technician should bring the divine purple flame technique. The elder, who stood next to him, without saying anything at first, said that it was impossible for the venerable patriarch to do this because it was the technique of the basics of the 11 Yen sect. Then the girl, without listening to him, ordered to bring this book. And the elder said that, as the girl wished so it would be, and brought the book. Looking at the strangers that stood in front of him, it wasn't really a book in his hands. It was a flower of divine purple flame that the man was holding in his hands. At that time, the patriarch said that it was possible that the return of the true Purple Phoenix covenant to the Xian sect was a trifle for the prince, but for them, it was a very important event that would radically change their sect. Patriarchs who said that they could only offer this flower, she and the sect would never forget the kindness of the prince. Men said that he would gladly accept this flower, saying that he thanked the girl for a fair deal and accepts the flower. Miss Chuli was surprised at how beautiful it looked. Su Fanji, and the way she acts is very similar to her ancestor. In the sect of 11 Yen, an immense fire will soon light up again. At this moment, while our heroes were talking with the patriarch, Miss Bei was returning to the SEC who came down from the mountain, and addressing Master Q with tears in her eyes and a slap on her face. She was looking at a man who was sprawled in a chair and was unable to do anything either to do, but asked if Bei had caught that guy. Then Bei asked to listen to Q, because this is the girl Su Fangji, who was the patriarch. She accepted the guest as an honorary one, and then completely hid her. And now this Lord Shen was a guest of the sect. After hearing all this, Q did not understand at all how that guy could be the guest of honor. Why he was the guest of honor and not Q. Besides, the young man was injured, pointing to his arm, which was bandaged and he was all in cuts and injuries, and asked, wasn't the girl supposed to compensate him all this and not to babble with that guy? Q could not understand why the patriarch of their sect was looking down on his sect, afraid that if he complained to his father, the guy said, to which Bei, pressing on pity, said that there was this truth, because this Shen should have drugged the patriarch. Then she thought that maybe what this Master Q got hurt, it wasn't that bad. It could play into her hands, Bei thought to herself, pretending to be offended by the whole world. Bei asked if Q's father would find out about what had happened. He would definitely oppose her Shiyen sect, and this was a problem. But what the young man said was that Wuchi could not be afraid because her father, Q, would not touch, and the girl could not worry, because he would ask her father to talk with Patriarch Su, leaving the room in which he was sitting before and where Miss Bei entered. The young man said that he would finish off this Lord Shen and scatter his ashes in front of his relatives. At that moment, Miss Bei understood that Shinjin deserved what he deserved. She was glad that how it all worked out. 3 years later, Miss Chuli, who was sitting on the mountain, cultivated her energy in Granny Kai Ho, and the prince who were watching her understood that 3 years in order to break through the peak of the third layer of the sphere of the true body. And it was not bad, said the prince, taking a drink from Grandma Chiho's hand sitting on the mountain. They watched Miss Chuli, and Grandma said that immediately after Lord Shen accepted her granddaughter as his disciple, her progress and development soared like a bird in the sky, because there was no better master in the whole wide world. Addressing the prince, Grandma said, "He only sipping a drink." He listened to her attentively. At that moment, Mr. Shen was standing next to them, and Grandma said that she was jealous of him, to which the prince's father said that Mrs. Lao should not have been modest. After all, she was able to assimilate one very valuable military equipment from the outside world, and congratulated Granny on this, but she only said that it was all with the help of his son. 3 years ago, Lord Shen brought her a flower of divine violet flame from the Xian sect only. Thanks to this gift, her vitality was able to replenish, allowing her not to stop at the mortal sphere. At that moment, Granny cultivated her strength, and the prince gave her the flower so that the woman could achieve heights. By giving her the flower of the divine violet flame, the young man understood that this was the great, most important inheritance of the Xian sect. Chi Ho Lao was able to subdue him, and if she brings all her spiritual power with her help, a flower will turn around. The flower of the divine flame of Xian and the technique of their sect are indeed one. This energy is enough for a woman to break through to the realm of the true body, and this treasure will allow her to understand what she would never be able to watching Granny trying to break through. Miss Chuli and Shen's father were greatly surprised watching all this, but Prince, addressing Granny, Chi-Ho, said that if she was able to raise this flame in the future, it would not be difficult for her to teach her students, to which the woman thanked Lord Shen. His young man said that let the flower be temporarily stored in the library in the future. It would serve as a great contribution to the development of their sects. They would be able to use this flower as a reward, and the prince said everyone agreed with him. Watching this, Miss Chuli asked why the master had this petal that he was holding in his hand. At that moment, the master looked very strangely at Miss Chuli, which scared her very much. The young man felt he had a premonition that in the outside world, even the most ordinary disciple of the Xian sect goes through the hardening of the violet flame fire. This allows him to strengthen his foundation. For example, after tempering, the student learns sword techniques more easily, so to speak, the double benefit of half the effort. At this moment, Miss Chuli was trying to understand why the master was looking at her like that. It surprised her very much, to which the young man, trying to draw a conclusion, and holding a petal in his hand, turned to Chu-Ho and asked her to clench her teeth. The girl did not understand at all what the master wanted to do, but after listening to his advice, the master threw a petal at her, and when she heard the blow, the girl asked what the master had just done, because she did not understand what had happened. So she tried to touch herself and understand if she was injured anywhere. The young man said that he had just burned the divine purple flame flower in her body to strengthen the foundations. From now on, the girl would follow him into the mountains and seize until the divine purple flame flower was purified and transformed. Otherwise, and hearing the phrase otherwise, Miss Chuli was very scared and asked quickly. The prince said that otherwise it would be with her. The young man said that otherwise her body would explode from the inside, to which the girl asked not to leave her master ever. 3 years later, they were on the mountain, and the girl was cultivating her energy. Then the prince said that everything was finally over. Opening her eyes, they were burning with fire. Miss Chuli said that the purification of the divine purple flame flower was successfully completed. The power was burning in her. The girl had matured and felt much stronger for all these 3 years. The prince just stood by and watched what was happening. Getting up from the lotus position, Miss Chuli stood on the edge of the mountain and laughed a lot because she thought she had become omnipotent. At this moment, Lord Shen, coming up behind her, said why the girl made such a noise when she saw the master. The girl was very happy and asked him to look, because now she was at the top of the third layer of the true body. The young man, of course, saw that she was saying this with her nose in the air, but thought that there was nothing wrong with it, but decided to tell Miss Chuli what a good job she had done, and the effect of absorbing the flower of the divine flame shows miracles of purification. The girl rejoiced as never before, because the master had never praised her so much. It was a success. She smiled and looked at the prince who stood in front of her and praised her. Running after the master who was coming down the mountain, Chuli asked the prince why she had the feeling that they were already familiar with Patriarch Tsu and where the prince found the true testament of the Purple Phoenix. Miss Chuli was interested. To which the young man replied that this world was full of inexplicable things. If he told it now, the girl would still not understand anything. But when the time comes, Miss Chuli will definitely find out everything the prince said, walking ahead of her. Also turning to Miss Chuli, the young man asked her to remember for now that he knew 100 times more about this world than she thought. Looking at the prince and admiring Miss Chuli thought that it did not mean that the young man was a great sage. And smiling, the girl thought to herself that the master was their support, and she would always follow him. Miss Chuli, following the prince, said that Elder Luru had arrived. After hearing this, the young man saw an elder who addressed him and said that he was glad that the young man was in good health. And addressing Lord Shen, when Shen Jin saw the Zen master, he said that several years had passed since their last meeting. Looking at Mr. Lura, the prince understood that he was too old, and the probability that the old man would be able to make a breakthrough to a new level. The strength was extremely small. Seeing the prince's gaze, the elder asked if he was thinking about something bad, and asked the young man not to worry, because this old man was not going to leave this world yet. Master Leroux said. But the young man saw that the old man's vitality was running out. Addressing the old man, said that, however, they faced small problems in development, and the fact was that the students who had reached the heights could not enlist top-level martial arts, and the students who had recently joined them were either weak or ignorant, he said, and thus, although they are thriving now, it remains that their future was hopeless. He said that then he refused the prince's offer in vain. The young man saw the old man said that the 8th outer world of martial experts is hundreds of times larger than their world of the 9th abyss, and now it is absolutely impossible to maintain independence. Turning to the old mantler, the young man said that their Buddha temple is now in a stable condition, but with faith in the future in the current situation, he will not live long. Sooner or later, he is waiting for a disaster, the prince said. Old man Leroux, addressing Lord Chen, said that he did not understand if everything continued like this, but happiness comes from heaven, and he would not bother the prince for trifles. He already ordered the monks to be quieter than water and lower than grass, and forbade anyone to enter the temple after hearing about the fact that misfortune coming from heaven. Miss Chuli turned to Master Lure and asked what it meant. The Lord asked if external forces wanted to seize their Lan Chi temple, and turning to Master Lure, he said that Lord Shen was thinking in the right direction. Half a month ago, people from the western cave of moon praises came to their gates and said they wanted to attach them to the temple, to the possessions. After hearing about the western cave of the glorified moon, the prince asked Master Lura again, and Miss Chu Lai replied that the person who was beaten by the master when they were in the Xiayen sect also belonged to this sect, namely Master Q, whom the prince met. And then the prince remembered that the true Master Q, it turned out that it was him. He was a parishioner of this sect, and the prince involuntarily recalled the events that took place when the young man met this guy. This Chuli said that the western cave of the glorified moon was obviously somehow connected with this true Master Q and told Master Shen that he shouldn't have bothered so much. They never dared, and hardly dared to break the rules of the 8th outer world. Miss Chu Lai also told Master Lure. He was only standing nearby, depressed because he was very much afraid for his sect. Master Luru, addressing the prince, said that nevertheless, it was easy to hide the dagger in his sleeve, but there was no way to stop the arrow that had already been fired from the bow, and said that this sect could use evil methods against them. After hearing this, the girl decided to look at the prince who was behind them, and tried to understand what was he thinking. The prince thought to himself that it would be better if he could unite all the forces that are located in the world of the 9 abysses, because now he is unlikely to be able to save the Forgotten Sword sect from conflicts with the forces of the outside world, and if he retreats now, the Forgotten Sword sect will suffer huge damage. And it was simply unacceptable, Lord Shen thought to himself, and then interrupting his thoughts, everyone turned to Lord Shen. Shen looked at Mr. Lura and told him not to worry about it, because the Lord would personally deal with it. And bowing to the prince, the old man said that Lord Shen was kind, and his gratitude knew no bounds after hearing this. Miss Chu Li turned to the master and asked, didn't Mr. Merchant from the outside world say that the power of the western cave of the glorified moon was huge? Closing her fingers and as if hinting at the power of the sect, Miss Chu Lai asked the young man understood that this was true, and said that the girl would go to visit them in order to resolve this issue peacefully. After hearing this revenge, Chu Li could not believe that the prince wanted to send her because she had to go personally. And was the prince sure of this? Because the girl herself was not. She was confident in her abilities and was insanely worried about whether she would cope with the task that Lord Shen had set her. But there was nothing to do, and the lord of the land should not interfere in this, Shen told Miss Chu Li. So she had to go alone. And taking a horse, the girl went from the Forgotten Sword sect to where Lord Nen sent him. Miss Chu Li really did not understand how the master had such confidence in her. To which, recalling their conversation, Miss Chu Li said that she did not want to die. The young man replied to her that the sect was not stupid enough to do as they said right away. So if the girl refused at errands, the young man would just kill them all. After hearing this, she understood that it was up to her Miss Chuli, thinking that despite the fact that the master was the strongest person in the world of the 9 abysses, but in the 8th higher world, is he also sure that he can defeat everyone? She could not understand this in any way. And then suddenly she was distracted from her thoughts calling her, ran to her with the father of our hero. Seeing Mr. Shen, the girl, wanted to know what she wanted from her here, and then he asked if the girl was going on behalf of his son, because he had heard that the martial art of the sect of the glorified moon was second only to the 4 strongest. So he decided to give them a gift, and asked if the girl could deliver it carefully. Seeing the wrapped box, Miss Chuli said that she thought it was possible to do without a gift. Then she remembered the words about the mission that had been entrusted to her, and understood that now was not the best time to give gifts, because she was going there to negotiate with them. It should not be made public. So she asked to understand her. The young man's father was completely surprised, but Miss Chuli said that the master insisted on this. In turning to Mr. Shen, she said that she was going to that sect and that they would see each other again. Climbing on the horse and taking the reins, she told that Shen, to which the man, looking at the retreating girl on the horse, asked himself what his son was up to. After all, he knew his son and understood that he clearly wanted to do something. At that moment in the sect of the glorified moon, his messenger came to the Lord and said that a girl from the world of the 9th abyss had come. He was very surprised and asked how much her development had grown, because it was very fast to reach the 3rd stage of the immortal realm in 3 years. To which everyone said that they had just been honored in this, and upon hearing this, True Master Q was very surprised. His father said that Chuho, she was not even 20 yet, and was very surprised at how the girl quickly managed to break through to a higher level. The true Master Q also watched his father's reaction and understood that everything was not very bad. Turning to his father, he wanted to say something, but the father said that the young man told him that there was not a single master in the Forgotten Ball sect, and this was not very good, because the young man was defeated by that youngster, still not knowing his cultivation level, and they sent such a young master of the 3rd layer of the immortal realm as an ambassador. Master Q did not expect that they would take such a step, and understood that the case was a failure, but he said that wasn't it strange. Turning to his father, where did they have a master? In this backwater. Maybe they found some ancient artifact while traveling. Hearing about traveling, father was also surprised. This situation was familiar to him. Some small sect, relying on their luck, finds an artifact or a technique that allows them to practice ancient martial arts. The best disciples of such small sects become great masters in a short period of time. This girl should be no exception to that. Is it really true that the Forgotten Sword sect got an ancient technique? My father thought to himself at this moment. His son was saying that in the 8th highest world of cultivators, the most important aspect of the development of the sect and its heritage is the strength and foundation of the development of each student. He has already reached the peak of comprehension of the technique that their ancestors left. If it turns out that the girl's level far surpasses all other students, she definitely used the secret technique of development. If they can destroy everyone who is in the Forgotten Sword sect, then perhaps they can get the coveted technique, the young man said. And if everything goes smoothly, he will be able to reach the 6th layer of the immortal realm in just 10 years. Hearing this, the father liked what his son was saying, and said that he was right. The Forgotten Sword sect had had almost no contact with anyone for the past 3 years. And then suddenly someone was sent. So he decided that it was necessary to listen to this girl, and the father wanted to see with both eyes what level this girl had reached, and he asked someone to escort the guest into the hall and set the table for her. Arriving at the hall, the girl saw a beautiful table where her food was waiting for her, and sitting down, various dishes were brought to her. Wondering and admiring what was offered to her, Miss Chuli was glad, and the maid turned to the girl and said that she was enjoying the food and eating ice cream. The girl understood that something was wrong here. Therefore she wondered if they really wanted to get and weaken her vigilance in this way. Then she recalled the words of the prince who said that it was necessary to join the sect of Beiyu and tell them that they no longer disturb the SEC which is under their control. Then the girl told the master that if they refused and would raise she had a sword, to which the young man said that they would not do this if they liked life. Remembering the last phrase of the prince, the girl understood that it seemed to her or the master just set her up, because anything could happen to her, and maybe no one could ever find out what exactly happened to her. The girl fought while eating ice cream, but then realized that this ice cream was very tasty, and this is the only thing that she was interested. Then suddenly she heard that someone was heading straight towards her, and she turned to see the true Master Q. Then she thought that they were strangers, and tried to hide her face, but the one addressing her said that the girl was Chu Ho and said that they had already met once in the 11 yen section. Then Miss Chuli understood that she was discovered and tried to understand what the young man wanted from her. At that moment, Master Q was standing next to her and addressing him. The girl, She said that the master was so generous to her master, and there was some misunderstanding, she said. The young man crossed his arms and tried to listen to what she wanted. To himself, the true Master Q thought that then he was publicly humiliated. His spiritual demons almost caused his stagnation and development. Did the girl think that he would just forgive everything? And sitting in front of her on the chair, Master Q said that the girl had a good level and progress in development. What was the goal her visit? Looking at Master Q, Miss Chuli privately understood that the young man still seemed to be angry. It could happen that after she passed on the master's message, suddenly he would become hostile to her. She was very uncomfortable with this, but still, there was nothing to do when she had to say that one small sect that she was under the supervision of their Forgotten Sword sect reported that they wanted to subdue her. Was it true? The young man hearing this understood that Miss Chuli knew everything, and even if they do not attack the Forgotten Sword sect, they have no right to visit them like this and tell them what to do and what not, the young man thought, realizing that the Forgotten Sword sect imposed its opinion on them, and he wanted to find out who is behind this sect. Thinking to himself about everything what Miss Chuli said, turning to the girl, he asked that if this was the case. Then Chuli heard how arrogant the young man was talking to her and thinking about what to do, because her master would not listen to excuses. Chuli thought to herself, it would be great if they could find a common language, but it was bad because she saw how Master Q was angry and understood that she had to come up with something, but now there was no way back, and she was trying to say what she needed. Miss Chuli said that her master told her that they should not have oppressed the forces under the control of the Forgotten Sword sect. If they disobey the words of the master, he will be forced to destroy their entire sect, said Miss Chuli, looking menacingly at the young man in front of her and trying to say all these words confidently, because it was completely out of character for the girl, and all this was new to her, but she understood that she could not substitute her master, and that was all she had to say. Hearing what Miss Chu Ho was saying, the young man laughed very loudly and then missed off that she was covered, so mentally running up to the master, she turned to them and said that if she died today, the young man had to avenge her. Then getting up from his seat, the true Master Q asked how much this man who split the moon was arrogant that he thought everything was allowed to him. Q said about Lord Chen approaching the girl and pointing at her with his finger. The master said that if she did not take the words back, their Forgotten Sword sect would become truly forgotten in just 7 years. The girl understood that it would be better to retreat and not get into conflict with him. Realizing that she had conveyed everything that Master Shen had told her, she said to the young man that she had conveyed to him everything that she had to and therefore left the young man wishing him a good day. Miss Chuli thought to himself that somehow she did what her master said, but looking for the desserts that were left on the table, she thought that she was very sad to leave them. And turning around, the girl was about to leave, but then suddenly, the young man asked her to stop. The master said that since she had come here like this, it seems that the girl was a good combat expert and asked to demonstrate her skills to her. The girl thought that as she expected Q to want this, and turning to Master Q, she said that she agreed, but within reason. The young man understood that everything was right because she was on the 3rd layer of the immortal realm, and he was only on the 2nd, and told Miss Chuli that she was already so strong at a young age. Of course, the young man was not her rival, but this sect was not a place that could be underestimated. By turning, a young man was talking to her, and I decided to tell her a story about their sect. There are 3 elders and 6 protectors in their sect. One of them can spar with Chuli. If the girl wins, then they will send her back with all the proper honors. But if Miss Chu loses, then she will have to leave something here. Having heard this, girl did not understand to leave something here, what it meant, what the young man was talking about, because he could mean anything. The Bayou sect has existed for several 100 years. Its elders and defenders are an order of magnitude stronger than her, the girl said, addressing the true master, to which he said, of course, the one who is at the level of Miss Chu will go, the young man said, addressing her, because everything had to be honest. After hearing this, the girl decided that she needs to think. Mr. Merchant said that the Bayou sect, the 2nd strongest in Yenju Yenmin province. How could it be that its elders and protectors are at such a low level? Could it be that what she thought was true and decided to ask Master Q about it? Asking him a question. The girl asked if she could ask this question. Then her question was, what rank their elders had. This question was not to Master Q's liking, and then he wondered why she was asking about it. Turning to the girl, Master Q said that the 3 elders come right after his father, the patriarch of the Bayou sect. 2 of them are on the 4th layer of the immortal realm, and Elder Sidhu is on the 3rd. As for the 6 protectors, each of them was on the 3rd layer, Master Q explained. The girl listened to everything the young man said, thinking that really, if she joined the sect, she would be able to become her protector. Was she really that good, dreaming in her dreams of Miss Chu? To which the young man said that she could only think about it in her dreams. Master Q understood that everything was going as it should, because his father said that after some time, the young man would try to provoke the girl into sparring so that Mei Keishan would go against the girl. The father talked about it with his son, Q, and he agreed with him. Remembering all this, the young man thought that the way the girl behaved was very arrogant. he could no longer tolerate it, and had to invite her to sparring. Addressing Miss Chuli, Master Q said that they met her as an honored guest. But why did she allow herself to humiliate their elders and protectors? To which the girl said, after seeing his reaction, that she overdid it, understanding about herself. Then Master Q, coming closer to her, said that she wanted to see the war in this way on behalf of the Forgotten Sword Sect. To which the girl said that he had misunderstood something and understood that she was stuck with her arrogance. Then she reminded me that wasn't there such a rule that for new sects there is protection that lasts for 10 years. Master Q, pressing on the girl, said that since she wanted to declare war so much, they would not sit idly by. And in addition, sparring with Defender May was still in force. Depending on him, the outcome of their dialogue would be determined. The girl was trying to understand why exactly the defender had to act against her. Then addressing Master Q, Miss Chuli said that the young man had just told her that there was an elder named Situ who was on the 3rd layer of the immortal sphere, and since he was an elder, it turns out he was stronger than 6 defenders, to which the young man said that, of course, it was so. And Master Q continued to say that Elder Situ was able to hone the techniques of their sect to the highest mastery. He is not so far from the 4th layer, to which Miss Chuli said that it was good, and she asked for a duel with Elder Sid, recalling the prince's words that while her opponent is on the 3rd layer of the immortal realm, Miss would never lose to him. After hearing what the girl wanted, Master Q realized that everything was not going according to his plan, and asked how Defender May, and remembering his words that Defender May was good at defensive techniques, the best candidate for sparring with a girl, to which Miss Chuli, looking at the young man and waving her finger in front of him, said that the weak guys were not interested in her. Then, at that moment, there was a crash, and the door that was the entrance to the house where Miss Chuli was broken by a young man who entered the house and said that the girl was too arrogant because she was apparently looking for death, and asked to be allowed to teach her a lesson. To which the young man was asked to calm down, addressing him as Sits, because it was not his fault that the girl looked at everyone from above. Did she think that the defenders were not her equal? Then the young men appeared before Miss Chu. They said that the girl was young and inexperienced. After seeing this crowd, Miss Chu, of course, was surprised, because she did not expect that her words would have such an impact on the situation that has developed now. Looking in front of her and taking off her hood, Elder City was in front of her, and she thought that she had to fight against him. The young man said that the girl was small and that she had reached the 3rd layer of the immortal sphere, because he was already impatient to see her abilities, and therefore he asked to start sparring. Looking at the young man, the girl asked Master Q if she could really leave this place if she overcame this guy in front of her, and asking if the master had not lied to her. He absolutely could not stand the girl and did not answer anything. Then others said that it was simply unthinkable how the girl dared to look down on their sect. After hearing this, she understood that it was Master Su who was speaking and standing in front of her, covering his face. The young man said that if she wanted to leave so much, then she had to defeat him first. At this moment, the young man was using a technique against Miss Chuli, who was coming right out of his eye. Seeing this, girl easily dodged, and then the attack destroyed the column. Seeing this, Master Q asked the young men to be more careful, because these possessions could be destroyed and the restoration cost money, and therefore he asked everyone to be more careful when the battle. At that moment, Master Su started attacking the girl again and saw that she had grabbed her sword. The girl, grabbing her sword, went on the attack to repel the attacks of this young man, and thought about why he attacked her so suddenly, and she was scared. But then she suddenly remembered the words of the prince. The young man, addressing her, said that in order for Miss Chu to remember in the battle, she had to take the initiative first, get rid of her opponent before he could climb to the top. It was necessary to attack first and take advantage of her own hands. Then Miss Chu Li understood, remembering the advice of the young man, that it would not work anymore because she attacked. Neither she, it was an annoyance. And the girl, looking ahead of herself at the young man, thought about what to do next. The master of satiety, looking at Miss Chu Li, who seemed carefree to him, understood that the girl easily evaded his gaze, piercing like a blade. Was it really true that the sect of the Forgotten Sword was able to find a martial technique of antiquity? But looking at the young man who was staring at her, Chu understood that now in the course, she had to attack first. But then behind her, she saw the guys who were closely watching their fight. It was as if they were ready to incinerate her with their gaze, because she did not think that she would fight against them all at once. She hoped for it. Then addressing everyone, the girl said that Master Q had just said that she would be free if she defeated one. Did everyone disagree with him? To which everyone said that they agreed with Mr. Q, the very ones who stood behind her and watched the girl in their robes and hoods, which hid their faces. Master Q said that a real man would never take his words back. Did the girl really doubt him? To which she understood that he started saying something again, and she said that she was worried that the others would decide to help Mr. Sid if necessary, so she asked for forgiveness, not to pay attention to and then she realized that it was the young man who attacked her first. And of course, she didn't like it. Master Cit was also dissatisfied, because his plan was to kill the girl first, piercing like a blade, with a glance, but she easily returned. Now she probably became proud. If she could not hit her, she would become a laughing stock. Sadu thought to himself at that moment. Coughing, one of the defenders said that he should not relax his vigilance on that. The young man, hearing this, said that he understood everything and was ready for battle. And using his 2 fingers, he decided to use a new technique, Baiyu, the third technique that the young man used against Miss Chuli. Seeing this in his movement, Miss Chuli tried to understand what it was. She felt a powerful aura, and thought about how she needed to resist it. At that moment, the girl decided that it was necessary to attack quickly. And then Master City saw a blade in front of him that attacked him, and understood that the girl was attacking very quickly. His defense was crumbled before his eyes, and he could not stop her attack. The young man understood how strong the girl was, that she was able to break through his attack, to which Chuli, seeing that something had failed, said that it was a failure because she thought that this speed would be enough. After hearing this, the master could not believe his eyes. Was it really a failure? Because her sword almost cut his head, to which the girl replied that she had to try again and again. Went on the attack on Master Satu, attacking him with his swords. He only managed to dodge, as it seemed to him, but he only had to defend himself, and all his clothes were already torn. And at some point, Miss Chuli saw that she had cut off the hair from the head of Master Sadu. And this shocked her very much at first, and then realizing that when Miss Chuli began to laugh and point her finger at the Master of Satiety, because he looked very funny without his hair. Then realizing that the girl was laughing at him again, the young man was completely beside himself with anger, deciding to attack the girl. Then Miss Chuli, looking at the evil Sita, said that she could trim his temples as well. At that moment, the girl attacked the guy again. Everyone else watching their fight said that this girl had disgraced Sita, and that was enough. Therefore, one of those watching both that were in hoods behind our heroine took off his hood, showing his face. Then seeing the person in front of her who was taking off the hood of Miss Chuli, regrouped and jumped aside from the blow that fell directly into her from behind. Then looking back, she saw another elder in front of her who wanted to stand up for Sita, and saw Master Q's father in front of her. Everyone talked in front of themselves, asked why the art of the Forgotten Sword sect was so fast. Everyone understood that they were lucky and thought that it was good that they did not fight with Miss Chuli. Then the happy girl asked who was next, and asked to come forward. She promised that she would not mock them. Everything they stood in silence, and no one wanted to fight with the girl. Miss Chuli thought to herself that the sword art that her master had taught her was very powerful. So she asked everyone to attack her because it was time to show herself. And at that moment, she remembered about Master Sadu, who was standing behind her, and the young man asked the girl not to be arrogant. After all, he had not yet admitted defeat. At that moment, an elder called out to him, addressing the young man, and he looked at him and realized that everything was over. So putting on his hood and passing by Miss Chuli, he accidentally, as if brushing her shoulder, grunted and walked away to everyone else. There was only one person left in front of the girl, and addressing Miss Chuli, he said that she showed excellent skills, and said that it could be concluded that her master was an extraordinary person, and since he had conveyed such words, they could not help but respect him, and said that the future sect of Baiyu, she will not cross the path of the forces that are under the control of their sect. After hearing this, Miss Chuli was very happy, and said that it was great. The demonstrated strength of this young lady is amazing. It seems that the man who cut the moon is too mysterious. So far, it was not worth arguing with him. The elder thought to himself, and he thought that it was good that everything had been decided. So turning to his son, he asked them to escort their guests to the gate. Master Q was completely dissatisfied with the current situation, because how was it that Chu Ho turned out to be so strong, and if he had come out against her, he would have left this world long ago. Then, thinking about it, the young man did not hear his father's request at all, and the same turning to him again, asked the young man to do what they ordered. And upon hearing this, the master asked Mrs. Chuli to follow him. The girl came forward singing songs and went down the stairs. The master followed her. Then all the others who remained in the room whispered among themselves. When he came back, Q said that he saw the girl off, and then the father said that it was necessary to discuss everything that had happened again. Then he asked that they found out everything about this sect of the Forgotten Sword. All that whispered stood silently and said nothing. Then the elder asked if anyone understood what techniques the girl used. At first glance, her fighting techniques may seem unsightly, but in fact, only experts who are at a higher level will be able to resist these techniques. Remembering the battle, the elder said. Then one of the people standing nearby told the gentleman that he practiced the seventh skill of their sect and specialized in all kinds of techniques related to the sword. Only as soon as that miss released her blade from the scabbard, it turned into such a weightless, brilliant, but at the same time, something very dangerous. It was difficult to understand that the same was this technique. The other one offered his deepest apologies. It was Mr. Sadu and said that this girl was really very good. Everyone else said that it was impossible to argue with this, and it was true. Then the elder was thinking that the Forgotten Sword Sect really got an ancient legacy. Then Master Q told his father that he remembered something. Bei and the Purple Flame Sect said that Shenzhen and the Forgotten Sword Sect were able to exchange the true covenant of the Purple Phoenix for the divine Purple Fire. However, everyone knew that the true covenant of the Purple Phoenix had been lost for many centuries. But then a person from some world of the Ninth Abyss with this most legendary technique appeared after hearing about the true covenant. The father of the Purple Phoenix jumped up from his seat and grabbing his son by the collar, said that he was an idiot and why he not say about it earlier, and asked his son to be useful in something at least. Everyone who stood nearby asked the master to calm down. The young master may have simply forgotten about this detail, but now they knew that the Forgotten Sword Sect had the Phoenix Covenant, but they were afraid that they had more than one such technique up their sleeve, to which the elder asked what the young man wanted to say. Hundreds of years ago, the Purple Flame Sect flourished, and their master had the title of Duke. But after one incident, the master of the Purple Flame Sect suddenly disappeared, and the true covenant of the Purple Phoenix was forgotten. Now the Forgotten Sword Sect appeared, which almost immediately established itself in the 8th higher world, having received allies of the sect, or this flame and their divine fire technique. Thinking about all this, the elder thought it was good, but after all, the Purple Flame Sect specializes in fire techniques. He has never seen this sword technique. Then this girl's sword technique is just great, although it looks like it, but it is definitely not one of those that the Purple Flame Sect owns. The elder said, "What am I fed up with?" He said that he was right. When he fought with the girl, he could feel a faint echo of the fiery energy. Everyone understood that the girl was hiding her origin, and it was exactly like that. Remembering the attacks and remembering Miss Chuli herself, the guy said there could be no doubt that Shenzhen had obtained an ancient technique from the Purple Flame Sect. Only this could explain such a rapid development. The elder thought, the ancient technique of the Violet Flame Sect is a serious matter. Only their sect can get the right to own this treasure. Starting from today, they will try to be closer to them, find out their weaknesses and get the ancient technique. The elder said. Everyone who stood next to him agreed with this. At that moment, Miss Chuli, returning to the Forgotten Sword Sect, told the master that she had returned and her mission was successfully completed. The girl was beaming with happiness and said that she had defeated one of the elders of their sect. He was on the 3rd layer of the immortal sphere. Hearing this, the prince said that the girl was waiting for even more severe training than before. Standing on the mountain, Miss Chuli and Lord Shen looked at everyone from above and saw how many people were training. At this moment, the prince's father and grandmother, Chu Ho Lao, approached them, saying that recently, more and more people have a desire to join the Forgotten Sword Sect. Many of them are truly talented. Shen's father spoke, but it was all a bit strange. The father told his son, to which he replied that everything was fine. Ho Luo showed her skills in the Bayou sect. Of course, this is not particularly remarkable, but many people do not think so. Driven by their curiosity, they go here to the Forgotten Sword Sect. The Forgotten Sword Sect will attract more and more people after hearing what the prince was saying. The girl did not understand if it was all because of her, and she was very surprised that she saw before her eyes a large number of people who were drawn to their sect. Then Grandma said that, by the way, just recently, a message came from Master and Monk LaRue. The monk confirmed that the Bayou sect no longer disturbed his possessions. And the father, hearing this news, said that it was good that everything was fine, to which the prince said, as expected. The prince further said that in fact, Qing Xian, the patriarch of the Baiu sect, is a big coward at heart, and said that they should not have worried about him. Everyone was looking at the prince and listening to what he was saying, and could not understand how they should not have worried about their patriarch, because he was, after all, the master of the sect. The people who came to join them. Everyone was wondering what to do with them. The father asked his son, looking at the people who came to their sect. The young man said that, since they came here, they had to accept them and take them as disciples, to which the father replied that it was good. Calling Miss Chuli to him, he asked her to come over. She was standing next to the prince and hearing that Shen's father was calling her. He said that he wanted to tell her something, so he asked the girl to come to him here. Approaching the prince's father, they walked away. The father asked her to do this later. What he told her, it remained a secret between the two of them. Standing on the outskirts of the mountain, far away from everyone. Is the Forgotten Sword Sect really that good? And why did the master send them here? Because she was a candidate for the saints of their sect. It was Yunai and one of the candidates for the role of the Holy Master of the Baiu sect. Then a young man turned to her and said that, didn't she know that recently, a young lady from the Forgotten Sword Sect defeated their elder Sid in one move? This was said by Wei Yuan Bao, the best disciple of the first elder of the Baiu sect. The young man said that the patriarch concluded that the sect of the Forgotten Sword has an ancient technique and Master Zening from the Purple Flame sect, When she heard about Master Zening, the girl was very surprised and even screamed, because she was an incredible woman who took part in the trial of Ju-chan as much as 400 years ago. The Forgotten Sword sect was incredibly lucky, Yun-Nai said. In the years when the Purple Flame sect was at its peak, Master Zening was quite a popular person in the 8th world of cultivators, a truly strong woman. If the Master's reasoning turns out to be correct, the Forgotten Sword sect will become their biggest problem, the young man said, addressing the girl. Also thinking, the young man added that it was not for nothing that the Master sent them here to find out all the information, the one said. To which the girl said that it was clear if the one who split the moon really seemed to be an incredible genius, then they would soon be able to get hold of the ancient technique of Master's eating, and thinking both that their plan would succeed. The guys were happy. Coming out of the gate, the young man said that the Master had declared that as long as people wished they could join their Forgotten Sword sect, he would not mind in following the rules. Students will become external students. Everyone who can pass the test will be able to become internal students. Having heard about the external disciples, the young man understood that they were akin to ordinary servants. Of course, such people would hardly have the right to meet with the Master. A girl peeked out from behind the gate, happy and looking at the fact that many people had come to their sect. Then the young man who saw her told Yuni to look forward, and pointing with his finger, he said that he was talking about this girl. Yun-Nai saw a person in front of her. Her face and figure, she understood that it was quite typical. Then realizing that the girl was looking at her and she wanted to talk to her on whatever Yun thought, and tearfully prayed that the girl would not approach. Could they really be revealed what was to be done? Yun-Nai said. Her partner, standing next to her, told her not to worry. Both of them tried to speak in a whisper, so that no one else could hear them standing in front of Yun-Nai. The guy said that they were the strongest disciples of the sect, and said that let the girl come up. Maybe she wanted to escort them to her master. Hearing this, Yun-Nai was surprised. Then at that moment, Miss Chuli came up to them and said that the eyes were not deceived. The girl that was in front of her, she was very beautiful. Addressing Yun-Nai, whom Miss Chuli spotted from afar, Miss Chuli asked them to follow her. When the girl asked where they were going, and Chuli said that she was going to meet the third prince. Of course, hearing that they were going to meet the prince, the guys that had just arrived, we did not expect that everything would be so simple. Miss Chuli answering, the girl said that the patriarch wanted to personally choose a maid for the third prince, and the girl was a great fit. Hearing this about the maid, Miss Yun-Nai was amazed. Her friend, pumping her out, said that everything was fine, shaking Yun-Nai, who was almost unconscious from the realization of her future role. The young man said that the girl could gain Shinjin's trust. Looking at how the guy pumps out the girl, Miss Chuli, addressing them, asked if something was wrong, to which the young man said that everything was by no means normal. Turning to Miss Chuli, the young man asked if he would go with the girl, and said that the girl could also pick up a job for him, to which Miss Chuli said that she thought he would go to work outside their sect. And grabbing Yun-Nai, she took the girl away, and the guy stayed outside the gate, leading the girl through the forest. Miss Chuli explained that the mountain they were climbing now was the residence of the third prince, and she, addressing Miss Chu, heard that the girl was able to comprehend the third layer of the immortal sphere. It turns out that she is one of the strongest people in the Forgotten Sword sect. Whether Yun-Nai understood it correctly. Looking at the girl, Miss Chuli began to think how the one who was going to become a maid had such strange questions, because her master was unattainable. How could Chuli compare with him? Seeing Miss Yun-Nai's reaction, she understood that she had said something wrong, to which Miss Chuli asked not to ask this question anymore and talk less and think about her work. The girl understood that she had done something wrong, and she only had to agree with Miss Chuli following her. Yun-Nai thought that the Forgotten Sword sect was fresh blood in the 8th highest degree of cultivators. Both the girl and the sect had no heritage. Their master was too cautious, and as soon as she could get hold of the ancient cultivation technique, she would instantly become a saint in the Baiu sect. Yun-Nai thought to herself, following Miss Chu weather on the mountain. At that moment, the prince was standing at the window and was addressed as a lord, saying that the Dragon Emperor's mansion had sent them generous gifts. Their people would soon visit the lord. After hearing about the Dragon Emperor's mansion, the young man said that it was interesting looking out the window. He smiled and waited for upcoming events. According to legend, every descendant of the Dragon Emperor clan has blood belonging to powerful dragon creatures. The Dragon Emperor clan still occupies one of the dominant places in the 8th highest life. If the descendant of the clan can complete the practice and stop the dragon gate, they will be able to take the form of a true dragon. Dragon King Zhao, the current rulers of the mansion, is on the 4th layer of the immortal realm, but thanks to his blood, he is practically invulnerable. He is the strongest master in the Phelan domain. Seeing the Temple of Treasures, the young man thought about how such a tiny building could be called a temple. Why of all, he had to go to this backwater. Then meeting the young gentleman, everyone asked not to stand on his doorstep and come in. The master had to show respect and arrive on time. Then turning around, the young man thought that he would better go home. Then all the maids who arrived with the master asked the master to please come to his senses, because the patriarch told him to do it. But the young man trying to fight off his maids said that the ruins would stain his shoes, and asked him to let him go. But then everyone called the young master and said that the young man was no longer a child. The Forgotten Sword sect was here, and the young man thought that it was no match for his family. The young man told everyone at that moment his father, Master Shen, and Grandma Chi-Ho came out with him to greet their honored guest, who had just arrived. Chen's father said that their sect had only recently shown itself. Of course, they did not dare to compete with the family of the Dragon Emperor, and he asked them to forgive them for being invited to such a nondescript place. And since their esteemed guest was already here, he already asked to pass him into the house. Straightening his clothes, the young man passed into the house. Speaking of what about the plainness, the prince's father correctly noticed, like frogs wishing to taste the swan's meat. Hearing about the comparison with frogs, the father turned to the young man and asked if he could find out his name. To which the guy said that inside this chicken coop looked no better going into the house, and saying that he was the nephew of the patriarch of the mansion of the Dragon Emperor was in front of them, and people called him the young dragon. Then looking at Shinjin's father, who greeted him, and looking at the gray hair that the man had, the young man said that the development had only touched the immortal sphere, and the hair was so gray, and thought that people from the world of the ninth abyss were such weaklings. How he wanted to go home. The prince said that if he had already arrived, why the one who had split the moon so far had not greeted him? Why? Some old man met him instead, the young man said. Despite the attitude, then Granny Chi-Ho, who was standing behind Shen's father, decided to object to the young man's audacity, telling the dear guests that Patriarch Shen is the father of the third prince. Shen did not think to himself that, after all, the people from this Dragon Emperor mansion did not come here to establish friendly contact with them. Then the young man, hearing this, asked who was the grandmother in front of him and how she dared to address him so brazenly in the sect of the Forgotten Sword that only old men lived. Then the woman was angry that she wanted to teach the young man a lesson. But Shen's father stopped her and said that Mrs. Chu-Ho was an elder of their sect. Granny Chu-Ho also decided that she could not remain silent, and addressing the prince, said, since the young man came here, he had to show them respect. After hearing this, the guy started laughing and pointing his finger at both of them. The young man said that, how dare such a weak person that only knew the realm of the immortals talk to him about respect? The patriarch and his elder are only at the initial layer of the immortal sphere. So where does the Forgotten Sword sect have the audacity to exist in the same world with great powers? One has only to imagine that the person who split the moon represents himself. At that moment, the prince was wiping his eyes and saying that he had not laughed like that for a long time, and the young man said that tears had already appeared on his cheeks. Here entering the door, Miss Chu-Ho asked what the young man had just said, and asked him to repeat, to which the third prince asked the girl to stop and entered after the girl. But the girl was angry and persuaded the master to get even with this guy. Yun-Nai went after them. Seeing the scene in front of her, she was surprised. Is this it? Wasn't the macho man from the Dragon Emperor's family, who was known by everyone? At this moment, the dragon, looking at Miss Chu-Li, asked who else they had here, even though there were some weaklings in the sect of the Forgotten Sword, as the dragon prince believed, but the women here are what they need. He thought to himself and said it out loud. Also looking at Miss Chu-Li, he understood what a cutie was standing in front of him. Miss Chuli was angry, and told him to be more respectful to her, otherwise she would get angry, to which the dragon asked the girl to smile. Miss Yun, my watching this scene, understood that the young man's reputation was completely justified. At that moment, the young man said that Miss Chuli was mean, but he preferred it anyway, and at that moment when he began to speak, the third prince sensed danger and reacted, stood up for Yun-Nai because he tried rushing straight to her. The girl was very scared, but at that moment, Miss Chu-Li drew her sword and decided to attack the dragon. Attacking the dragon, she cut his clothes, which the young man did not expect at all, and the third prince was blocking Miss Yun-Nai from the attacks of the dragon prince. At that moment, Miss Chu-Li launched an attack on the dragon. He did not expect it at all, and everyone around thought that this was what he needed, because the young man behaved disrespectful to everyone, even though he was a guest in their sect. Turning to Miss Chu-Li, asked if her sister was okay, talking about Yun-Nai hiding behind the third prince and smiling. Asked the master if he saw how cool the girl was. Yun-Nai, who was standing behind the third prince, said that she was fine, and the dragon, smiling, said that it was such a surprise. There is still a person in the Forgotten Sword sect who can fight back against him. And looking at the girl, the prince said that everything was decided. This little prickly rose was supposed to be his, so he asked to follow him to his Dragon Emperor mansion. And the girl said that the young man barely resisted her sword, also dared to be so arrogant, to which the guy, despite her, said that she really thought that her mediocre, quiet sword techniques could harm him. This amused the young man very much. In showing his hand, he said that there was not a scratch on it. Yun-Nai, seeing this, also noticed that the guy did not have a single scratch. Shen's father, looking at the young men, thought that the young man was invulnerable, and Grandma Chiho saw that they were all on the third layer of the immortal sphere. However, the granddaughter's sword did not harm the young men at all. And then the third prince said that did the young dragon really think that he could provoke the local lord relying only on his golden scaly armor? The prince asked, looking at the young man standing right in front of him. The situation was tense. The prince had solved the secret of the dragon prince, which he did not expect from him at all. The golden scaly armor is a legacy that allows everyone in whose veins the blood of true dragons flows to be practically invulnerable to physical attacks, and the legacy itself can hide from the eyes and be invisible during his youth. The young dragon accidentally subdued the golden scaly armor he found in the treasury of the Dragon Emperor's mansion. Thanks to this legacy in dragon blood, any of the Dragon Emperor's family will become invulnerable to enemy attacks, which is at the same level of combat development. In all of Phelan and even in Fiju, there is no one who has not heard of this artifact, which is why the reputation of the younger generation of the Dragon Emperor family is quite high. At this moment, the prince, looking at the dragon and realizing all its power, decided to turn to him. The prince, looking at the dragon, prince asked if the young dragon thought that with this golden, scaly armor, he could provoke the Lord of the Forgotten Sword Sect. Then the dragon prince, looking at the third prince, asked how the young man knew about the legacy of his family. And Miss Chuli, who was standing behind the third prince, was also surprised, and she turned to her master to tell them the young man said that the young dragon should not have cared about this. It was just a rumor. Golden scales. The prince had encountered dragons in the past, the young man thought, but he did not think that the legacy would fall into the hands of such a youngster. Then the dragon prince said that the young man could not tell him, and asked if he wanted to challenge him to a duel. He really would like to see the strength of those who had just arrived in their world. This Chuli, looking at the dragon, told him not to be so arrogant. Her sword would show him where the dragons winter, to which the young man asked if the girl could cope with him because he had armor. Miss Chuli, after hearing this, was already not so confident in herself and could not answer anything. The dragon said that the Forgotten Sword Sect should have been more modest, otherwise, one day it might not become. This made Miss Chuli very angry, and she said that no matter what treasures the young man had, she would fight with him. Raising her sword and deciding to attack, the girl told the young man to get what he deserved this time. The moment the third prince stopped her, which Miss Chuli did not expect at all, the young man said that the young dragon was so confident in his golden, scaly armor, and asked if maybe then he could act against him, Lord Shen, because he was also wondering if the young man could damage his artifact. Miss Chuli was surprised that the third prince wanted to go out to fight with this guy, and when he saw it, he said that what was the lord hesitating for he was also interested. With a smirk and addressing the prince, the guy was talking and waiting for an attack from the prince. The father, looking at Shen, said that his son should not fight with him, but the young man said that he should not worry. Mr. Shen certainly didn't doubt his third son's abilities, but he could tell he believed that his son could damage this golden, scaly arm, even if he couldn't destroy it anyway. And the Forgotten Ball Sect would be able to show the Dragon Emperor mansion that it was better not to provoke them. At this moment, the father carefully watched how the dragon prince stood against his son and asked the young man to attack him. Then turning to Zhen, the father looked at what the prince would do next. He, attacking the dragon, first decided to release his technique. Then the dragon saw it and realized that it was necessary to gather because it was bad and I wanted to use my protection. The golden, scaly armor, faster. At this moment when the prince's attack was directed at the dragon and he used his armor, silence hung in the hall. Everyone watching and gathered here were silent, watching what would happen next. The next moment, the dragon prince started laughing, saying that he really thought that the intention of the sword would be able to penetrate the armor. But what was it just now? He needed to at least look, to at least confront him, shouted the dragon prince, and neither was it all that the prince and his sect could do. Everyone stood petrified, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the prince was saying to Miss Chuli that they could leave, to which the dragon prince, looking at the young man in front of him, asked if he wanted to escape. Hearing the words of the dragon prince about the fact that the third prince wanted to escape, the young man was already standing with his back to the dragon and asked if this was really the case, and asked to first check the condition of his armor. The dragon prince, looking in front of him, told him to stop talking nonsense. Was the one who stood in front of him, able to split the moon, and asked to show him what else the prince had hidden. At that moment, there was a crash and the dragon prince's armor was destroyed. The next moment, everyone was shocked, including the dragon prince himself, and the girls stood with their mouths open and looked at what was happening. No one could believe that the prince could do it so easily. And after all, the dragon prince was so confident in himself and his armor. The prince, turning to Miss Chuli, wanted to leave already, and said that he thought that would be enough, and asked the girl to follow him. She, with sparkling eyes, said that the master was amazing, and the young man used the blade of the moon to attack his opponent and defeat him with one blow, which he did not expect. At that moment, Granny Kaiho, addressing Patriarch Shen, said that everything was fine. She tried to support the Patriarch and Heat, looking at his son, said that he was moving further and further away from him, looking after the young man who was leaving the sect. Running through the forest, the girl tried to find what she needed. This time, she asked him to keep an eye on the bisect. It is obvious that they are opposed to the sect, the Forgotten Sword. Their family was on the verge of a crisis, and they needed allies. It was decided that the girl would marry the lord of the lands of the Forgotten Sword sect in order to create strong family ties. And the one who stood with his back to her as her father said that he sent the young dragon forward so that he could present generous gifts to their future relatives. The girl understood what her father was thinking, because her cousin grew up with her almost from the cradle. He became so attached to her that he was unlikely to just accept new relatives. She had to stop him before he did something in trying to run as fast as possible. The girl asked her cousin not to succumb to temptation. After all, she was almost there. At that moment, a battle was taking place in the Forgotten Sword sect in the temple. There was a rumble, and the next moment, the young man, thinking about the golden scaly armor, realized that it had been broken by Shenzhen. He had never released its full force before. How was this possible? Looking at the fragments of scaly armor that lay before him, the prince thought, looking at the young man who was standing and walking away not far from him. How did the prince understand that the skill of the people of the world of the Nine Abysses still surpassed them? And it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Addressing Shenzhen, the young man was thinking of saying something, but then he was interrupted by a girl who flew into the sect and addressing the dragon prince as a cousin, was told to show respect to these people. And immediately his sister was standing on the threshold. And when he saw his cousin, he did not expect such a visit at all. When everyone heard that the young man was calling the girl cousin, they understood that it was Miss Dragon Princess. Then Miss Chuli looked at the girl and asked if the young man had brought reinforcements back then. Looking at his cousin, the Dragon Prince didn't understand why she was here. The girl asked what happened here, and why the golden scaly armor was destroyed. Grabbing the Dragon Prince, she said, why his golden scenting armor was destroyed. This artifact, the treasures of their family. Then pointing his finger forward, the guy said that it was all him at that moment. Turning back, the girl saw the young man, and next to him two girls. Addressing the young man who was in front of her, she said that the young man was young Master Shen, the lord of the Forgotten Sword. Sex to main. Was it so? And was it true that the young men destroyed the legacy and their families? The Dragon Emperor's mansion came to him with generous gifts and what they received in return. The girl asked, looking at the prince, and he was only silent. So hearing this, and Miss Chuli could not stand it and went into battle. Miss Chuli, addressing the girl who was standing right in front of her, said that it was the young man who was to blame, and asked the girl to open her eyes wide, because the one who started all this was the young dragon. Then the prince, entering into conversation, said that the girl was right. It was he who broke their legacy, and asked, how could he be of use to this young miss? Looking at the young man, she thought to herself, what could she have done? They needed to enlist the support of the Forgotten Sword sect. But now, how did it come to this? And she had to make concessions. The girl said that the sword technique was amazing. She had nothing more to add. At this moment, the Dragon Prince shouted to his cousin that she really just wanted to forgive him for this terrible offense, and asked only not to dare to tell him that everything was exactly like that. At that moment, Miss Chuli said that it was all nonsense, because it was the young man who began to behave impudently. No wonder that the master put the Dragon Prince in his place. The cousin understood that everything was as she expected. Listening to her father and remembering what he said that the Dragon Emperor mansion was on the verge of a crisis, and the union of the Forgotten Sword sect was vital for all of them. So she decided to act, and start by talking to Lord Shen, because only she was able to save her family. The girl introduced herself as the daughter of the patriarch of the Dragon Emperor family. Just now this mist said that their representative was the first to provoke the people of their sect, and their Dragon Emperor family was always fair, paid respect to others. At this moment, the young man turned to his cousin, but she did not listen to him at all and continued, what if? Exactly. Her cousin started all this on behalf of the Dragon Mansion. The girl asked for forgiveness from the Forgotten Sword sect, to which Miss Chuli said that it would be better if her brother asked for forgiveness, because even before crossing the threshold, he had already humiliated Patriarch Shen, attacked sister Yun Nai, and wanted to take her by force. The young man, from the very beginning, behaved humiliatingly towards everyone in this sect, even including the elders and everyone who was in the sect. Everything she said was true, said Miss Chuli, addressing the girl, so that she would not think that their Dragon Emperor's mansion could provoke everything like this. And Miss Chuli, coming close to the girl, said that the Dragon Princess, if she wanted to know what her words were worth, then her sword was always ready. At this moment, the cousin said that this girl was blatantly lying. Why his cousin just stood and listened to how she humiliated their kind, to which the cousin replied that she did not feel a lie in the girl's words. and turning to her cousin, she said that he should immediately return to the Dragon Emperor's mansion and tell her father the whole truth. Let him be punished. To which the young man said that they had desecrated the honor of their family. But the girl asked him to stop doing it. After all, she could no longer listen to his lies. After all, from the very beginning, as a young man appeared in the Forgotten Sword sect, he did nothing but provoke everyone and lie to everyone. Didn't father inform the purpose of the visit? Which was now because the Forgotten Sword sect is far from the weakest force in their world. The Dragon Emperor Mansion came here with sincere intentions to establish friendly contact. But what were the cousin's intentions? She asked and ordered the guy to come back. He, realizing that no one listened to him, obeyed his cousin, and he walked away angry and annoyed that he was not given due respect. After all, he came here first and honored the godforsaken sect of the Forgotten Sword, and he was given a cold reception and was not met properly. His cousin didn't believe him. Everyone else started fighting with him, and he realized that he should leave so as not to provoke his cousin who came to save him.